Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 25. Selected Poems by Henry Howard Brownell. 1820 to 1872. This poet, prominent among those who gained their chief inspiration from the stirring events of the Civil War, was born in Providence, Rhode Island, February 6, 1820, and died in East Hartford, Connecticut, October 31, 1872. He was graduated at Trinity College, Hartford, studied law, and was admitted to the bar, but instead of the legal profession adopted that of a teacher, and made his home in Hartford, which was the residence of his uncle, the Bishop of Connecticut. Although Mr. Brownell soon became known as a writer of verse, both grave and humorous, it was not till the coming on of the Civil War that his muse found truest and noblest expression. With a poet's sensitiveness, he foresaw the coming storm, and predicted it in verse that has the ring of an ancient prophet. And when the crash came he sang of the great deeds of warriors in the old heroic strain. Many of these poems, like Annus Memorabilis and Coming, were born of the great passion of patriotism which took possession of him, and were regarded only as the visions of a heated imagination. But when the storm burst it was seen that he had the true vision. As the dreadful drama unrolled, Brownell rose to greater issues, and became the war poet par excellence, the vigorous chronicler of great actions. He was fond of the sea, and ardently longed for the opportunity to witness, if not to participate in, a sea fight. His desire was gratified in a singular way. He had printed in a Hartford paper a very felicitous verification of Farragut's general orders in the fight at the mouth of the Mississippi. This attracted Farragut's attention, and he took steps to learn the name of the author. When it was given, Commodore Farragut, he was not then admiral, offered Mr. Brownell the position of master's mate on board the Hartford, and attached the poet to him in the character of a private secretary. Thus he was present at the fight of Mobile Bay. After the war he accompanied the admiral in his cruise in European waters. Although Brownell was best known to the country by his descriptive poems, The River Fight and The Bay Fight, which appear in his volume of collected works, War's Lyrics, his title to be considered a true poet does not rest on these only. He was unequal in his performance, and occasionally was betrayed by grotesque humor into disregard of dignity and finish. But he had both the vision and the lyric grace of the builder of lasting verse. Annus Memorabilis, Congress 1860–61. Stand strong and calm as fate, not a breath of scorn or hate, of taunt for the base, or of menace for the strong, since our fortunes must be sealed on that old and famous field where the right is set in battle with the wrong. 'Tis coming, with the loom of Khamsin or Simoom, the tempest that shall try if we are of God or no. Its roar is in the city, and they there be which cry, Let us cower, and the storm may overblow. Now, nay, stand firm and fast, that was a spiteful blast. This is not a war of men, but of angels good and ill. 'Tis hell that storms at heaven, 'tis the black and deadly seven, sworn 'gainst the shining ones to work their damned will. How the ether glooms and burns, as the tide of combat turns, and the smoke and dust above it whirl and float. It eddies and it streams, and, certes, oft it seems as the sins had the seraphs fairly by the throat. But we all have read, in that legend grand and dead, how Michael and his host met the serpent and his crew. Naught has reached us of the fight, but if I have dreamed aright, 'twas a loud one and a long, as ever thundered through. Right stiffly, past a doubt, the dragon fought it out, and his angels, each and all, did for trophet their devoir. There was crack of iron wings, and whirl of scorpion stings, hiss of bifid tongues, and the pit in full uproar. But, Not thereof inscrolled, in one brief line 'tis told, calm as dew, the apocalyptic pen, that on the infinite shore their place was found no more. God send the like on this our earth. Amen. Houghton Mifflin and Company, Boston. Words for the Hallelujah Chorus. Old John Brown lies a mouldering in the grave. Old John Brown lies slumbering in his grave. But John Brown's soul is marching with the brave. His soul is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is marching on. He has gone to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. He is sworn as a private in the ranks of the Lord. He shall stand at Armageddon with his brave old sword, when heaven is marching on. He shall file in front where the lines of battle form. He shall face to front when the squares of battle form. Time with the column and charge in the storm, where men are marching on. Ah, foul tyrants, do ye hear him where he comes? Ah, black traitors, do ye know him as he comes? In thunder of the cannon and roll of the drums, as we go marching on. Men may die and moulder in the dust. Men may die and arise again from dust. Shoulder to shoulder in the ranks of the just, when heaven is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His soul is marching on. Coming, April 1861. World, art thou ware of a storm? Hark to the ominous sound, how the far-off gales their battle form, and the great sea-swells feel ground. It comes, the typhoon of death, nearer and nearer it comes, the horizon thunder of cannon breath and the roar of angry drums. Hurtle, terror sublime, swoop o'er the land to-day, so the mist of wrong and crime, the breath of our evil time, be swept as by fire away. Sycara. The wind of an autumn midnight is moaning around my door. The curtains wave at the window, the carpet lifts on the floor. There are sounds like startled footfalls in the distant chambers now, and the touching of airy ringers is busy on hand and brow. 'Tis thus, in the soul's dark dwelling, by the moody host unsought, through the chambers of memory wander the invisible airs of thought. For it bloweth where it listeth, with a murmur loud or low. Whence it cometh, whither it goeth, none tell us and none may know. Now wearying round the portals of the vacant, desolate mind, as the doors of a ruined mansion that creak in the cold night wind. And anon an awful memory sweeps o'er it fierce and high, like the roar of a mountain forest when the midnight gale goes by. Then its voice subsides in wailing, and, ere the dawn of day, murmuring fainter and fainter, in the distance dies away. Suspiria Noctis. Reading and reading. Little is the gain long dwelling with the minds of dead men leaves. List rather to the melancholy rain, dropping from the eaves. Still the old tale, how hardly worth the telling. Hark to the wind, again that mournful sound, that all night long, around this lonely dwelling, moans like a dying hound. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 26, Selected Poems by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Part 1. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, 1809 through 1861. Interesting to step back 60 years into the lives of Miss Mitford and her dear young friend, Miss Barrett, when the S's of authoresses and poetesses and editresses and hermitesses make the pages sibilant, when books of beauty and keepsakes and the extraordinary methods of Finden's tableau make us wonder that literature survived, when Mr. Kenyon, taking Miss Mitford to the giraffes and the diorama, called for, Miss Barrett, a hermitess in Gloucester Place, who reads Greek as I do French, who has published some translations from Aeschylus, and some most striking poems. Our sweet Miss Barrett, to think of virtue and genius is to think of her. Of her own life, Mrs. Browning writes, As to stories, my story amounts to the knife grinders, with nothing at all for a catastrophe. A bird in a cage would have as good a story. Most of my events and nearly all my intense pleasure have passed in my thoughts. She was born at Burn Hall, Durham, on March 6, 1809, and passed a happy childhood and youth in her father's country house at Hope End, Herefordshire. She was remarkably precocious, reading Homer in the original at 8 years of age. She said that in those days, the Greeks were her demigods. She dreamed more of Agamemnon than of Moses, her black pony. I wrote verses very early, at 8 years old and earlier, but what is less common, the early fancy turned into a will and remained with me. At 17 years of age she published the Essay on Mind and translated the Prometheus of Aeschylus. Some years later the family removed to London, and here Elizabeth, on account of her continued delicate health, kept in her room for months at a time. The shock following on the death of her brother, who was drowned before her eyes in Torquay, whither she had gone for rest, completely shattered her physically. Now her life of seclusion in her London home began. For years she lay upon a couch in a large, comfortably darkened room, seeing only the immediate members of her family and a few privileged friends, and spending her days in writing and study, reading, Miss Mitford says, almost every book worth reading in almost every language. Here Robert Browning met her. They were married in 1846, against the will of her father. Going abroad immediately, they finally settled in Florence at the Casa Guidi, made famous by her poem bearing the same name. Their home became the center of attraction to visitors in Florence, and many of the finest minds in the literary and artistic world were among their friends. Hawthorne, who visited them, describes Mrs. Browning as, a pale, small person, scarcely embodied at all, and at any rate only substantial enough to put forth her slender fingers to be grasped, and to speak with a shrill yet sweet tenuity of voice. It is wonderful to see how small she is, how pale her cheek, how bright and dark her eyes. There is not such another figure in the world, and her black ringlets cluster down her neck and make her face look whiter." She died in Florence on the 30th of June, 1861, and the citizens of Florence placed a tablet to her memory on the walls of Casa Guidi. The life and personality of Elizabeth Barrett Browning seem to explain her poetry. It is a life "without a catastrophe," except perhaps to her devoted father. And it is to this father's devotion that some of Mrs. Browning's poetical sins are due, for by him she was so pampered and shielded from every outside touch that all the woes common to humanity grew for her into awful tragedies. Her life was abnormal and unreal, an unreality that passed more or less into everything she did. Indeed, her resuscitation after meeting Robert Browning would mount into a miracle, unless it were realized that nothing in her former life had been quite as woeful as it seemed. That Mrs. Browning was a woman of real genius, even Edward Fitzgerald allowed, and in speaking of Shelley, Walter Savage Landor said, quote, "With the exception of Burns, he, Shelley, and Keats were inspired with a stronger spirit of poetry than any other poet since Milton. I sometimes fancy that Elizabeth Barrett Browning comes next." End quote. This is very high praise from very high authority, but none too high for Mrs. Browning, for her best work has the true lyric ring, that spontaneity of thought and expression which comes when the singer forgets himself in his song and becomes tuneful under the stress of the moment's inspiration. All of Mrs. Browning's work is buoyed up by her luxurious and overflowing imagination. With all its imperfections of technique, its lapses of taste and faults of expression, it always remains poetry, throbbing with passion and emotion, and rich in color and sound. She wrote because she must. Her own assertions notwithstanding, one cannot think of Mrs. Browning as sitting down in cold blood to compose a poem according to fixed rules of art. This is the secret of her shortcomings. It is also the source of her strength, and in her best work raises her high above those who, with more technical skill, have less of the true poet's divine fire and overflowing imagination. So, in the Sonnets from the Portuguese, written at a time when her woman's nature was thrilled to its very depths by the love of her "most gracious singer of high poems," and put forth as translations from another writer and tongue, in these her imperfections drop away, and she soars to marvelous heights of song. Such a lyric outburst as this, which reveals with magnificent frankness the innermost secrets of an ardently loving woman's heart, is unequaled in literature. Here the woman poet is strong and sane. Here she is free from obscurity and mannerisms, and from grotesque rhymes. She has stepped out from her life of visions and of morbid woes into a life of wholesome reality and of sweet reasonableness. Their literary excellence is due also to the fact that in the sonnet Mrs. Browning was held to a rigid form, and was obliged to curb her imagination and restrain her tendency to diffuseness of expression. Mr. Saintsbury goes so far as to say that the sonnet beginning, "If thou wilt love me, let it be for naught except for love's sake only," does not fall far short of Shakespeare. Aurora Leigh gives rise to the old question, is it advisable to turn a 3-volume novel into verse? Yet Landor wrote about it, "I am reading a poem full of thought and fascinating with fancy." Mrs. Browning's Aurora Leigh. In many places there is the wild imagination of Shakespeare. I am half drunk with it. Never did I think I should have a good draught of poetry again. Ruskin somewhere considered it the greatest poem of the 19th century, "with enough imagination to set up a dozen lesser poets." And Stedman calls it "a representative and original creation, representative in a versatile, kaleidoscopic presentment of modern life and issues, original because the most idiosyncratic of its author's poems. An audacious speculative freedom pervades it, which smacks of the new world rather than the old." Aurora Leigh is a mirror of contemporary life, while its learned and beautiful illustrations make it almost a handbook of literature and the arts. Although a most uneven production, full of ups and downs, of capricious and prosaic episodes, it nevertheless contains poetry as fine as its author has given us elsewhere, and enough spare inspiration to set up a dozen smaller poets. The flexible verse is noticeably her own, and often handled with as much spirit as freedom." Mrs. Browning herself declared in the most mature of her works, "and the one into which my highest convictions upon life and art have entered." Consider this: "For it is not in mere death that men die most, and after our first girding of the loins in youth's fine linen and fair broidery, to run uphill and meet the rising sun, we are apt to sit tired, patient as a fool, while others gird us with the violent bands of social figments, feints, and formalisms, reversing our straight nature, lifting up our base needs, keeping down our lofty thoughts, head downwards on the cross sticks of the world. Yet he can pluck us from that shameful cross. God, set our feet low and our foreheads high, and teach us how a man was made to walk. Or this: I've waked and slept through many nights and days since then, but still that day will catch my breath like a nightmare. There are fatal days indeed, in which the fibrous years have taken root so deeply that they quiver to their tops whene'er you stir the dust of such a day. Again, passion is but something suffered after all, while art sets action on the top of suffering. And this: nothing is small, no lily-muffled hum of summer bee but finds some coupling with the spinning stars, no pebble at your foot but proves a sphere, earth's crammed with heaven, and every common bush afire with God, but only he who sees takes off his shoes. Among Mrs. Browning's smaller poems, Crowned and Buried is, notwithstanding serious defects of technique, one of the most virile things she has written. Indeed, some of her finest lines are to be found in it. In The Cry of the Children and in Cowper's Grave, the pathos is most true and deep. Lord Walter's Wife is an even more courageous vindication of the feminine essence than Aurora Leigh, and her Vision of Poets is said to vie in beauty with Tennyson's own. The fine thought and haunting beauty of A Musical Instrument, with its matchless climax, need not be dwelt on. During her 15 years' residence in Florence, she threw herself with great enthusiasm into Italian affairs, and wrote some political poems of varying merit, whose interest necessarily faded away when the occasion passed. But among those poems inspired by the struggle for freedom, Casa Guidi Windows comes close to the Sonnets from the Portuguese and Aurora Leigh, and holds an enduring place for its high poetry, its musical sonorous verse, and the sustained intellectual vigor of composition. Her volume of Last Poems contains, among much inferior matter, some of her finest and most touching work, as A Musical Instrument, The Forced Recruit, and Mother and Poet. Peter Bain says of her in his Great Englishwomen, "In melodiousness and splendor of poetic gift, Miss Browning stands first among women. She may not have the knowledge of life, the insight into character, the comprehensiveness of some, but we must all agree that a poet's far more essential qualities are hers: usefulness, fervor, a noble aspiration, and above all a tender, far-reaching nature, loving and beloved, and touching the hearts of her readers with some virtue from its depths. She seemed even in her life something of a spirit, and her view of life's sorrow and shame, of its hardy and eternal hope, is something like that which one might imagine a spirit's to be." Whether political or sociological or mystical or sentimental or impossible, there is about all that Miss Browning has written an enduring charm of picturesqueness, of romance, and of a pure enthusiasm for art. "Art for art," she cries, "and good for God, himself the essential good. We'll keep our aims sublime, our eyes erect, although our woman hands should shake and fail." This was her achievement. Her hands did not fail. Her husband's words will furnish, perhaps, the best conclusion to this slight study. "You are wrong," he said, "quite wrong. She has genius. I am only a painstaking fellow. Can't you imagine a clever sort of angel who plots and plans and tries to build up something? He wants to make you see it as he sees it, shows you one point of view, carries you off to another, hammering into your head the thing he wants you to understand. And whilst this bother is going on, God Almighty turns you off a little star. That's the difference between us. The true creative power is hers, not mine." Selected Poems. A Musical Instrument. What was he doing, the great god Pan, down in the reeds by the river? Spreading ruin and scattering ban, splashing and paddling with hooves of a goat, and breaking the golden lilies afloat with the dragonfly on the river. He tore out a reed, the great god Pan, from the deep cool bed of the river. The limpidly water turbidly ran, and the broken lilies a-dying lay, and the dragonfly had fled away ere he brought it out of the river. High on the shore sat the great god Pan, while turbidly flowed the river, and hacked and hewed as a great god can with his hard bleak steel at the patient reed, till there was not a sign of the leaf indeed to prove it fresh from the river. He cut it short, did the great god Pan, how tall it stood in the river, then drew the pith like the heart of a man steadily from the outside ring, and notched the poor dry empty thing in holes as he sat by the river. This is the way, laughed the great god Pan, laughed while he sat by the river. The only way since gods began to make sweet music they could succeed. Then, dropping his mouth to a hole in the reed, he blew in power by the river. Sweet, 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 O Pan, piercing sweet by the river. Blinding sweet, O great god Pan, the sun on the hill forgot to die, and the lilies revived, and the dragonfly came back to dream on the river. Yet half a beast is the great god Pan, to laugh as he sits by the river, making a poet out of a man. The true gods sigh for the cost and the pain, for the reed which grows never more again as a reed with the reeds in the river. My Heart and I. Enough! We're tired, my heart and I. We sit beside the headstone thus, and wish that name were carved for us. The moss reprints more tenderly the hard types of the mason's knife, as heaven's sweet life renews earth's life, with which we're tired, my heart and I. You see, we're tired, my heart and I. We dealt with books, we trusted men, and in our own blood drenched the pen, as if such colors could not fly. We walked too straight for fortune's end. We loved too true to keep a friend. At last we're tired, my heart and I. How tired we feel, my heart and I. We seem of no use in the world. Our fancies hang gray and uncurled about men's eyes indifferently. Our voice, which thrilled you so, will let you sleep. Our tears are only wet. What do we here, my heart and I? So tired, my heart and I. It was not thus in that old time when Ralph sat with me 'neath the lime to watch the sunset from the sky. Dear love, you're looking tired, he said. I, smiling at him, shook my head. 'Tis now we're tired, my heart and I. So tired, my heart and I, though none now takes me on his arm to fold me close and kiss me warm, till each quick breath end in a sigh of happy languor. Now, alone, we lean upon this graveyard stone, uncheered, unkissed, my heart and I. Tired out we are, my heart and I. Suppose the world brought diadems to tempt us, crusted with loose gems of powers and pleasures. Let it try. We scarcely care to look at even a pretty child, or God's blue heaven, we feel so tired, my heart and I. Yet who complains? My heart and I? In this abundant earth, no doubt, is little room for things worn out. Disdain them, break them, throw them by. And if before the days grew rough we once were loved, used, well enough I think we've fared, my heart and I. From Caterina to Camoens. Dying in his absence abroad, and referring to the poem in which he recorded the sweetness of her eyes. On the door you will not enter, I have gazed too long. Adieu. Hope withdraws her peradventure. Death is near me, and not you. Come, O lover, close and cover these poor eyes you called, I ween, sweetest eyes were ever seen. When I heard you sing that burden in my vernal days and bowers, other praises disregarding, I but hearkened that of yours, only saying in heart playing, blessed eyes mine eyes have been, if the sweetest his have seen. But all changes. At this vesper cold the sun shines down the door. If you stood there, would you whisper, love, I love you, as before? Death pervading now and shading eyes you sang of, that yestereen, as the sweetest ever seen? Yes, I think, were you beside them, near the bed I die upon, though their beauty you denied them, as you stood there looking down, you would truly call them duly, for the love's sake found therein, sweetest eyes were ever seen. And if you looked down upon them, and if they looked up to you, all the light which has forgone them would be gathered back anew. They would truly be as duly love transformed to beauty's sheen, sweetest eyes were ever seen. But, ah me, you only see me in your thoughts of loving man, smiling soft perhaps and dreamy through the wavings of my fan, and unweeding go repeating in your reverie serene, sweetest eyes were ever seen. O my poet, O my prophet, when you praised their sweetness so, did you think in singing of it that it might be near to go? Had you fancies from their glances that the grave would quickly screen, sweetest eyes were ever seen? No reply. The fountain's warble in the courtyard sounds alone. As the water to the marble, so my heart falls with a moan, from love sighing to this dying. Death forerunneth love to win, sweetest eyes were ever seen. Will you come? When I'm departed, where all sweetnesses are hid, where thy voice, my tender-hearted, will not lift up either lid? Cry, O lover, love is over. Cry beneath the cypress green, sweetest eyes were ever seen. When the Angelus is ringing near the convent, will you walk and recall the choral singing which brought angels down our talk? Spirit shriven, I viewed heaven till you smiled. Is earth unclean, sweetest eyes were ever seen? When beneath the palace lattice you ride slow as you have done, and you see a face there that is not the old familiar one, will you oftly murmur softly, here ye watched me morn and e'en, sweetest eyes were ever seen? When the palace ladies, sitting round your gittern, shall have said, poets, sing those verses written for the lady who is dead, will you tremble, yet dissemble, or sing hoarse with tears between, sweetest eyes were ever seen? Sweetest eyes? How sweet in flowings the repeated cadence is! Though you sang 100 poems, still the best one would be this. I can hear it twixt my spirit and the earth noise intervene. Sweetest eyes were ever seen. But now, yet unremoved, up to heaven they glisten fast. You may cast away, beloved, in your future all my past. Such old phrases may be praises for some fairer bosom queen, sweetest eyes were ever seen. Eyes of mine, what are ye doing? Faithless, faithless, praised amiss if a tear be on your showing dropped for any hope of his. Death has boldness besides coldness, if unworthy tears demean, sweetest eyes were ever seen. I will look out to his future, I will bless it till it shine, should he ever be a suitor unto sweeter eyes than mine. Sunshine gild them, angels shield them, whatsoever eyes terrene be the sweetest his have seen. The sleep. He giveth his beloved sleep. Psalm 127, verse 2. Of all the thoughts of God that are borne inward into souls afar along the psalmist's music deep, now tell me if that any is for gift or grace surpassing this: He giveth his beloved sleep. What would we give to our beloved? The hero's heart to be unmoved, the poet's star-tuned harp to sweep, the patriot's voice to teach and rouse, the monarch's crown to light the brows? He giveth his beloved sleep. What do we give to our beloved? A little faith all undisproved, a little dust to overweep, and bitter memories to make the whole earth blasted for our sake? He giveth his beloved sleep. Sleep soft, beloved, we sometimes say, who have no tune to charm away sad dreams that through the eyelids creep. But never doleful dream again shall break the happy slumber when he giveth his beloved sleep. O earth, so full of dreary noises, O men with wailing in your voices, O delved gold the wailers heap, O strife, O curse that o'er it fall, God strikes a silence through you all, and giveth his beloved sleep. His dews drop mutely on the hill, his cloud above it saileth still, though on its slope men sow and reap. More softly than the dew is shed, or cloud is floated overhead, he giveth his beloved sleep. Aye, men may wonder while they scan a living, thinking, feeling man, confirmed in such a rest to keep. But angels say, and through the word I think their happy smile is heard, he giveth his beloved sleep. For me, my heart that erst did go most like a tired child at a show, that sees through tears the murmurs leap, would now its wearied vision close, would childlike on his love repose, who giveth his beloved sleep. And friends, dear friends, when it shall be that this low brow is gone from me, and round my bier ye come to weep, let one most loving of you all say, not a tear must o'er her fall, he giveth his beloved sleep. The cry of the children. 1. Do ye hear the children weeping, O my brothers, ere the sorrow comes with years? They are leaning their young heads against their mothers, and that cannot stop their tears. The young lambs are bleating in the meadows, the young birds are chirping in the nest, the young fawns are playing with the shadows, the young flowers are blowing toward the west, but the young children, O my brothers, they are weeping bitterly. They are weeping in the playtime of the others, in the country of the free. 2. Do you question the young children in their sorrow, why their tears are falling so? The old man may weep for his tomorrow, which is lost in long ago. The old tree is leafless in the forest, the old year is ending in the frost, the old wound if stricken is the sorest, the old hope is hardest to be lost, but the young children, O my brothers, do you ask them why they stand weeping sore before the bosoms of their mothers in our happy fatherland? 3. They look up with their pale and sunken faces, and their looks are sad to see, for the man's hoary anguish draws and presses down the cheeks of infancy. Your old earth, they say, is very dreary. Our young feet, they say, are very weak. Few paces have we taken, yet are weary. Our grave rest is very far to seek. Ask the aged why they weep, and not the children, for the outside earth is cold, and we young ones stand without in our bewildering, and the graves are for the old. 4. True, say the children, it may happen that we die before our time. Little Alice died last year. Her grave is shapen like a snowball in the rime. We looked into the pit, prepared to take her. Was no room for any work in the close clay. From the sleep wherein she lieth, none will wake her, crying, "Get up, little Alice, it is day." If you listen by that grave, in sun and shower, with your ear down, little Alice never cries. Could we see her face, be sure we should not know her, for the smile has time for growing in her eyes, and merry go her moments, lulled and shrilled in the shroud by the kirk chime. It is good when it happens, say the children, that we die before our time. 5. Alas, alas, the children, they are seeking death in life as best to have. They are binding up their hearts away from breaking with the cerement from the grave. Go out, children, from the mine and from the city. Sing out, children, as the little thrushes do. Pluck your handfuls of the meadow cowslips pretty. Laugh aloud to feel your fingers let them through. But they answer, are your cowslips of the meadows like our weeds near the mine? Leave us quiet in the dark of the cold shadows from your pleasures fair and fine. 6. For oh, say the children, we are weary and we cannot run or leap. If we cared for any meadows, it were merely to drop down in them and sleep. Our knees tremble sorely in the stooping. We fall upon our faces trying to go, and underneath our heavy eyelids drooping, the reddest flower would look as pale as snow. For all day we drag our burden tiring through the cold, dark underground, or all day we drive the wheels of iron in the factories round and round. 7. For all day the wheels are droning, turning, their wind comes in our faces, till our hearts turn, our heads with pulses burning, and the walls turn in their places. Turns the sky in the high window, blank and reeling, turns the long light that drops adown the wall, turn the black flies that crawl along the ceiling, all are turning all the day, and we with all. And all the day the iron wheels are droning, and sometimes we pray, "Oh, ye wheels," breaking out in a mad moaning, "stop, be silent for today." 8. Aye, be silent. Let them hear each other breathing for a moment, mouth to mouth. Let them touch each other's hands in a fresh wreathing of their tender human youth. Let them feel that this cold metallic motion is not all the life God fashions or reveals. Let them prove their living souls against the notion that they live in you or tender you, O wheels. Still all day the iron wheels go onward, grinding life down from its mark, and the children's souls, which God is calling sunward, spin on blindly in the dark. 9. Now tell the poor young children, O my brothers, to look up to him and pray, so the blessed one who blesseth all the others will bless them another day. They answer, who is God that he should hear us while the rushing of the iron wheels is stirred? When we sob aloud, the human creatures near us pass by, hearing not, or answer not a word. And we hear not, for the wheels in their resounding, strangers speaking at the door. Is it likely God, with angels singing round him, hears our weeping any more? 10. 2 words indeed of praying we remember, and at midnight's hour of harm, our Father, looking upward in the chamber, we say softly for a charm. We know no other words except our Father, and we think that in some pause of angels' song, God may pluck them with the silence sweet together, and hold both within his right hand, which is strong. Our Father, if he heard us, he would surely, for they call him good and mild, answer, smiling down the steep world very purely, "Come and rest with me, my child." 11. But no, say the children, weeping faster, he is speechless as a stone, and they tell us of his image is the master who commands us to work on. Go to, say the children, up in heaven, dark wheel-like turning clouds are all we find. Do not mock us, grief has made us unbelieving. We look up for God, but tears have made us blind. Do you hear the children weeping and disproving, O my brothers, what ye preach? For God's possible is taught by his world's loving, and the children doubt of each. 12. And well may the children weep before you. They are weary ere they run. They have never seen the sunshine, nor the glory which is brighter than the sun. They know the grief of man without its wisdom. They sink in man's despair without its calm. Are slaves without the liberty in Christendom. Are martyrs by the pang without the palm. Are worn as if with age, yet unretrievingly the harvest of its memories cannot reap. Are orphans of the earthly love and heavenly. Let them weep. Let them weep. 13. They look up with their pale and sunken faces, and their look is dread to see, for they mind you of their angels in high places, with eyes turned on deity. How long, they say, how long, O cruel nation, will you stand to move the world on a child's heart? Stifle down with a mailed heel its palpitation, and tread onward to your throne amid the mart. Our blood splashes upward, O gold heaper, and your purple shows your path. But the child's sob in the silence curses deeper than the strong man in his wrath. End of section 26. Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 27, Selected Poems of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Part 2. Mother and Poet. On Laura Savio of Turin, a poetess and patriot whose sons were killed at Ancona and Gaeta. Dead! One of them shot by the sea in the east, and one of them shot in the west by the sea. Dead, both my boys. When you sit at the feast and are wanting a great song for Italy free, let none look at me. Yet I was a poetess only last year, and good at my art for a woman, men said. But this woman, this who is agonized here, the East Sea and West Sea, rhyme on in her head forever instead. What art can a woman be good at? Oh, vain! What art is she good at, but hurting her breast with the milk teeth of babes, and a smile at the pain? Ah, boys, how you hurt! You were strong as you pressed, and I proud by that test. What art's for a woman? To hold on her knees both darlings, to feel all their arms round her throat, cling, strangle a little, to sew by degrees and broider the long clothes and neat little coat, to dream and to dote, to teach them, it stings there. I made them indeed speak plain the word country. I taught them, no doubt, that a country's a thing men should die for at need. I prated of liberty, rights, and about the tyrant cast out. And when their eyes flashed, oh, my beautiful eyes, I exulted Nay, let them go forth at the wheels of the guns, and denied not. But then the surprise when one sits quite alone, then one weeps, then one kneels. God, how the house feels! At first happy news came, in gay letters, moiled with my kisses, of camp life and glory, and how they both loved me, and soon coming home to be spoiled, in return would fan off every fly from my brow with their green laurel bough. There was triumph at Turin, Ancona was free, and someone came out of the cheers in the street with a face pale as stone to say something to me. My Guido was dead. I fell down at his feet while they cheered in the street. I bore it. Friends soothed me. My grief looked sublime as the ransom of Italy. One boy remained to be leaned on and walked with, recalling the time when the first grew immortal, while both of us strained to the height he had gained. And letters still came, shorter, sadder, more strong, written now but in one hand. I was not to faint. One loved me for two, would be with me ere long. And Viva Italia he died for, our saint, who forbids our complaint. My Nanny would add, he was safe, and aware of the presence that turned off the balls, was impressed it was Guido himself who knew what I could bear, and how 'twas impossible, quite dispossessed, to live on for the rest. On which, without pause, up the telegraph line swept smoothly the next news from Gaeta. Shot, tell his mother. Ah, ah, his, their mother, not mine. No voice says my mother again to me. What? You think Guido forgot? Are souls straight so happy that dizzy with heaven they drop earth's affections, conceive not of woe? I think not. Themselves were too lately forgiven through that love and that sorrow which reconciled so the above and below. O Christ of the 7 wounds, who look'st through the dark to the face of thy mother, consider, I pray, how we common mothers stand desolate. Mark, whose sons, not being Christ's, die with eyes turned away and no last word to say. Both boys dead, but that's out of nature. We all have been patriots, yet each house must always keep one. 'Twere imbecile hewing out roads to a wall, and when Italy's made, for what end is it done, if we have not a son? Ah, 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 when Gaeta's taken, what then? When the fair wicked queen sits no more at her sport of the fireballs of death crashing souls out of men? When the guns of Cavalli, with final retort, have cut the game short? When Venice and Rome keep their new jubilee? When your flag takes all heaven for its white, green, and red? When you have your country from mountain to sea? When King Victor has Italy's crown on his head? And I have my dead? What then? Do not mock me. Ah, ring your bells low and burn your lights faintly. My country is there, above the star pricked by the last peak of snow. My Italy's there, with my brave civic pair to disfranchise despair. Forgive me. Some women bear children in strength, and bite back the cry of their pain in self-scorn. But the birth pangs of nations will wring us at length into wail such as this, and we sit on forlorn when the man-child is born. Dead. One of them shot by the sea in the east, and one of them shot in the west by the sea. Both my boys. If in keeping the feast you want a great song for your Italy free, let none look at me. A Court Lady. Her hair was tawny with gold, her eyes were purple with dark, her cheeks pale opal, burnt with a red and restless spark. Never was Lady of Milan nobler in name and in race, never was Lady of Italy fairer to see in the face. Never was lady on earth more true as woman and wife, larger in judgment and instinct, prouder in manners and life. She stood in the early morning and said to her maidens, "Bring that silken robe made ready to wear at the court of the king. Bring me the clasps of diamond, lucid clear of the mote. Clasp me the large at the waist, and clasp me the small at the throat. Diamonds to fasten the hair, and diamonds to fasten the sleeves, laces to drop from their rays like a powder of snow from the eaves." Gorgeous she entered the sunlight, which gathered her up in a flame, while straight in her open carriage she to the hospital came. In she went at the door, and gazing from end to end, "Many and low are the pallets, but each is the place of a friend." Up she passed through the wards, and stood at a young man's bed, bloody the band on his brow, and livid the droop of his head. "Art thou a Lombard, my brother? Happy art thou," she cried, and smiled like Italy on him. He dreamed in her face, and died. Pale with his passing soul, she went on still to a second. He was a grave, hard man, whose years by dungeons were reckoned. Wounds in his body were sore, wounds in his life were sorer. "Art thou a Romagno?" Her eyes drove lightnings before her. Austrian and priest had joined to double and tighten the cord able to bind thee, O strong one, free by the stroke of a sword. Now be grave for the rest of us, using the life overcast to ripen our wine of the present too new in glooms of the past. Down she stepped to a pallet where lay a face like a girl's, young and pathetic with dying, a deep black hole in the curls. "Art thou from Tuscany, brother? And seest thou, dreaming in pain, thy mother stand in the piazza, searching the list of the slain?" Kind as a mother herself, she touched his cheeks with her hands. "Blessed is she who has borne thee, although she should weep as she stands." On she passed to a Frenchman, his arm carried off by a ball. Kneeling, "Oh, more than my brother, how shall I thank thee for all? Each of the heroes around us has fought for his land and line, but thou hast fought for a stranger in hate of a wrong not thine. Happy are all free peoples, too strong to be dispossessed, but blessed are those among nations who dare to be strong for the rest." Ever she passed on her way, and came to a couch where pined one with a face from Venetia, white with a hope out of mind. Long she stood and gazed, and twice she tried at the name, but two great crystal tears were all that faltered and came. Only a tear for Venice? She turned as in passion and loss, and stooped to his forehead and kissed it, as if she were kissing the cross. Faint with that strain of heart, she moved on then to another, stern and strong in his death. "And dost thou suffer, my brother?" Holding his hands in hers. "Out of the Piedmont lion cometh the sweetness of freedom, sweetest to live or to die on." Holding his cold, rough hands. "Well, oh well have you done in noble, noble Piedmont, who would not be noble alone." Back he fell while she spoke. She rose to her feet with a spring. "That was a Piedmontese, and this is the court of the king." The Prospect. Methinks we do as fretful children do, leaning their faces on the window pane, to sigh the glass dim with their own breath's stain, and shut the sky and landscape from their view. And thus, alas, since God the Maker drew a mystic separation twixt those twain, the life beyond us and our souls in pain, we miss the prospect which we are called unto, by grief we are fools to use. Be still and strong, O man, my brother, hold thy sobbing breath, and keep thy soul's large window pure from wrong, that, so as life's appointment issueth, thy vision may be clear to watch along the sunset, consummation lights of death. De Profundis. The face which, duly as the sun, rose up for me with life begun, to mark all bright hours of the day with daily love, is dimmed away, and yet my days go on, go on. The tongue which like a stream could run smooth music from the roughest stone, and every morning with good day make each day good, is hushed away, and yet my days go on, go on. The heart, which like a staff was one for mine to lean and rest upon, the strongest on the longest day, with steadfast love, is caught away, and yet my days go on, go on. The world goes whispering to its own, this anguish pierces to the bone, and tender friends go sighing round, what love can ever cure this wound? My days go on, my days go on. The past rolls forward on the sun, and makes all night. O dreams begun, not to be ended, ended bliss, and life that will not end in this. My days go on, my days go on. Breath freezes on my lips to moan, as one alone, once not alone. I sit and knock at nature's door, heart bare, heart hungry, very poor, whose desolated days go on. I knock and cry, undone, undone. Is there no help, no comfort, none? No gleaning in the wide wheat plains, where others drive their loaded wains? My vacant days go on, go on. This nature, though the snows be down, thinks kindly of the bird in June. The little red hip on the tree is ripe for such. What is for me, whose days so winterly go on? No bird am I to sing in June, and dare not ask an equal boon. Good nests and berries red are nature's to give away to better creatures. And yet my days go on, go on. I ask less kindness to be done, only to loose these pilgrims shoon, too early worn and grimed, with sweet, cool, deathly touch to these tired feet, till days go out, which now go on. Only to lift the turf unmown from off the earth where it has grown, some cubit space, and say, behold, creep in, poor heart, beneath that fold, forgetting how the days go on. A voice reproves me thereupon, more sweet than nature's, when the drone of bees is sweetest, and more deep than when the rivers overleap the shuddering pines and thunder on. God's voice, not nature's. Night and noon he sits upon the great white throne, and listens for the creature's praise. What babble we of days and days? The day spring he, whose days go on. He reigns above, he reigns alone. Systems burn out and leave his throne. Fair mists of seraphs melt and fall around him, changeless amid all. Ancient of days, whose days go on. He reigns below, he reigns alone, and having life and love foregone beneath the crown of sovereign thorns, he reigns the jealous God. Who mourns or rules with him while days go on? By anguish which made pale the sun, I hear him charge his saints, that none among the creatures anywhere blaspheme against him with despair, however darkly days go on. Take from my head the thorn wreath brown, no mortal grief deserves that crown. O supreme love, chief misery, the sharp regalia are for thee, whose days eternally go on. For us, whatever's undergone, thou knowest, willest what is done. Grief may be joy misunderstood. Only the good discerns the good. I trust thee while my days go on. Whatever's lost, it first was won. We will not struggle nor impugn. Perhaps the cup was broken here, that heaven's new wine might show more clear. I praise thee while my days go on. I praise thee while my days go on. I love thee while my days go on. Through dark and dearth, through fire and frost, with emptied arms and treasure lost, I thank thee while my days go on. And having in thy life depth thrown being and suffering, which are one, as a child drops some pebble small down some deep well, and hears it fall smiling, so I, thy days go on. The cry of the human. There is no God, the foolish saith, but none there is no sorrow. And nature oft the cry of faith in bitter need will borrow. Eyes which the preacher could not school by wayside graves are raised, and lips say, God be pitiful, who ne'er said, God be praised. Be pitiful, O God. The tempest stretches from the steep, the shadow of its coming. The beasts grow tame and near us creep, as help were in the human. Yet while the cloud wheels roll and grind, we spirits tremble under. The hills have echoes, but we find no answer for the thunder. Be pitiful, O God. The battle hurtles on the plains, earth feels new scythes upon her. We reap our brothers for the wains, and call the harvest honor. Draw face to face, front line to line, one image all inherit, then kill, curse on by that same sign, clay, clay, and spirit, spirit. Be pitiful, O God. We meet together at the feast, to private mirth betake us. We stare down in the wine cup, lest some vacant chair should shake us. We name delight, and pledge it round. It shall be ours tomorrow. God's seraphs, do your voices sound as sad in naming sorrow? Be pitiful, O God. We sit together with the skies, the steadfast skies above us. We look into each other's eyes, and how long will you love us? The eyes grow dim with prophecy, the voices low and breathless. Till death us part. O words, to be our best for love the deathless. Be pitiful, dear God. We tremble by the harmless bed of one loved and departed. Our tears drop on the lips that said last night, Be stronger hearted. O God, to clasp those fingers close, and yet to feel so lonely, to see a light upon such brows which is the daylight only. Be pitiful, O God. The happy children come to us and look up in our faces. They ask us, was it thus and thus when we were in their places? We cannot speak. We see anew the hills we used to live in, and feel our mother's smile press through the kisses she is giving. Be pitiful, O God. We pray together at the kirk for mercy, mercy solely. Hands weary with the evil work, we lift them to the holy. The corpse is calm below our knee, its spirit bright before thee. Between them, worse than either, we, without the rest of glory. Be pitiful, O God. And soon all vision waxeth dull. Men whisper, He is dying. We cry no more, be pitiful. We have no strength for crying, no strength, no need. Then, soul of mine, look up in triumph rather. Lo, in the depth of God's divine, the Son adjures the Father. Be pitiful, O God. Romance of the Swan's Nest. Little Ellie sits alone mid the beeches of a meadow, by a stream side on the grass, and the trees are showering down doubles of their leaves in shadow on her shining hair and face. She has thrown her bonnet by, and her feet she has been dipping in the shallow water's flow. Now she holds them nakedly in her hands, all sleek and dripping, while she rocketh to and fro. Little Ellie sits alone, and the smile she softly uses fills the silence like a speech, while she thinks what shall be done, and the sweetest pleasure chooses for her future within reach. Little Ellie in her smile chooseth, I will have a lover riding on a steed of steeds. He shall love me without guile, and to him I will discover that swan's nest among the reeds. And the steed shall be red roan, and the lover shall be noble, with an eye that takes the breath. And the lute he plays upon shall strike ladies into trouble, as his sword strikes men to death. And the steed, it shall be shod all in silver, housed in azure, and the mane shall swim the wind. And the hoofs along the sod shall flash onward and keep measure, till the shepherds look behind. But my lover will not prize all the glory that he rides in when he gazes in my face. He will say, O love, thine eyes build the shrine my soul abides in, and I kneel here for thy grace. Then he shall kneel low, with the red roan steed anear him, which shall seem to understand, till I answer, Rise and go, for the world must love and fear him whom I gift with heart and hand. Then he will arise so pale, I shall feel my own lips tremble with a yes I must not say. Nathless maiden brave, farewell, I will utter, and dissemble, light tomorrow with today. Then he'll ride among the hills to the wide world, past the river, there to put away all wrong, to make straight distorted wills, and to empty the broad quiver which the wicked bear along. 3 times shall a young foot-page swim the stream and climb the mountain, and kneel down beside my feet. Lo, my master sends this gage, lady, for thy pity's counting. What wilt thou exchange for it? And the first time I will send a white rosebud for the guerdon, and the second time a glove. But the third time I may bend from my pride and answer, Pardon, if he come to take my love. Then the foot-page will run, then my lover will ride faster, till he kneeleth at my knee. I am a duke's eldest son, 1,000 serfs do call me master, but, O love, I love but thee. He will kiss me on the mouth then, and lead me as a lover through the crowds that praise his deeds, and when soul-tied by one troth, unto him I will discover that swan's nest among the reeds. Little Ellie, with her smile not yet ended, rose up gaily, tied the bonnet, donned the shoe, and went homeward round a mile, just to see, as she did daily, what more eggs were with the 2. Pushing through the elm-tree copse winding by the stream, light-hearted, where the osier pathway leads, past the boughs she stoops and stops. Lo, the wild swan had deserted, and a rat had gnawed the reeds. Ellie went home sad and slow. If she found the lover ever with his red roan steed of steeds, sooth I know not. But I know she could never show him, never, that swan's nest among the reeds. The best thing in the world. What's the best thing in the world? June rose by May dew impearled. Sweet south wind That means no rain. Truth, not cruel to a friend. Pleasure, not in haste to end. Beauty, not self-decked and curled till its pride is overplain. Light that never makes you wink. Memory that gives no pain. Love when so you're loved again. What's the best thing in the world? Something out of it, I think. Sonnets from the Portuguese. Unlike are we, unlike, O princely heart, unlike our uses and our destinies. Our ministering two angels look surprise on one another as they strike athwart their wings in passing. Thou, bethink thee, art a guest for queens to social pageantries, with gauges from 100 brighter eyes than tears even can make mine, to play thy part of chief musician. What hast thou to do with looking from the lattice lights at me, a poor, tired, wandering singer, singing through the dark and leaning up a cypress tree? The chrism is on thine head, on mine the dew, and death must dig the level where these agree. Thou hast thy calling to some palace floor, most gracious singer of high poems, where the dancers will break footing from the care of watching up thy pregnant lips for more. And dost thou lift this house's latch, too poor for hand of thine? And canst thou think and bear to let thy music drop here, unaware, in folds of golden fullness at my door? Look up and see the casement broken in, the bats and owlets builders in the roof, my cricket chirps against thy mandolin. Hush! Call no echo up in further proof of desolation. There's a voice within that weeps as thou must sing, alone, aloof. What can I give thee back, O liberal and princely giver, who hast brought the gold and purple of thine heart, unstained, untold, and laid them on the outside of the wall for such as I to take or leave withal, in unexpected largesse? Am I cold? Ungrateful? That for these most manifold high gifts I render nothing back at all? Not so, not cold, but very poor instead. Ask God who knows, for frequent tears have run the colors from my life, and left so dead and pale a stuff it were not fitly done to give the same as pillow to thy head. Go farther, let it serve to trample on. If thou must love me, let it be for naught except for love's sake only. Do not say, I love her for her smile, her look, her way of speaking gently, for a trick of thought that falls in well with mine, and certes brought a sense of pleasant ease on such a day. For these things in themselves, beloved, may be changed, or change for thee, and love so wrought may be unwrought so. Neither love me for thine own dear pities wiping my cheeks dry. A creature might forget to weep who bore thy comfort long, and lose thy love thereby. But love me for love's sake, that evermore thou mayst love on through love's eternity. First time he kissed me, he but only kissed the fingers of this hand wherewith I write. And ever since it grew more clean and white, slow to world greetings, quick with its "oh" list when the angels speak. A ring of amethyst I could not wear here plainer to my sight than that first kiss. The second passed in height the first, and sought the forehead, and half missed, half falling on the hair. Oh, beyond meed! That was the chrism of love, whose love's own crown with sanctifying sweetness did precede. The third upon my lips was folded down in perfect purple state. Since when, indeed, I have been proud and said, my love, my own. I lived with visions for my company, instead of men and women, years ago, and found them gentle mates, nor thought to know a sweeter music than they played for me. But soon their trailing purple was not free of this world's dust. Their lutes did silent grow, and I myself grew faint and blind below their vanishing eyes. Then thou didst come, to be, beloved, what they seemed. Their shining fronts, their songs, their splendors, better yet the same as river water hollowed into fonts, met in thee, and from out thee overcame my soul with satisfaction of all wants, because God's gifts put man's best dreams to shame. Beloved, my beloved, when I think that thou wast in the world a year ago, what time I sat alone here in the snow, and saw no footprint, heard the silence sink no moment at thy voice, but link by link went counting all my chains, as if that so they never could fall off at any blow struck by thy possible hand. Why, thus I drink of life's great cup of wonder. Wonderful, never to feel thee thrill the day or night with personal act or speech, nor ever cull some prescience of thee with the blossoms white thou sawest growing? Atheists are as dull, who cannot guess God's presence out of sight. Because thou hast the power and own'st the grace to look through and behind this mask of me, against which years have beat thus blanchingly with their reins, and behold my soul's true face, the dim and weary witness of life's race. Because thou hast the faith and love to see, through that same soul's distracting lethargy, the patient angel waiting for his place in the new heavens. Because nor sin nor woe, nor God's infliction, nor death's neighborhood, nor all which others viewing turn to go, nor all which makes me tired of all self-viewed, nothing repels thee. Dearest, teach me so to pour out gratitude as thou dost good. I thank all who have loved me in their hearts with thanks and love from mine. Deep thanks to all who paused a little near the prison wall to hear my music in its louder parts, ere they went onward, each one to the mart's or temple's occupation beyond call. But thou, who in my voices sink and fall, when the sob took it, thy divinest art's own instrument didst drop down at thy foot to hearken what I said between my tears. Instruct me how to thank thee, oh, to shoot my soul's full meaning into future years, that they should lend it utterance and salute love that endures with life that disappears. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely as men strive for right. I love thee purely as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seemed to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. A false step. Sweet, thou hast trod on a heart. Pass. There's a world full of men, and women as fair as thou art must do such things now and then. Thou only hast stepped unaware. Malice not one can impute. And why should a heart have been there in the way of a fair woman's foot? It was not a stone that could trip, nor was it a thorn that could rend. Put up thy proud underlip. 'Twas merely the heart of a friend. And yet, peradventure, one day, thou, sitting alone at the glass, remarking the bloom gone away where the smile in its dimplement was, and seeking around thee in vain, from hundreds who flattered before, such a word as, "Oh, not in the main do I hold thee less precious. but more. Thou'lt sigh very like on thy part. Of all I have known or can know, I wish I had only that heart I trod upon ages ago. A child's thought of God. They say that God lives very high, but if you look above the pines, you cannot see our God. And why? And if you dig down in the mines, you never see him in the gold, though from him all that's glory shines. God is so good, he wears a fold of heaven and earth across his face, like secrets kept, for love untold. But still I feel that his embrace slides down by thrills through all things made, through sight and sound of every place. As if my tender mother laid on my shut lids her kisses' pressure, half waking me at night, and said, "Who kissed you through the dark, dear guesser?" Cheerfulness taught by reason. I think we are too ready with complaint in this fair world of gods. Had we no hope indeed beyond the zenith and the slope of yon gray bank of sky, we might be faint to muse upon eternity's constraint round our aspirant souls. But since the scope must widen early, it is well to droop for a few days, consumed in loss and taint. O pusillanimous heart, be comforted, and like a cheerful traveller take the road, singing beside the hedge. What if the bread be bitter in thine inn, and thou unshod to meet the flints? At least it may be said, "Because the way is short, I thank thee, God." End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, Section 28. Biographical Note on Robert Browning, 1812 to 1889. By E. L. Burlingame. Robert Browning was born at Camberwell on May 7, 1812, the son and grandson of men who held clerkships in the Bank of England, the one for more than 40 and the other for full 50 years. His surroundings were apparently typical of English moderate prosperity, and neither they nor his good but undistinguished family traditions furnish any basis for the theorizing of biographers, except indeed in a single point. His grandmother was a West Indian Creole, and though only of the first generation to be born away from England, seems, from the restless and adventurous life led by her brother, to have belonged to a family of the opposite type from her husband's. Whether this crossing of the imaginative westward ho strain of the English blood with the home-keeping type has to do with the production of such intensely vitalized temperaments as Robert Browning's is the only question suggested by his ancestry. It is noticeable that his father wished to go to a university, then to become an artist, both ambitions repressed by the grandfather, and that he took up his bank official's career unwillingly. He seems to have been anything but a man of routine, to have had keen and wide interests outside of his work, to have been a great reader and book collector, even an exceptional scholar in certain directions, and to have kept till old age a remarkable vivacity with unbroken health. Altogether a personality thoroughly sympathetic with that of his son, to whom this may well have been the final touch of a prosperity calculated to shake all traditional ideas of a poet's youth. Browning's education was exceptional for an English boy's. He left school at 14, and after that was taught by tutors at home, except that at 18 he took a Greek course at the London University. His training seems to have been unusually thorough for these conditions, though largely self-directed. It may be supposed that his father kept a sympathetic and intelligent guidance, wisely not too obvious. But in the main it is clear that from a very early age Browning had deliberately and distinctly in view the idea of making literature the pursuit of his life, and that he troubled himself seriously with nothing that did not help to that end, while into everything that did he seems to have thrown himself with precocious intensity. Individual anecdotes of his precocity are told by his biographers, but they are flat beside the general fact of the depth and character of his studies, and superfluous of the man who had written Pauline at 21 and Paracelsus at 22. At 18 he knew himself as a poet, and encountered no opposition in his chosen career from his father, whose kindness we must seek, as Mrs. Sutherland Orr says, not only in this first almost inevitable assent to his son's becoming a writer, but in the subsequent unfailing readiness to support him in his literary career. Paracelsus, Sordello, and the whole of Bells and Pomegranates were published at his father's expense, and, incredible as it appears, brought him no return. An aunt, Mrs. Silverthorne, paid the costs of the earlier Pauline. From this time of his earliest published work, Pauline was issued without his name in 1833, that part of the story of his life known to the public, in spite of 2 or 3 more or less elaborate biographies, is mainly the history of his writings and the record of his different residences, supplemented by less than the usual number of personal anecdotes, to which neither circumstance nor temperament contributed material. He had nothing of the attitude of the recluse, like Tennyson, but while healthily social and a man of the world about him, he was not one of whom people tell reminiscences of consequence, and he was in no sense a public personality. Little of his correspondence has appeared in print, and it seems probable that he will be fortunate, to an even greater degree than Thackeray, in living in his works and escaping the ripping up of the personal chronicler. He traveled occasionally in the next few years, and in 1838 and again in 1844 visited Italy. In that year, or early in 1845, he became engaged to Miss Elizabeth Barrett, their acquaintance beginning through a friend, her cousin, and through letters from Browning expressing admiration for her poems. Miss Barrett had then been for some years an invalid from an accident, and an enforced recluse. But in September 1846 they were married, without the knowledge of her father, and almost immediately afterward, she leaving her sick room to join him, went to Paris and then to Italy, where they lived first in Genoa and afterward in Florence, which with occasional absences was their home for 14 years. Mrs. Browning died there, at Casa Guidi, in June 1861. Browning left Florence some time afterward, and in spite of his later visits to Italy, never returned there. He lived again in London in the winter, but most of his summers were spent in France, and especially in Brittany. About 1878 he formed the habit of going to Venice for the autumn, which continued, with rare exceptions, to the end of his life. There, in 1888, his son, recently married, had made his home, and there, on the 12th of December, 1889, Robert Browning died. He was buried in Westminster Abbey on the last day of the year. Pauline, a fragment of a confession, Browning's first published poem, was a psychological self-analysis, perfectly characteristic of the time of life at which he wrote it, very young, full of excesses of mood, of real exultation, and somewhat less real depression, the confession of a poet of 21, intensely interested in the ever-new discovery of his own nature, its possibilities and its relations. It rings very true, and has no decadent touch in it. I am made up of an intensest life, a principle of restlessness, which would be all, have, see, know, taste, feel all. This is the note that stays in the reader's mind. But the poem is psychologically rather than poetically noteworthy, except as all beginnings are so. And Browning's statement in a note in his collected poems, that he acknowledged and retained it with extreme repugnance, shows how fully he recognized this. In Paracelsus, his next long poem, published some 2 years later, the strength of his later work is first definitely felt. Taking for theme the life of the 16th century physician, astrologer, alchemist, conjurer, compound of Faust and Cagliostro, mixture of truth-seeker, charlatan, and dreamer, Browning makes of it the history of the soul of a feverish aspirant after the finality of intellectual power, the knowledge which should be for man the key to the universe, the tragedy of its failure, and the greater tragedy of its discovery of the barrenness of the effort, and the omission from its scheme of life of an element without which power was impotent. Yet, constituted thus and thus endowed, I failed. I gazed on power till I grew blind. Power, I could not take my eyes from that. That only I thought should be preserved, increased. I learned my own deep error. Love's undoing taught me the worth of love in man's estate, and what proportion love should hold with power in his right constitution. Love preceding power, and with much power always much more love. Paracelsus is the work of a man still far from maturity, but it is Browning's first use of a type of poem in which his powers were to find one of their chief manifestations, a psychological history, told with so slight an aid from an external machinery of incidents, to use his own phrase, or from conventional dramatic arrangement, as to constitute a form virtually new. This was to be notably the method of Sordello, which appeared in 1840. In a note written 23 years later to his friend Milsand, and prefixed as a dedication to Sordello in his collected works, he defined the form and its reason most exactly. The historical decoration was purposely of no more importance than a background requires, and my stress lay on the incidents in the development of a soul. Little else is worth study. This poem, with its historical decoration or background from the Guelph and Ghibelline struggles in Italy, carries out this design in a fashion that defies description or characterization. With its inexhaustible wealth of psychological suggestion, its interwoven discussion of the most complex problems of life and thought, its metaphysical speculation, it may well give pause to the reader who makes his first approach to Browning through it, and send him back, if he begins, as is likely, with the feeling of one challenged to an intellectual task, baffled by the intricacy of its ways, and without a comprehension of what it contains or leads to. Mr. Augustine Birrell says of it, "We have all heard of the young architect who forgot to put a staircase in his house, which contained fine rooms but no way of getting into them. Sordello is a poem without a staircase. The author, still in his 20s, essayed a high thing. For his subject, he singled out Sordello compassed murkily about with ravage of 6 long sad 100 years. He partially failed, and the British public, with its accustomed generosity, and in order, I suppose, to encourage the others, has never ceased girding at him because, 42 years ago, he published at his own charges a little book of 250 pages, which even such of them as were then able to read could not understand." With Sordello, however, ended for many years, until he may perhaps be said to have taken it up in a greatly disciplined and more powerful form in The Ring and the Book and others, this type and this length of the psychological poem for Browning, and now began that part of his work which is his best gift to English literature. 4 years before the publication of Sordello, he had written one play, Strafford, of which the name sufficiently indicates the subject, which had been put upon the stage with some success by Macready, the forerunner of a noble series of poems in dramatic form, most conveniently mentioned here together, though not always in chronological order. They were The Blot on the Scutcheon, perhaps the finest of those actually fitted for the stage, Colombe's Birthday, King Victor and King Charles, The Return of the Druses, Luria, A Soul's Tragedy, In a Balcony, and, though less on the conventional lines of a play than the others, perhaps the finest dramatic poem of them all, Pippa Passes, which, among the earlier, it was published in 1841, is also among the finest of all Browning's works, and touches the very highest level of his powers. Interspersed with these during the 15 years between 1840 and 1855, and following them during the next 5, appeared the greater number of the single shorter poems which make his most generally recognized, his highest, and his unquestionably permanent title to rank among the first of English poets. Manifestly, it is impossible and needless to recall any number of these here by even the briefest description, and merely to enumerate the chief among them would be to repeat a familiar catalogue, except as they illustrate the points of a later general consideration. Finally, to complete the list of Browning's works, reference is necessary to the group of books of his later years, the 2 self-called narrative poems, The Ring and the Book, with its vast length, and Red Cotton Nightcap Country, its fellow in method if not in extent. Mr. Birrell, it is worth while to quote him again as one who has not merged the appreciator in the adulator, calls The Ring and the Book a huge novel in 20,000 lines, told after the method not of Scott, but of Balzac. It tears the hearts out of a dozen characters. It tells the same story from 10 different points of view. It is loaded with detail of every kind and description. You are let off nothing. But, he adds later, if you are prepared for this, you will have your reward. For the style, though rugged and involved, is throughout, with the exception of the speeches of counsel, eloquent and at times superb. And as for the matter, if your interest in human nature is keen, curious, almost professional, if nothing man, woman, or child has been, done, or suffered, or conceivably can be, do, or suffer, is without interest for you, if you are fond of analysis and do not shrink from dissection, you will prize The Ring and the Book as the surgeon prizes the last great contribution to comparative anatomy or pathology. This is the key of the matter. The reader who has learned, through his greater work, to follow with interest the very analytic exercises, and as it were tour de force of Browning's mind, will prize The Ring and the Book and Red Cotton Nightcap Country. Even he will prize but little the 2 Adventures of Belostian, Prince Hohenstiel-Schwangau, the Inn album, and 1 or 2 others of the latest works in the same genre. But he can well do without them, and still have the inexhaustible left. The attitude of a large part of his own generation toward Browning's poetry will probably be hardly understood by the future, and is not easy to comprehend even now for those who have the whole body of his work before them. It is intelligible enough that the crude preliminary sketch Pauline should have given only the bare hint of a poet to the few dozen people who saw that it was out of the common. That Paracelsus should have carried the information, though then beyond a doubt to only a small circle, and especially that Sordello, a clear call to a few, should have sounded to even an intelligent many like an exercise in intricacy, and to the world at large like something to which it is useless to listen. Or, to look at the other end of his career, it is not extraordinary that the work of his last period, The Ring and the Book, Red Cotton Nightcap Country, those wonderful minute studies of human motive, made with the highly specialized skill of the psychical surgeon and with the confidence of another Balzac in the reader's following power, should always remain more or less esoteric literature. But when it is remembered that between these lie the most vivid and intensely dramatic series of short poems in English, those grouped in the unfortunately diverse editions of his works under the rubrics Men and Women, Dramatic Lyrics, Dramatic Romances, Dramatis Personae, and the rest, as well as larger masterpieces of the broad appeal of Pippa Passes, A Blot on the Scutcheon, or In a Balcony, it is hard to understand, and will be still harder 50 years hence, why Browning has not become the familiar and inspiring poet of a vastly larger body of readers. Undoubtedly, a large number of intelligent persons still suspect a note of affectation in the man who declares his full and intense enjoyment, not only his admiration, of Browning. a suspicion showing not only the persistence of the Sordello-born tradition of obscurity, but the harm worked by those commentators who approach him as a problem. Not all commentators share this reproach, but, as Browning makes Bishop Blougram say, "Even your prime men who appraise their kind are men still, catch a wheel within a wheel, see more in a truth than the truth's simple self, confuse themselves." And beyond question, such persons are largely responsible for the fact that for some time to come every one who speaks of Browning to a general audience will feel that he has some cant to clear away. If he can make them read this body of intensely human, essentially simple and direct dramatic and lyrical work, he will help to bring about the time when the once popular attitude will seem as unjustifiable as to judge Goethe only by the second part of Faust. The first great characteristic of Browning's poetry is undoubtedly the essential elemental quality of its humanity, a trait in which it is surpassed by no other English poetry but that of Shakespeare. It can be subtle to a degree almost fantastic, as can Shakespeare's to an extent that familiarity makes us forget, but this is in method. The stuff of it, the texture of the fabric which the swift and intricate shuttle is weaving, is always something in which the human being is vitally, not merely aesthetically interested. It deals with no shadows and indeed with few abstractions, except those that form a part of vital problems, a statement which may provoke the scoffer, but will be found to be true. A second characteristic, which, if not a necessary result of this first, would at least be impossible without it, is the extent to which Browning's poetry produces its effect by suggestion rather than by elaboration, by stimulating thought, emotion, and the aesthetic sense, instead of seeking to satisfy any one of these, especially instead of contenting itself with only soothing the last. The comparison of his poetry with, for instance, Tennyson's in this respect is instructive, if it is possibly unjust to both. And a third trait in Browning, to make an end of a dangerously categorical attempt to characterize him, follows logically from this second: its extreme compactness and concentration. Browning sometimes dwells long, even dallies, over an idea, as does Shakespeare, turns it, shows its every facet, and even then it is noticeable, as with the greater master, that every individual phrase with which he does so is practically exhaustive of the suggestiveness of that particular aspect. But commonly he crowds idea upon idea, even in his lyrics, and, strangely enough, without losing the lyric quality, each thought pressed down to its very essence, and each with that germinal power that makes the reading of him one of the most stimulating things to be had from literature. His figures, especially, are apt and telling in the very minimum of words. They say it all, like the unsurpassable Shakespearean example of the dyer's hand. And the more you think of them, the more you see that not a word could be added or taken away. It may be said that this quality of compactness is common to all genius and of the very essence of all true poetry. But Browning manifested it in a way of his own, such as to suggest that he believed in the subordination of all other qualities to it, even of melody, for instance, as may be said by his critics and admitted in many cases by even his strongest admirers. But all things are not given to one, even among the giants, and Browning's force, with its measure of melody, which is often great, has its place among others' melody with its measure of force. Open at random. Here are two lines in a toccata of Galuppi's, not deficient in melody by any means. "Dear dead women, with such hair too, what's become of all the gold used to hang and brush their bosoms? I feel chilly and grown old." This is not Villon's Ballad of Dead Ladies, nor even Tennyson's Dream of Fair Women, but a master can still say a good deal in 2 lines. What is called the roughness of Browning's verse is at all events never the roughness that comes from mismanagement or disregard of the form chosen. He has an unerring ear for time and quantity. and his subordination to the laws of his metre is extraordinary in its minuteness. Of ringing lines there are many, of broadly sonorous or softly melodious ones but few. And especially, if one chooses to go into details of technique, he seems curiously without that use of the broad vowels which underlies the melody of so many great passages of English poetry. Except in the one remarkable instance of How We Carried the Good News from Ghent to Aix, there is little onomatopoeia, and almost no note of the flute, no moans of doves in immemorial elms, or lucent syrups tinct with cinnamon. On the other hand, in his management of metres, like that of Love Among the Ruins, for instance, he shows a different side. The pure lyrics in Pippa Passes and elsewhere sing themselves, and there are memorable cadences in some of the more meditative poems, like By the Fireside. The vividness and vigor and truth of Browning's embodiments of character come, it is needless to say, from the same power that has created all great dramatic work, the capacity for incarnating not a quality or an ideal, but the mixture and balance of qualities that make up the real human being. There is not a walking phantom among them, or a lay figure to hang sentiment on. A writer in the New Review said recently that of all the poets he remembered, only Shakespeare and Browning never drew a prig. It is this complete absence of the false note that gives to certain of Browning's poems the finality which is felt in all consummate works of art, great and small, the sense that they convey, if not the last word, at least the last necessary word on their subject. Andrea del Sarto is in its way the whole problem of the artist ideal, the weak will and the inner failure, in all times and guises. And at the other end of the gamut, nobody will ever need again to set forth Bishop Blougram's attitude, or even that of Mr. Sludge the medium. Of the informing, almost exuberant vitality of all the lyric and dramatic poems, it is needless to speak. That fairly leaps to meet the reader at every page of them, and a quality of it is their essential optimism. What is he buzzing in my ears? Now that I come to die, do I view the world as a vale of tears? Ah, reverend sir, not I. The world was never a vale of tears to Robert Browning, man or poet, but a world of men and women with plenty of red corpuscles in their blood. End of section 28. Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. Section 29. Andrea del Sarto, called The Faultless Painter, by Robert Browning. But do not let us quarrel any more. No, my Lucrezia, bear with me for once. Sit down, and all shall happen as you wish. You turn your face, but does it bring your heart? I'll work, then, for your friend's friend, never fear. Treat his own subject after his own way. Fix his own time, accept too his own price, and shut the money into this small hand when next it takes mine. Will it, tenderly? Oh, I'll content him. But to-morrow, love. I often am much wearier than you think. This evening more than usual. And it seems as if, forgive now, should you let me sit here by the window with your hand in mine, and look a half-hour forth on Fiesole, both of one mind, as married people use, quietly, quietly, the evening through, I might get up to-morrow to my work cheerful and fresh as ever. Let us try. To-morrow, how you shall be glad for this. Your soft hand is a woman of itself, and mine, the man's bared breast, she curls inside. Don't count the time lost, neither. You must serve for each of the 5 pictures we require. It saves a model. So, keep looking so. My serpentining beauty, rounds on rounds. How could you ever prick those perfect ears, even to put the pearl there? Oh, so sweet. My face, my moon, my everybody's moon, which everybody looks on and calls his, and I suppose is looked on by in turn, while she looks, no one's. Very dear, no less. You smile? Why, there's my picture ready made. There's what we painters call our harmony. A common grayness silvers everything. All in a twilight, you and I alike. You at the point of your first pride in me, that's gone, you know. But I at every point, my youth, my hope, my art being all toned down to yonder sober, pleasant Fiesole. There's the bell clinking from the chapel top. That length of convent wall across the way holds the trees safer, huddled more inside. The last monk leaves the garden, days decrease, and autumn grows. Autumn in everything. Eh? The whole seems to fall into a shape, as if I saw alike my work and self, and all that I was born to be and do, a twilight piece. Love, we are in God's hand. How strange now looks the life he makes us lead. So free we seem, so fettered fast we are. I feel he laid the fetter. Let it lie. This chamber, for example. Turn your head. All that's behind us. You don't understand, nor care to understand about my art. But you can hear at least when people speak. And that cartoon, the second from the door, it is the thing love, so such things should be. Behold Madonna. I am bold to say I can do with my pencil what I know, what I see, what at bottom of my heart I wish for, if I ever wish so deep. Do easily, too. When I say perfectly, I do not boast, perhaps. Yourself are judge, who listened to the legate's talk last week, and just as much they used to say in France. At any rate, 'tis easy, all of it. No sketches first, no studies, that's long past. I do what many dream of all their lives. Dream, strive to do, and agonize to do, and fail in doing. I could count 20 such on twice your fingers, and not leave this town, who strive, you don't know how the others strive, to paint a little thing like that you smeared, carelessly passing with your robes afloat, yet do much less, so much less. Some one says, I know his name, no matter, so much less. Well, less is more, Lucrezia. I am judged. There burns a truer light of God in them, in their vexed, beating, stuffed and stopped up brain, heart, or whate'er else, than goes on to prompt this low-pulsed, forthright craftsman's hand of mine. Their works drop groundward, but themselves, I know, reach many a time a heaven that's shut to me, enter and take their place there sure enough, though they come back and cannot tell the world. My works are nearer heaven, but I sit here. The sudden blood of these men, at a word, praise them, it boils, or blame them, it boils too. I, painting from myself and to thyself, know what I do, am unmoved by men's blame or their praise either. Somebody remarks Morello's outline there is wrongly traced, his hue mistaken. What of that? Or else rightly traced and well ordered. What of that? Speak as they please, what does the mountain care? Ah, but a man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for? All is silver gray, placid and perfect with my art. The worse. I know both what I want and what might gain, and yet how profitless to know, to sigh, had I been two, another and myself, our head would have o'erlooked the world, no doubt. Yonder's a work now of that famous youth, the Urbinate, who died 5 years ago. 'Tis copied. George Vasari sent it me. Well, I can fancy how he did it all, pouring his soul with kings and popes to see, reaching that heaven might so replenish him above and through his art, for it gives way. That arm is wrongly put, and there again. A fault to pardon in the drawing's lines, its body, so to speak. Its soul is right. He meant right. That a child may understand. Still, what an arm! And I could alter it. But all the play, the insight, and the stretch, out of me, out of me. And wherefore out? Had you enjoined them on me, given me soul, we might have risen to Raphael, I and you. Nay, love, you did give all I asked, I think. More than I merit, yes, by many times. But had you, oh, with the same perfect brow and perfect eyes, and more than perfect mouth, and the low voice my soul hears, as a bird the fowler's pipe, and follows to the snare, had you, with these same, but brought a mind, some women do so, had the mouth there urged, God and the glory, never care for gain, the present by the future, what is that? Live for fame, side by side with Agnolo. Raphael is waiting, up to God, all three. I might have done it for you. So it seems. Perhaps not. All is as God overrules. Beside, incentives come from the soul's self. The rest avail not. Why do I need you? What wife had Raphael, or has Agnolo? In this world, who can do a thing will not, and who would do it cannot, I perceive. Yet the will's somewhat too the power, and thus we half men struggle. At the end, God, I conclude, compensates, punishes. 'Tis safer for me, if the award be strict, that I am something underrated here, poor this long while, despised, to speak the truth. I dared not, do you know, leave home all day for fear of chancing on the Paris lords. The best is when they pass and look aside, but they speak sometimes. I must bear it all. Well may they speak. That Francis, that first time, and that long festal year at Fontainebleau, I surely then could sometimes leave the ground, put on the glory, Raphael's daily wear, in that humane great monarch's golden look, one finger in his beard or twisted curl over his mouth's good mark that made the smile, one arm about my shoulder, around my neck, the jingle of his gold chain in my ear, I painting proudly with his breath on me, all his court round him, seeing with his eyes, such frank French eyes, and such a fire of souls profuse, my hand kept plying by those hearts, and best of all, this face beyond, this in the background, waiting on my work, to crown the issue with a last reward. A good time, was it not, my kingly days? And had you not grown restless? But I know 'tis done and past. 'Twas right, my instinct said. Too live the life grew, golden and not grey. And I'm the weak-eyed bat no sun should tempt out of the grange whose four walls make his world. How could it end in any other way? You called me, and I came home to your heart. The triumph was to have ended there. Then, if I reached it ere the triumph, what is lost? Let my hands frame your face in your hair's gold, you beautiful Lucrezia that are mine. Raphael did this, Andrea painted that. The Roman's is the better when you pray, but still the other virgin was his wife. Men will excuse me. I am glad to judge both pictures in your presence. Clearer grows my better fortune, I resolve to think. For, do you know, Lucrezia, as God lives, said one day Agnolo, his very self, to Raphael, I have known it all these years. When the young man was flaming out his thoughts upon a palace wall for Rome to see, too lifted up in heart because of it. Friend, there's a certain sorry little scrub goes up and down our Florence, none cares how, who, were he set to plan and execute as you are, pricked on by your popes and kings, would bring the sweat into that brow of yours. To Raphael's. And indeed the arm is wrong. I hardly dare. Yet only you to see. Give the chalk here. Quick, thus the line should go. Ay, but the soul, he's Raphael. Rub it out. Still, all I care for, if he spoke the truth. What he? Why, who but Michelagnolo? Do you forget already words like those? If really there was such a chance so lost, is whether you're not grateful but more pleased. Well, let me think so. And you smile indeed. This hour has been an hour. Another smile. If you would sit thus by me every night, I should work better. Do you comprehend? I mean that I should earn more, give you more. See, it is settled dusk now. There's a star. Morello's gone, the watch-lights show the wall, the Q-owls speak the name we call them by. Come from the window, love, come in at last, inside the melancholy little house we built to be so gay with. God is just. King Francis may forgive me. Oft at nights when I look up from painting, eyes tired out, the walls become illumined, brick from brick distinct. Instead of mortar, fierce bright gold, that gold of his I did cement them with. Let us but love each other. Must you go? That cousin here again? He waits outside, must see you, you and not with me. Those loans, more gaming debts to pay? You smiled for that? Well, let smiles buy me. Have you more to spend? While hand and eye and something of a heart are left me, work's my ware, and what's it worth? I'll pay my fancy. Only let me sit the grey remainder of the evening out, idle, you call it, and muse perfectly how I could paint were I but back in France. One picture, just one more, the Virgin's face, not yours this time. I want you at my side to hear them, that is, Michelagnolo, judge all I do, and tell you of its worth. Will you? To-morrow satisfy your friend. I take the subjects for his corridor, finish the portrait out of hand. There, and throw him in another thing or two if he demurs. The whole should prove enough to pay for this same cousin's freak. Beside, what's better, and what's all I care about, get you the 13 scudi for the ruff. Love, does that please you? Ah, but what does he, the cousin, what does he to please you more? I am grown peaceful as old age to-night. I regret little, I would change still less. Since there my past life lies, why alter it? The very wrong to Francis. It is true, I took his coin, was tempted and complied, and built this house, and sinned, and all is said. My father and my mother died of want. Well, had I riches of my own? You see how one gets rich. Let each one bear his lot. They were born poor, lived poor, and poor they died. And I have labored somewhat in my time, and not been paid profusely. Some good son paint my 200 pictures, let him try. No doubt there's something strikes a balance. Yes, you loved me quite enough, it seems, to-night. This must suffice me here. What would one have? In heaven, perhaps, new chances, one more chance. 4 great walls in the New Jerusalem, meted on each side by the angels read, for Leonard, Raphael, Agnolo, and me to cover. The 3, first without a wife, while I have mine. So still they overcome, because there's still Lucrezia, as I choose. Again the cousin's whistle. Go, my love. End of section 29. Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, Section 30. Selected Poems by Robert Browning, Part 1. A Toccata of Galuppi's. O Galuppi, Baldassaro, this is very sad to find. I can hardly misconceive you, it would prove me deaf and blind, but although I take your meaning, 'tis with such a heavy mind. Have you come with your old music, and here's all the good it brings? What, they lived once thus at Venice, where the merchants were the kings, where St. Mark's is, where the doges used to wed the sea with rings? Ay, because the sea's the street there, and 'tis arched by what you call Shylock's Bridge, with houses on it, where they kept the carnival. I was never out of England, it's as if I saw it all. Did young people take their pleasure when the sea was warm in May? Balls and masks begun at midnight, burning ever to midday, when they made up fresh adventures for the morrow, do you say? Was a lady such a lady, cheeks so round and lips so red, on her neck the small face buoyant, like a bellflower on its bed, or the breast superb abundance, where a man might base his head? Well, and it was graceful of them, they'd break talk off and afford, she to bite her mask's black velvet, he to finger on his sword, while you sat and played toccatas, stately at the clavichord. What, those lesser thirds so plaintive, sixths diminished, sigh on sigh, told them something? Those suspensions, those solutions. Must we die? Those commiserating sevenths. Life might last, we can but try. Were you happy? Yes. And are you still as happy? Yes. And you? Then more kisses. Did I stop them when a million seemed so few? Hark, the dominant's persistence, till it must be answered to. So an octave struck the answer. Oh, they praised you, I dare say. Brave Galuppi, that was music, good alike at grave and gay. I can always leave off talking when I hear a master play. Then they left you for their pleasure, till in due time, one by one, some with lives that came to nothing, some with deeds as well undone, death stepped tacitly and took them where they never see the sun. But when I sit down to reason, think to take my stand nor swerve, while I triumph o'er a secret wrung from nature's close reserve, in you come with your cold music, till I creep through every nerve. Yes, you, like a ghostly cricket creaking where a house was burned, dust and ashes, dead and done with, Venice spent what Venice earned. The soul, doubtless, is immortal, where a soul can be discerned. Yours, for instance, you know physics, something of geology, mathematics are your pastime, souls shall rise in their degree. Butterflies may dread extinction, you'll not die, it cannot be. As for Venice and her people, merely born to bloom and drop. Here on earth they bore their fruitage, mirth and folly were the crop. What of soul was left, I wonder, when the kissing had to stop? Dust and ashes. So you creak it, and I want the heart to scold. Dear dead women, with such hair too, what's become of all the gold used to hang and brush their bosoms? I feel chilly and grown old. Confessions. What is he buzzing in my ears? Now that I come to die, do I view the world as a vale of tears? Ah, reverend sir, not I. What I viewed there once, what I viewed again where the physic bottles stand on the table's edge, is a suburb lane, with a wall to my bedside hand. That lane sloped, much as the bottles do, from a house you could descry o'er the garden wall. Is the curtain blue or green to a healthy eye? To mine it serves for the old June weather, blue above lane and wall, and that farthest bottle, labelled ether, is the house o'ertopping all. At a terrace somewhat near the stopper, there watched for me, one June, a girl. I know, sir, it's improper, my poor mind's out of tune. Only there was a way. You crept close by the side to dodge eyes in the house, 2 eyes except. They styled their house the lodge. What right had a lounger up their lane? But by creeping very close, with the good wall's help, their eyes might strain and stretch themselves to O's, yet never catch her and me together, as she left the attic there, by the rim of the bottle labelled ether, and stole from stair to stair, and stood by the rose-wreathed gate. Alas, we loved, sir, used to meet. How sad and bad and mad it was! But then, how it was sweet! Love among the Ruins. Where the quiet colored end of evening smiles, miles and miles, on the solitary pastures where our sheep, half asleep, tinkle homeward through the twilight, stray or stop as they crop, was the site once of a city great and gay, so they say, of our country's very capital. Its prince, ages since, held his court in, gathered councils, wielding far peace or war. Now the country does not even boast a tree, as you see. To distinguish slopes of verdure, certain rills from the hills intersect and give a name to, else they run into one. Where the domed and daring palace shot in spires, up like fires, or the 100-gated circuit of a wall bounding all, made of marble, men might march on nor be pressed 12 abreast. And such plenty and perfection, see, of grass never was. Such a carpet as this summer-time o'erspreads and embeds every vestige of the city guessed alone, stock or stone, where a multitude of men breathed joy and woe long ago. Lust of glory pricked their hearts up, dread of shame struck them tame, and that glory and that shame alike the gold bought and sold. Now the single little turret that remains on the plains, by the caper overrooted, by the gourd overscored, while the patching house-leek's head of blossom winks through the chinks, marks the basement whence a tower in ancient time sprang sublime, and a burning ring all round the chariots traced as they raced, and the monarch and his minions and his dames viewed the games. And I know, while thus the quiet colored eve smiles to leave to their folding all our many tinkling fleece in such peace, and the slopes and rills in undistinguished gray melt away, that a girl with eager eyes and yellow hair waits me there in the turret whence the charioteers caught soul for the goal, when the king looked where she looks now, breathless, dumb, till I come. But he looked upon the city every side, far and wide, all the mountains topped with temples, all the glades colonnades, all the causeys, bridges, aqueducts, and then all the men. When I do come, she will speak not, she will stand, either hand on my shoulder, give her eyes the first embrace of my face, ere we rush, ere we extinguish sight and speech, each on each. In 1 year they sent 1,000,000 fighters forth, south and north, and they built their gods a brazen pillar high as the sky, yet reserved 1,000 chariots in full force, gold, of course. O heart, O blood that freezes, blood that burns, earth's returns for whole centuries of folly, noise, and sin, shut them in with their triumphs and their glories and the rest. Love is best. A Grammarian's Funeral, shortly after the revival of learning in Europe. Let us begin and carry up this corpse, singing together. Leave we the common crofts, the vulgar thorpes, each in its tether, sleeping safe in the bosom of the plain, cared for till cock-crow. Look out if yonder be not day again rimming the rock-row. That's the appropriate country. There man's thought, rarer, intenser, self-gathered for an outbreak, as it ought, chafes in the censer. Leave we the unlettered plain, its herd and crop. Seek we sepulture on a tall mountain, citied to the top, crowded with culture. All the peaks soar, but one the rest excels. Clouds overcome it. No, yonder sparkle is the citadel's circling its summit. Thither our path lies. Wind we up the heights. Wait ye the warning? Our low life was the levels and the nights. He's for the morning. Step to a tune, square chests, erect each head. Wear the beholders. This is our master, famous, calm, and dead, borne on our shoulders. Sleep, crop and herd. Sleep, darkling thorpe and croft, safe from the weather. He whom we convoy to his grave aloft, singing together, he was a man born with thy face and throat, lyric Apollo. Long he lived nameless. How should spring take note winter would follow? Till lo, the little touch, and youth was gone. Cramped and diminished, moaned he, new measures, other feet anon, my dance is finished? No, that's the world's way. Keep the mountainside, make for the city. He knew the signal, and stepped on with pride over men's pity. Left play for work, and grappled with the world, bent on escaping. What's in the scroll, quoth he, thou keepest furled? Show me their shaping. Theirs who most studied man, the bard and sage, give. So he gowned him. Straight got by heart that book to its last page. Learned we found him, yea, but we found him bald too, eyes like lead, accents uncertain. Time to taste life, another would have said, up with the curtain. This man said rather, actual life comes next? Patience a moment. Grant I have mastered learning's crabbed text, still there's the comment. Let me know all. Prate not of most or least, painful or easy. Even to the crumbs I'd fain eat up the feast, aye, nor feel queasy. O such a life as he resolved to live, when he had learned it, when he had gathered all books had to give. Sooner he spurned it. Image the whole, then execute the parts. Fancy the fabric quite, ere you build, ere steel strike fire from quartz, ere mortar dab brick. Here's the town gate reached, there's the market-place gaping before us. Yea, this in him was the peculiar grace. Hearten our chorus. That before living he'd learn how to live, no end to learning. Earn the means first, God surely will contrive use for our earning. Others mistrust, and say, but time escapes, live now or never. He said, what's time? Leave now for dogs and apes, man has forever. Back to his book then, deeper drooped his head. Calculus racked him, leaden before his eyes grew dross of lead. Tussus attacked him. Now, master, take a little rest. Not he. caution redoubled, step two abreast, the way winds narrowly. Not a whit troubled, back to his studies, fresher than at first, fierce as a dragon, he, soul hydroptic with a sacred thirst, sucked at the flagon. Oh, if we draw a circle premature, heedless of far gain, greedy for quick returns of profit, sure bad is our bargain. Was it not great? Did not he throw on God, he loves the burthen, God's task to make the heavenly period perfect the earthen? Did not he magnify the mind, show clear just what it all meant? He would not discount life, as fools do here paid by installment. He ventured neck or nothing, heaven's success found or earth's failure. Wilt thou trust death or not? He answered, yes, hence with life's pale lure. That low man seeks a little thing to do, sees it and does it. This high man, with a great thing to pursue, dies ere he knows it. That low man goes on adding one to one, his hundreds soon hit. This high man, aiming at 1,000,000, misses an unit. That has the world here, should he need the next. Let the world mind him. This throws himself on God, and unperplexed seeking shall find him. So with the throttling hands of death at strife, ground he at grammar. Still through the rattle parts of speech were rife. While he could stammer, he settled Hoti's business, let it be, properly based aun, gave us the doctrine of the enclitic D, dead from the waist down. Well, here's the platform, here's the proper place. Hail to your purlieus, all ye high flyers of the feathered race, swallows and curlews. Here's the top peak. The multitude below live, for they can, there. This man decided not to live, but know. Bury this man there? Here's his place, where meteors shoot, clouds form, lightnings are loosened, stars come and go. Let joy break with the storm, peace let the dew send. Lofty designs must close in like effects, loftily lying. Leave him still loftier than the world suspects, living and dying. My Last Duchess. Ferrara. That's my last Duchess, painted on the wall, looking as if she were alive. I call that piece a wonder now. Fra Pandolf's hands worked busily a day, and there she stands. Will it please you sit and look at her? I said Fra Pandolf by design, for never read strangers like you that pictured countenance, the depth and passion of its earnest glance, but to myself they turned, since none puts by the curtain I have drawn for you but I, and seemed as they would ask me, if they durst, how such a glance came there. So not the first are you to turn and ask thus. Sir, 'twas not her husband's presence only called that spot of joy into the Duchess' cheek. Perhaps Fra Pandolf chanced to say, her mantle laps over my lady's wrists too much, or paint must never hope to reproduce the faint half-flush that dies along her throat. Such stuff was courtesy, she thought, and cause enough for calling up that spot of joy. She had a heart, how shall I say, too soon made glad, too easily impressed. She liked whate'er she looked on, and her looks went everywhere. Sir, 'twas all one. My favour at her breast, the dropping of the daylight in the west, the bough of cherries some officious fool broke in the orchard for her, the white mule she rode with round the terrace, all and each would draw from her alike the approving speech, or blush at least. She thanked men. Good, but thanked somehow, I know not how, as if she ranked my gift of a 900 years old name with anybody's gift. Who'd stoop to blame this sort of trifling? Even had you skill in speech, which I have not, to make your will quite clear to such an one, and say, just this or that in you disgusts me. Here you miss, or there exceed the mark. And if she let herself be lessoned so, nor plainly set her wits to yours, forsooth, and made excuse, e'en then would be some stooping, and I choose never to stoop. Oh, sir, she smiled, no doubt, whene'er I passed her, but who passed without much the same smile? This grew. I gave commands. Then all smiles stopped together. There she stands, as if alive. Will it please you rise? We'll meet the company below, then. I repeat, the Count your master's known munificence is ample warrant that no just pretence of mine for dowry will be disallowed, though his fair daughter's self, as I avowed at starting, is my object. Nay, we'll go together down, sir. Notice Neptune, though, taming a sea-horse, thought a rarity, which Claus of Innsbruck cast in bronze for me. Up at a villa, down in the city, as distinguished by an Italian person of quality. Had I but plenty of money, money enough and to spare, the house for me, no doubt, were a house in the city square. Ah, such a life as one leads at the window there! Something to see, by Bacchus, something to hear at least. There, the whole day long, one's life is a perfect feast, while up at a villa one lives, I maintain it, no more than a beast. Well, now look at our villa, stuck like the horn of a bull, just on a mountain edge as bare as the creature's skull, save a mere shag of a bush with hardly a leaf to pull. Scratch my own sometimes to see if the hair's turned wool. But the city, oh, the city, the square with the houses, why, they are stone-faced, white as a curd. There's something to take the eye. Houses in 4 straight lines, not a single front awry. You watch who crosses and gossips, who saunters, who hurries by. Green blinds, as a matter of course, to draw when the sun gets high, and the shops with fanciful signs which are painted properly. What of a villa? Though winter be over in March by rights, 'tis May perhaps ere the snow shall have withered well off the heights. You've the brown ploughed land before, where the oxen steam and wheeze, and the hills over-smoked behind by the faint grey olive trees. Is it better in May, I ask you? You've summer all at once. In a day he leaps complete with a few strong April suns. Mid the sharp short emerald wheat, scarce risen 3 fingers well, the wild tulip, at end of its tube, blows out its great red bell like a thin clear bubble of blood for the children to pick and sell. Is it ever hot in the square? There's a fountain to spout and splash. In the shade it sings and springs, in the shine such foam bows flash on the horses with curling fish tails, that prance and paddle and pash round the lady atop in her conch. 50 gazers do not abash, though all that she wears is some weeds round her waist in a sort of sash. All the year long at the villa, nothing to see, though you linger, except yon cypress that points like death's lean lifted forefinger. Some think fireflies pretty, when they mix i' the corn and mingle, or thrid the stinking hemp till the stalks of it seem a tingle. Late August or early September, the stunning cicala is shrill, and the bees keep their tiresome whine round the resinous firs on the hill. Enough of the seasons. I spare you the months of the fever and chill. Ere you open your eyes in the city, the blessed church bells begin. No sooner the bells leave off than the diligence rattles in. You get the pick of the news, and it costs you never a pin. By and by there's the travelling doctor gives pills, lets blood, draws teeth, or the Pulcinella trumpet breaks up the market beneath. At the post office such a scene picture, the new play piping hot, and a notice how, only this morning, 3 liberal thieves were shot. Above it, behold the Archbishop's most fatherly of rebukes, and beneath, with his crown and his lion, some little new law of the Duke's. Or a sonnet with flowery marge to the Reverend Don So and So, who is Dante, Boccaccio, Petrarca, St. Jerome, and Cicero, and moreover, the sonnet goes rhyming, the skirts of St. Paul has reached, having preached us those 6 Lent lectures more unctuous than ever he preached. Noon strikes, here sweeps the procession, Our Lady borne smiling and smart, with a pink gauze gown all spangles, and 7 swords stuck in her heart. Bang, wang, wang goes the drum, tootle-te-tootle the fife. No keeping one's haunches still, it's the greatest pleasure in life. But, bless you, it's dear, it's dear. Fowls, wine at double the rate. They have clapped a new tax upon salt, and what oil pays passing the gate, it's a horror to think of. And so the villa for me, not the city. Beggars can scarcely be choosers, but still, the pity, the pity. Look, 2 and 2 go the priests, then the monks with cowls and sandals, and then penitents dressed in white shirts, a-holding the yellow candles. One he carries a flag up straight, and another a cross with handles. And the Duke's guard brings up the rear for the better prevention of scandals. Bang, wang, wang goes the drum, tootle-te-tootle the fife. Oh, a day in the city square! There is no such pleasure in life. End of section 30. Section 31 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. Section 31. Selected Poems by Robert Browning. Part 2. In 3 days. So I shall see her in 3 days and just 1 night, but nights are short. Then 2 long hours, and that is morn. See how I come, unchanged, unworn. Feel, where my life broke off from thine, how fresh the splinters keep, and fine. Only a touch, and we combine. Too long this time of year, the days. But nights, at least the nights are short, as night shows where her 1 moon is, a hand's breadth of pure light and bliss. So life's night gives my lady birth, and my eyes hold her. What is worth the rest of heaven, the rest of earth? O loaded curls, release your store of warmth and scent, as once before the tingling hair did, lights and darks outbreaking into fairy sparks, when under curl and curl I pried after the warmth and scent inside, through lights and darks how manifold, the dark inspired, the light controlled, as early art embrowned the gold. What great fear, should one say, 3 days that change the world might change as well your fortune? And if joy delays, be happy that no worse befell. What small fear, if another says, 3 days and 1 short night beside may throw no shadow on your ways, but years must teem with change untried, with chance not easily defied, with an end somewhere undescried. No fear, or if a fear be born this minute, it dies out in scorn. Fear, I shall see her in 3 days and 1 night. Now the nights are short, then just 2 hours, and that is morn. In a year. Never any more, while I live, need I hope to see his face as before. Once his love grown chill, mine may strive. Bitterly we re-embrace, single still. Was it something said, something done, vexed him? Was it touch of hand, turn of head? Strange, that very way love begun, I as little understand love's decay. When I sewed or drew, I recall how he looked as if I sung, sweetly too. If I spoke a word, first of all, up his cheek the color sprung, then he heard. Sitting by my side, at my feet, so he breathed but ere I breathed, satisfied. I too at love's brim touched the sweet. I would die if death bequeathed sweet to him. "Speak, I love thee best," he exclaimed. "Let thy love my own foretell." I confessed, "Clasp my heart on thine, now unblamed, since upon thy soul as well hangeth mine." Was it wrong to own, being truth? Why should all the giving prove his alone? I had wealth and ease, beauty, youth. Since my lover gave me love, I gave these. That was all I meant, to be just, and the passion I had raised to content. Since he chose to change gold for dust, if I gave him what he praised, was it strange? Would he loved me yet, on and on, while I found some way undreamed, paid my debt, gave more life and more, till all gone. He should smile. She never seemed mine before. What, she felt the while, must I think? Love's so different with us men. He should smile, dying for my sake, white and pink. Can't we touch these bubbles then, but they break? Dear, the pang is brief. Do thy part, have thy pleasure. How perplexed grows belief! Well, this cold clay clod was man's heart. Crumble it, and what comes next? Is it God? Evelyn Hope. Beautiful Evelyn Hope is dead. Sit and watch by her side an hour. That is her bookshelf, this her bed. She plucked that piece of geranium flower, beginning to die too in the glass. Little has yet been changed, I think. The shutters are shut, no light may pass, save 2 long rays through the hinges chink. 16 years old when she died. Perhaps she had scarcely heard my name. It was not her time to love. Beside, her life had many a hope and aim, duties enough and little cares, and now was quiet, now astir, till God's hand beckoned unawares, and the sweet white brow is all of her. Is it too late then, Evelyn Hope? What, your soul was pure and true, the good stars met in your horoscope, made you of spirit, fire, and dew, and just because I was thrice as old, and our paths in the world diverged so wide, each was not to each, must I be told? We were fellow mortals, not beside? No, indeed. For God above is great to grant, as mighty to make, and creates the love to reward the love. I claim you still for my own love's sake. Delayed it may be for more lives yet. Through worlds I shall traverse not a few. Much is to learn, much to forget, ere the time be come for taking you. But the time will come, at last it will, when, Evelyn Hope, what meant, I shall say, in the lower earth in the years long still, that body and soul so pure and gay? Why your hair was amber, I shall divine, and your mouth of your own geraniums red. And what would you do with me, in fine, in the new life come in the old one's stead? I have lived, I shall say, so much since then, given up myself so many times, gained me the gains of various men, ransacked the ages, spoiled the climes. Yet one thing, one in my soul's full scope, either I missed or itself missed me, and I want and find you, Evelyn Hope. What is the issue? Let us see. I loved you, Evelyn, all the while. My heart seemed full as it could hold. There was place and to spare for the frank young smile, and the red young mouth, and the hair's young gold. So hush. I will give you this leaf to keep. See, I shut it inside the sweet cold hand. There, that is our secret. go to sleep. You will wake and remember and understand. Prospice. Fear death? To feel the fog in my throat, the mist in my face, when the snows begin, and the blasts denote I am nearing the place. The power of the night, the press of the storm, the post of the foe, where he stands, the arch fear in a visible form, yet the strong man must go. For the journey is done, and the summit attained, and the barriers fall, though a battle's to fight ere the guerdon be gained, the reward of it all. I was ever a fighter, so one fight more, the best and the last. I would hate that death bandaged my eyes and forbore and bade me creep past. No, let me taste the whole of it, fare like my peers, the heroes of old, bear the brunt, in a minute pay glad life's arrears of pain, darkness, and cold. For sudden the worst turns the best to the brave, the black minutes at end, and the elements rage, the fiend voices that rave shall dwindle, shall blend, shall change, shall become first a peace out of pain, then a light, then thy breast, O thou soul of my soul. I shall clasp thee again, and with God be the rest. The Patriot, an old story. It was roses, roses all the way, with myrtle mixed in my path like mad. The house roofs seemed to heave and sway, the church spires flamed, such flags they had, a year ago on this very day. The air broke into a mist with bells, the old walls rocked with the crowd and cries. Had I said, "Good folk, mere noise repels, but give me your sun from yonder skies," they had answered, "And afterward what else?" Alack, it was I who leaped at the sun to give it my loving friends to keep. Naught man could do have I left undone, and you see my harvest, what I reap this very day, now a year is run. There's nobody on the housetops now, just a palsied few at the windows set. For the best of the sight is, all allow, at the shambles gate, or better yet, by the very scaffold's foot, I trow. I go in the rain, and more than needs a rope cuts both my wrists behind, and I think by the feel my forehead bleeds, for they fling, whoever has a mind, stones at me for my year's misdeeds. Thus I entered, and thus I go. In triumphs people have dropped down dead. Paid by the world, what dost thou owe me? God might question. Now instead, 'tis God shall repay. I am safer so. One word more. To E.B.B., London, September 1855. There they are, my 50 men and women, naming me the 50 poems finished. Take them, love, the book and me together. Where the heart lies, let the brain lie also. Raphael made a century of sonnets, made and wrote them in a certain volume, dinted with the silver-pointed pencil, else he only used to draw Madonnas. These the world might view, but one the volume. Who that one, you ask? Your heart instructs you. Did she live and love it all her lifetime? Did she drop his Lady of the Sonnets, die and let it drop beside her pillow, where it lay in place of Raphael's glory? Raphael's cheek so duteous and so loving, cheek the world was wont to hail a painter's. Raphael's cheek, her love had turned a poet's? You and I would rather read that volume, taken to his beating bosom by it. Lean and list the bosom beats of Raphael, would we not? Than wonder at Madonna's. Her San Sisto names, and her Foligno, her that visits Florence in a vision, her that's left with lilies in the Louvre, seen by us and all the world in circle. You and I will never read that volume. Guido Reni, like his own eye's apple, guarded long the treasure book and loved it. Guido Reni dying, all Bologna cried, and the world cried too, "Ours the treasure." Suddenly, as rare things will, it vanished. Dante once prepared to paint an angel. Whom to please? You whisper, Beatrice. While he mused and traced it and retraced it, peradventure with a pen corroded still by drops of that hot ink he dipped, for when, his left hand i' the hair o' the wicked, back he held the brow and pricked its stigma, bit into the live man's flesh for parchment, loosed him, laughed to see the writing rankle, let the wretch go festering through Florence. Dante, who loved well because he hated, hated wickedness that hinders loving. Dante, standing, studying his angel, in there broke the folk of his Inferno. Says he, certain people of importance, such he gave his daily dreadful line to, entered and would seize, forsooth, the poet. Says the poet, then I stopped my painting. You and I would rather see that angel painted by the tenderness of Dante, would we not, than read a fresh Inferno. You and I will never see that picture, while he mused on love and Beatrice, while he softened o'er his outlined angel, in they broke, these people of importance. We and Beeche bear the loss forever. What of Raphael's sonnets, Dante's picture? This: no artist lives and loves that longs not once and only once, and for one only, ah, the prize, to find his love a language, fit and fair and simple and sufficient, using nature that's an art to others, not this one time art that's turned his nature. Ay, of all the artists living, loving, none but would forego his proper dowry. Does he paint? He fain would write a poem. Does he write? He fain would paint a picture. Put to proof art alien to the artists, once, and only once, and for one only. So to be the man, and leave the artist, gain the man's joy, miss the artist's sorrow. Wherefore? Heaven's gift takes earth's abatement. He who smites the rock and spreads the water, bidding drink and live a crowd beneath him, even he the minute makes immortal, proves, perchance, but mortal in the minute, desecrates belike the deed in doing. While he smites, how can he but remember so he smote before in such a peril, when they stood and mocked? Shall smiting help us? When they drank and sneered, a stroke is easy. When they wiped their mouths and went their journey, throwing him for thanks, but drought was pleasant. Thus old memories mar the actual triumph. Thus the doing savors of disrelish. Thus achievement lacks a gracious somewhat. Over importuned brows becloud the mandate, carelessness or consciousness the gesture. For he bears an ancient wrong about him, sees and knows again those phalanxed faces, hears yet one time more the customed prelude, "How shouldst thou of all men smite and save us?" Guesses what is like to prove the sequel. Egypt's flesh-pots, nay, the drought was better. Oh, the crowd must have emphatic warrant. There's the Sinai forehead's cloven brilliance, right arm's rod sweep, tongue's imperial fiat. Never dares the man put off the prophet. Did he love one face from out the thousands, were she Jethro's daughter, white and wifely, were she but the Ethiopian bondslave, he would envy yon dumb patient camel, keeping a reserve of scanty water, meant to save his own life in the desert, ready in the desert to deliver, kneeling down to let his breast be opened, hoard and life together for his mistress. I shall never, in the years remaining, paint you pictures, no, nor carve you statues, make you music that should all express me. So it seems. I stand on my attainment. this of verse alone. One life allows me. Verse and nothing else have I to give you. Other heights in other lives, God willing. All the gifts from all the heights, your own, love. Yet a semblance of resource avails us. Shade so finely touched, love's sense must seize it. Take these lines, look lovingly and nearly, lines I write the first time and the last time. He who works in fresco steals a hair-brush, curbs the liberal hand, subservient proudly, cramps his spirit, crowds its all in little, makes a strange art of an art familiar, fills his lady's missal marge with flowerets. He who blows through bronze may breathe through silver, fitly serenade a slumbrous princess. He who writes may write for once as I do. Love, you saw me gather men and women, live or dead or fashioned by my fancy, enter each and all and use their service, speak from every mouth, the speech a poem. Hardly shall I tell my joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, belief and disbelieving. I am mine and yours, the rest be all men's. Karshish, Cleon, Norbert, and the 50. Let me speak this once in my true person, not as Lippo, Roland, or Andrea, though the fruit of speech be just this sentence. Pray you, look on these, my men and women, take and keep my 50 poems finished. Where my heart lies, let my brain lie also. Poor the speech, be how I speak for all things. Not but that you know me. Lo, the moon's self. Here in London, yonder late in Florence, still we find her face, the thrice transfigured. Curving on a sky imbrued with color, drifted over Fiesole by twilight, came she, our new crescent of a hair's breadth, full she flared it, lamping Saminiato, rounder twixt the cypresses, and rounder, perfect till the nightingales applauded. Now, a piece of her old self, impoverished, hard to greet, she traverses the house roofs, hurries with unhandsome thrift of silver, goes dispiritedly, glad to finish. What, there's nothing in the moon noteworthy? Nay, for if that moon could love a mortal, use to charm him, so to fit a fancy, all her magic, 'tis the old sweet mythos, she would turn a new side to her mortal, side unseen of herdsman, huntsman, steersman, blank to Zoroaster on his terrace, blind to Galileo on his turret, dumb to Homer, dumb to Keats, him even. Think the wonder of the moonstruck mortal, when she turns round, comes again in heaven, opens out anew, for worse or better. Proves she like some portent of an iceberg swimming full upon the ship it founders, hungry with huge teeth of splintered crystals? Proves she as the paved work of a sapphire seen by Moses when he climbed the mountain? Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu climbed and saw the very God, the highest, stand upon the paved work of a sapphire. Like the bodied heaven in his clearness shone the stone, the sapphire of that paved work, when they ate and drank and saw God also. What were seen? None knows, none ever shall know. Only this is sure, the sight were other, not the moon's same side, born late in Florence, dying now impoverished here in London. God be thanked, the meanest of his creatures boasts 2 soul sides, one to face the world with, one to show a woman when he loves her. This I say of me, but think of you, love. This to you, yourself my moon of poets. Ah, but that's the world's side, there's the wonder. Thus they see you, praise you, think they know you. There, in turn, I stand with them and praise you. Out of my own self I dare to phrase it. But the best is when I glide from out them, cross a step or two of dubious twilight, come out on the other side, the novel silent silver lights and darks undreamed of, where I hush and bless myself with silence. Oh, there Raphael of the dear Madonnas, oh, there Dante of the dread Inferno, wrote one song, and in my brain I sing it, drew one angel, born, see, on my bosom. R.B. End of section 31.
Section number 32 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 32. Orestes Augustus Brownson, 1803 to 1876, by Charles Dudley Warner. Orestes Brownson, in his time, was a figure of striking originality and influence in American literature and American political, philosophical, and religious discussion. His career was an exceptional one, for he was connected with some of the most important contemporaneous movements of thought and passed through several distinct phases: Presbyterianism, Universalism, Socialism of a mild and benevolent kind, not to be confused with the later fiery and destructive Socialism of the Reds. After sympathizing somewhat with the aims and tendencies of the New England Transcendentalists, a close intellectual associate of Ralph Waldo Emerson, then the apostle of a new Christianity, finally becoming a Roman Catholic. Coming of old Connecticut stock on his father's side, he was born in Vermont, September 16, 1803. And notwithstanding that he was brought up in poverty on a farm, with small opportunity for education, contrived in later years to make himself a thorough scholar in various directions, mastering several languages, acquiring a wide knowledge of history, reading deeply in philosophy, and developing marked originality in setting forth new philosophical views. His bent in childhood was strongly religious, and he even believed, at that period of his life, that he held long conversations with the sacred personages of Holy Scripture. Yet while in manhood he devoted many years and much of his energy to preaching, his character was aggressive and his tone controversial. He, however, revealed many traits of real gentleness and humility, and the mixture of rugged strength and tenderness in his character and his work won him a large following in whatever position he took. He performed the remarkable feat, when the support of American letters was slight, of founding and conducting almost single-handed, from 1838 to 1843, his famous Quarterly Review, which was a power in the land. He started it again in 1844 as Brownson's Quarterly Review, and resumed it 30 years later in still a third series. He died in 1876 at Detroit, much of his active career having been passed in Boston, and some of his later years at Seton Hall, New Jersey. His various changes of belief have often been taken as an index of vacillation, but a simple and candid study of his writings shows that such changes were merely the normal progress of an intensely earnest and sincere mind, which never hesitated to avow his honest convictions nor to admit its errors. This is a quality which gives Brownson his vitality as a mind and an author, and he will be found to be consistent with conscience throughout. His writings are forceful, eloquent, and lucid in style, with a Websterian massiveness that does not detract from their charm. They fill 20 volumes, divided into groups of essays on civilization, controversy, religion, philosophy, scientific theories, and popular literature, which cover a great and fascinating variety of topics in detail. Brownson was an intense and patriotic American, and his national quality comes out strongly in his extended treatise, The American Republic, 1865. The best known of his other works is a candid, vigorous, and engaging autobiography entitled The Convert, 1853. Saint Simonism, from The Convert. If I drew my doctrine of union in part from the eclecticism of Cousin, I drew my views of the Church and of the reorganization of the race from Saint Simonian's. A philosophico-religious or a politico-philosophical sect that sprung up in France under the Restoration, and figured largely for a year or two under the monarchy of July. Their founder was Claude Henry, Count de Saint-Simon, a descendant of the Due de Saint-Simon, well known as the author of the Memoirs. He was born in 1760, entered the army at the age of 17, and the year after came to this country, where he served with distinction in our Revolutionary War under Bouillé. After the peace of 1783 he devoted 2 years to the study of our people and institutions, and then returned to France. Hardly had he returned before he found himself in the midst of the French Revolution, which he regarded as the practical application of the principles or theories adopted by the reformers of the 16th century and popularized by the philosophers of the 18th. He looked upon that revolution, we are told, as having only a destructive mission, necessary, important, but inadequate to the wants of humanity. And instead of being carried away by it, as were most of the young men of his age and his principles, he set himself at work to amass materials for the erection of a new social edifice on the ruins of the old, which should stand and improve in solidity, strength, grandeur, and beauty forever. The way he seems to have taken to amass these materials was to engage with a partner in some grand speculations for the accumulation of wealth, and speculations too, it is said, not of the most honorable or even the most honest character. His plan succeeded for a time, and he became very rich, as did many others in those troubled times. But he finally met with reverses, and lost all but the wrecks of his fortune. He then for a number of years plunged into all manner of vice, and indulged to excess in every species of dissipation, not, we are told, from love of vice, any inordinate desire, or any impure affection, but for the holy purpose of preparing himself by his experience for the great work of redeeming man and securing for him a paradise on earth. Having gained all that experience could give him in the department of vice, he then proceeded to consult the learned professors of l'École Polytechnique for 7 or 10 years, to make himself master of science, literature, and the fine arts in all their departments, and to place himself at the level of the last attainments of the race. Thus qualified to be the founder of a new social organization, he wrote several books, in which he deposited the germs of his ideas, or rather the germs of the future, most of which have hitherto remained unpublished. But now that he was so well qualified for his work, he found himself a beggar, and had as yet made only a single disciple. He was reduced to despair and attempted to take his own life, but failed. The ball only grazed his sacred forehead. His faithful disciple was near him, saved him, and aroused him into life and hope. When he recovered, he found that he had fallen into a gross error. He had been a materialist, an atheist, and had discarded all religious ideas as long since outgrown by the human race. He had proposed to organize the human race with materials furnished by the senses alone and by the aid of positive science. He owns his fault, and conceives and brings forth a new Christianity, consigned to a small pamphlet entitled Nuevo Christianisme, which was immediately published. This done, his mission was ended, and he died May 19th, 1825, and I suppose was buried. Saint Simon, the preacher of a new Christianity, very soon attracted disciples, chiefly from the pupils of the Polytechnique school, ardent and lively young men, full of enthusiasm, brought up without faith in the gospel, and yet unable to live without religion of some sort. Among the active members of the sect were at one time Pierre Leroux, Jules and Michael Chevalier, L'Herminier, and my personal friend, Dr. Poyen, who initiated me and so many others in New England into the mysteries of animal magnetism. Dr. Poyen was, I believe, a native of the island of Guadeloupe, a man of more ability than he usually had credit for, of solid learning, genuine science, and honest intentions. I knew him well and esteemed him highly. When I knew him, his attachment to the new religion was much weakened, and he often talked to me of the old church, and assured me that he felt at times that he must return to her bosom. I owed him many hints which turned my thoughts toward Catholic principles, and which, with God's grace, were of much service to me. These and many others were in the sect, whose chiefs, after the death of its founder, were Bazard, a liberal and practical man who killed himself, and Enfantin, who after the dissolution of the sect sought employment in the service of the Viceroy of Egypt, and occupies now some important post in connection with the French railways. The sect began in 1826 by addressing the working classes, but their success was small. In 1829 they came out of their narrow circle, assumed a bolder tone, addressed themselves to the general public, and became in less than 18 months a Parisian mode. In 1831 they purchased the Globe newspaper, made it their organ, and distributed gratuitously 5,000 copies daily. In 1832 they had established a central propagandism in Paris, and had their missionaries in most of the departments of France. They attacked the hereditary peerage, and it fell. They seemed to be numerous and strong, and I believed for a moment in their complete success. They called their doctrine a religion, their ministers priests, and their organization a church, and as such they claimed to be recognized by the state, and to receive from it a subvention as other religious denominations did. But the courts decided that Saint Simonism was not a religion, and its ministers were not religious teachers. This decision struck them with death. Their prestige vanished. They scattered, dissolved in thin air, and went off, as Carlyle would say, into endless vacuity, as do sooner or later all shams and unrealities. Saint Simon himself, who as presented to us by his disciples is a half-myth personage, seems, so far as I can judge by those of his writings that I have seen, to have been a man of large ability and laudable intentions, but I have not been able to find any new or original thoughts of which he was the indisputable father. His whole system, if system he had, is summed up in the two maxims: Eden is before us, not behind us; or the golden age of the poets is in the future, not in the past; and society ought to be so organized as to tend in the most rapid manner possible to the continuous moral, intellectual, and physical amelioration of the poorer and more numerous classes. He simply adopts the doctrine of progress set forth with so much flash eloquence by Condorcet, and the philanthropic doctrine with regard to the laboring classes or the people, defended by Barbeuf and a large section of the French revolutionists. His religion was not so much as the theophilanthropy attempted to be introduced by some members of the French Directory. It admitted God in name, and in name did not deny Jesus Christ, but it rejected all mysteries and reduced religion to mere socialism. It conceded that Catholicity had been the true church down to the pontificate of Leo X, because down to that time its ministers had taken the lead in directing the intelligence and labors of mankind, had aided the progress of civilization, and promoted the well-being of the poorer and more numerous classes, had leagued itself with the ruling orders, and lent all its influence to uphold tyrants and tyranny. A new church was needed, a church which should realize the ideal of Jesus Christ, and tend directly and constantly to the moral, physical, and social amelioration of the poorer and more numerous classes. In other words, the greatest happiness in this life of the greatest number, the principle of Jeremy Bentham and his utilitarian school. His disciples enlarged upon the hints of the Master, and attributed to him ideas which he never entertained. They endeavored to reduce his hints to a complete system of religion, philosophy, and social organization. Their chiefs, I have said, were Armand Bazard and Barthélemy Prosper Enfantin. Bazard took the lead in what related to the external, political, and economic organization, and Enfantin in what regarded doctrine and worship. The philosophy or theology of the sect or school was derived principally from Hegel, and was a refined pantheism. Its Christology was the unity, not union, of the divine and human, and the incarnation symbolized the unity of God and man, or the divinity manifesting himself in humanity, and making humanity substantially divine. The very doctrine and reality which I myself had embraced even before I had heard of the Saint Simonians, if not before they had published it. The religious organization was founded on the doctrine of the progressive nature of man, and the maxim that all institutions should tend in the most speedy and direct manner possible to the constant amelioration of the moral, intellectual, and physical condition of the poorer and more numerous classes. Socially, men were to be divided into three classes: artists, savants, and industrialists or working men, corresponding to the psychological division of the human faculties. The soul has three powers or faculties: to love, to know, and to act. Those in whom the love faculty is predominant belong to the class of artists. Those in whom the knowledge faculty is predominant belong to the class of savants, the scientific and the learned. And in fine, those in whom the act faculty predominates belong to the industrial class. This classification places every man in the social category for which he is fitted, and to which he is attracted by his nature. These several classes are to be hierarchically organized under chiefs or priests, who are respectively priests of the artists, of the scientific, and of the industrials, and are, priests and all, to be subjected to a supreme father, Père Suprême, and a supreme mother, Mère Suprême. The economical organization is to be based on the maxims, to each according to his capacity, and to each according to his work. Private property is to be retained, but its transmission by inheritance or testamentary disposition must be abolished. The property is to be held by a tenure resembling that of gavelkind. It belongs to the community, and the priests, chiefs, and brehons, as the Celtic tribes call them, to distribute it for life to individuals, and to each individual according to his capacity. It was supposed that in this way the advantages of both common and individual property might be secured. Something of this prevailed originally in most nations, and a reminiscence of it still exists in the village system among the Slavonic tribes of Russia and Poland, and nearly all jurists maintain that the testamentary right, by which a man disposes of his goods after his natural death, as well as that by which a child inherits from the parent, is a municipal, not a natural right. The most striking feature of the Saint Simonian scheme was the rank and position it assigned to woman. It asserted the absolute equality of the sexes, and maintained that either sex is incompatible without the other. Man is an incomplete individual without woman. Hence a religion, a doctrine, a social institution founded by one sex alone is incomplete, and can never be adequate to the wants of the race or a definite order. This idea was also entertained by Frances Wright, and appears to be entertained by all our women's rights folk of either sex. The old civilization was masculine, not male and female, as God made them, hence its condemnation. The Saint Simonians therefore proposed to place by the side of their sovereign father at the summit of their hierarchy a sovereign mother. The man to be sovereign father they found, but a woman to be sovereign mother, mare supreme, they found not. This caused great embarrassment and a split between Bazard and Enfantin. Bazard was about to marry his daughter, and he proposed to place her marriage under the protection of the existing French laws. Enfantin opposed his doing so, and called it a sinful compliance with the prejudices of the world. The Saint Simonian society, he maintained, was a state, a kingdom within itself, and should be governed by its own laws and its own chiefs, without any recognition of those without. Bazard persisted, and had the marriage of his daughter solemnized in a legal manner, and for aught I know, according to the rites of the Church. A great scandal followed. Bazard charged Enfantin with denying Christian marriage, and with holding loose notions on the subject. Enfantin replied that he neither denied nor affirmed Christian marriage, that in enacting the existing laws on the subject man alone had been consulted, and he could not recognize it as law till woman had given her consent to it. As yet the society was only provisionally organized, inasmuch as they had not yet found the mare supreme. The law on marriage must emanate conjointly from the Supreme Father and the Supreme Mother, and it would be irregular and a usurpation of the Supreme Father to undertake alone to legislate on the subject. Bazard would not submit, and went out and shot himself. Most of the politicians abandoned the association, and Pierre Enfantin, almost in despair, dispatched 12 apostles to Constantinople to find in the Turkish harems the Supreme Mother. After a year they returned and reported that they were unable to find her, and the society, condemned by the French courts as immoral, broke up because no woman could be found to be its mother. And so they ended, having risen, flourished, and decayed in less than a single decade. The points in the Saint Simonian movement that attracted my attention and commanded my belief were what it will seem strange to my readers could ever have been doubted. Its assertion of a religious future for the human race, and that religion in the future as well as in the past must have an organization, and a hierarchical organization. Its classification of men according to the predominant psychological faculty in each, into artists, savants, and industrials, struck me as very well, and the maxims, to each according to his capacity, and to each according to its works, as evidently just and desirable if practicable. The doctrine of the divinity in humanity, of progress, of no essential antagonism between the spiritual and the material, and of the duty of shaping all institutions for the speediest and continuous moral, intellectual, and physical amelioration of the poorer and more numerous classes, I already held. I was rather pleased than otherwise with the doctrine with regard to property, and thought it a decided improvement on that of a community of goods. The doctrine with regard to the relation of the sexes I rather acquiesced in than approved. I was disposed to maintain, as the Indians said, that woman is the weaker canoe, and to assert my marital prerogatives. But the equality of the sexes was asserted by nearly all my friends, and I remained generally silent on the subject, till some of the admirers of Harriet Martineau and Margaret Fuller began to scorn equality and to claim for woman superiority. Then I became roused, and ventured to assert my masculine dignity. It is remarkable that most reformers find fault with the Christian law of marriage, and propose to alter the relations which God has established, both in nature and the gospel, between the sexes, and this is generally the rock on which they split. Women do not usually admire men who cast off their manhood or are unconscious of the rights and prerogatives of the stronger sex. And they admire just as little those strong-minded women who strive to excel only in the masculine virtues. I have never been persuaded that it argues well for a people when its women are men and its men women. Yet I trust I always honored and always shall honor woman. I raise no question as to woman's equality or inequality with man, for comparisons cannot be made between things not of the same kind. Woman's sphere and office in life are as high, as holy, as important as man's, but different, and the glory of both man and woman is for each to act well the part assigned to each by Almighty God. The Saint Simonian writings made me familiar with the idea of a hierarchy, and removed from my mind the prejudices against the papacy generally entertained by my countrymen. Their proposed organization, I saw, might be good and desirable, if their priests, their supreme father and mother, could really be the wisest, the best, not merely the nominal, but the real chiefs of society. Yet what security have I that they will be? Their power was to have no limit save their own wisdom and love. But who would answer for it that these would always be an effectual limit? How were these priests or chiefs to be designated and installed in their office? By popular election? But popular election often passes over the proper man and takes the improper. Then as to the assignment to each man of a capital proportioned to his capacity to begin life with, what certainty is there that the rules of strict right will be followed? That wrong will not often be done, both voluntarily and involuntarily? Are your chiefs to be infallible and impeccable? Still the movement interested me, and many of its principles took firm hold of me, and held me for several years in a species of mental thraldom, insomuch that I found it difficult, if not impossible, either to refute them or to harmonize them with other principles which I also held, or rather which held me, and in which I detected no unsoundness. Yet I imbibed no errors from the Saint Simonians, and I can say of them, as of the Unitarians, they did me no harm, but were in my fallen state the occasion of much good to me. End of Section 32.
Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 33. Selected excerpts by Ferdinand Brunetière. Ferdinand Brunetière, 1849 by Adolphe Cohn. Ferdinand Brunetière, the celebrated French literary critic, was born in Toulon, the great military Mediterranean seaport of France, in the year 1849. His studies were begun in the college of his native city and continued in Paris in the Lycée Louis le Grand, where in the class of philosophy he came under Professor Émile Charles, by whose original and profound, though decidedly sad way of thinking, he was powerfully influenced. His own ambition then was to become a teacher in the University of France, an ambition which seemed unlikely to be ever realized, as he failed to secure admission to the celebrated École Normale Supérieure in the competitive examination which leads up to that school. Strangely enough, about 15 years later, he was, though not in possession of any very high university degree, appointed to the professorship of French literature in the school which he had been unable to enter as a scholar, and his appointment received the hearty endorsement of all the leading educational authorities in France. For several years after leaving the Lycée Louis le Grand, while completing his literary outfit by wonderfully extensive reading, Ferdinand Brunetière lived on stray orders for work for publishers. He seldom succeeded in getting these, and when he got any, they were seldom filled. Thus he happened to be commissioned by the firm of Germain, Bellière and Company to write a history of Russia, which never was, and to all appearances never will be written. The event which determined the direction of his career was the acceptance by the Revue des Deux Mondes in 1875 of an article upon contemporary French novelists. François Boulot, the energetic and imperious founder and editor of the world-famed French Bi-Monthly, felt that he had found in the young critic the man whom French literary circles had been waiting for, and who was to be Sainte-Beuve's successor. And François Boulot was a man who seldom made mistakes. French literary criticism was just then at a very low ebb. Sainte-Beuve had been dead about 5 years. His own contemporaries, Edmond Scherer, for instance, were getting old and discouraged. The new generation seemed to be turning unanimously, in consequence of the disasters of the Franco-German War and of the Revolution of September 1870, to military or political activity. The only form of literature which had power to attract young writers was the novel, which they could fill with a description of all the passions then agitating the public mind. That a man of real intellectual strength should then give his undivided attention to pure literature seemed a most unlikely phenomenon. But all had to acknowledge that the unlikely had happened soon after Ferdinand Brunetière had become the regularly literary critic of the Revue des Deux Mondes. Fortunately, the new critic did not undertake to walk in the footsteps of Sainte-Beuve. In the art of presenting to the reader the marrow of a writer's work, of making the writer himself known by the description of his surroundings, the narrative of his life, the study of the forces by which he was influenced, the illustrious author of the Causeries du Lundi remains to this day without a rival or a continuator. Ferdinand Brunetière had a different conception of the duties of a literary critic. The one fault with which thoughtful readers were apt to charge Sainte-Beuve was that he failed to pass judgment upon the works and writers, and this failure was often, and not altogether unjustly, ascribed to a certain weakness in his grasp of principles, a certain faint-heartedness whenever it became necessary to take sides. Anyone who studies Brunetière can easily see that from the start his chief concern was to make it impossible for any one to charge him with the same fault. He came in with a set of principles which he has since upheld with remarkable steadfastness and courage. In an age when nearly every one was turning to the future and advocating the doctrine and the necessity of progress, when the chief fear of most men was that they should appear too much afraid of change, Brunetière proclaimed time and again that there was no safety for any nation or set of men except in a staunch adherence to tradition. He bade his readers turn their minds away from the current literature of the day and take hold of the exemplars of excellence handed down to us by the great men of the past. Together with tradition, he upheld authority, and therefore preferred to all others the period in which French literature and society had most willingly submitted to authority, that is, the 17th century and the reign of Louis XIV. When compelled to speak of the literature of the day, he did it in no uncertain tones. His book, The Naturalistic Novel, consists of a series of articles in which he studies Zola and his school, upholding the old doctrine that there are things in life which must be kept out of the domain of art and cannot be therein introduced without lowering the ideal of man. Between the naturalistic and the idealistic novel, he unhesitatingly declares for the latter, and places George Sand far above the author of L'Assommoir. But the great success of his labours cannot be said to have been due solely or even mainly to the principles he advocated. Other critics have appeared since M. Jules Lemaitre and Anatole France, for instance, who antagonize almost everything that he defends and defend almost everything that he antagonizes, and whose success has hardly been inferior to his. Neither is it due to any charm in his style. Brunetière's sentences are compact, indeed strongly knit together, but decidedly heavy and at times even clumsy. What he has to say he always says strongly but not gracefully. He has a remarkable appreciation of the value of the words of the French language, but his arrangement of them is seldom free from mannerisms. What then has made him the foremost literary critic of the present day? The answer is knowledge and sincerity. No writer of the present day, save perhaps Anatole France, is so accurately informed of every fact that bears upon literary history. Every argument he brings forward is supported by an array of incontrovertible facts that is simply appalling. No one can argue with him who does not first subject himself to the severest kind of training, go through a mass of tedious reading, become familiar with dates to the point of handling them as nimbly as a bank clerk handles the figures of a checklist. And all this comes forward in Brunetière's articles in the most natural, we had almost said casual way. The fact takes its place unheralded in the reasoning. It is there because it has to be there, not because the writer wishes to make a display of his wonderful knowledge, and thus it happens that Ferdinand Brunetière's literary articles are perhaps the most instructive ones ever written in the French language. They are, moreover, admirably trustworthy. It would never come to this author's mind to hide a fact that goes against any of his theories. He feels so sure of being in the right that he is always willing to give his opponents all that they can possibly claim. Of late years, moreover, it must be acknowledged that Brunetière's mind has given signs of remarkable broadening. Under the influence of the doctrine of evolution, he has undertaken to class all literary facts as the great naturalists of the day have classed the facts of physiology, and to show that literary forms spring from each other by way of transformation in the same way as do the forms of animal or vegetable life. Already 3 works have been produced by him since he entered upon this new line of development: A History of Literary Criticism in France, which forms the first and hitherto only published volume of a large work, The Evolution of Literary Forms, a work on the French drama, the periods of the French theatre, and a treatise on modern French poetry, the evolution of French lyric poetry during the 19th century. The second and last of these were first delivered by their author from the professor's chair or the lecturer's platform, where he has managed to display some of the greatest gifts of the public speaker. Most of M. Brunetière's literary articles have been collected in book form under the following titles: Questions of Criticism, 2 volumes; History and Criticism, 3 volumes; Critical Studies on the History of French Literature, 6 volumes; The Naturalistic Novel, 1 volume. At various times remarkable addresses have been delivered by him on public occasions, in which he has often represented the French Academy since his election to that illustrious body. Unfortunately, his productive literary activity has slackened of late. In 1895 he was called to the editorship of the Revue des Deux Mondes, and since his assumption of this responsible editorial position he has published only 2 or 3 articles bearing upon moral and educational questions. To pass final judgment upon a man whose development is far from completed is an almost impossible task. Still it may be said that with the exception of Sainte-Beuve's Causeries du Lundi and Nouveau Lundi, nothing exists that can teach the reader so much about the history of French literature as Brunetière's works. The doctrinal side, to which the author himself undoubtedly attaches the greatest importance, will strike the reader as often very questionable. Too often Brunetière seems in his judgments to be quite unconsciously actuated by a dislike of the accepted opinion of the present day. His love of the past bears a look of defiance of the present, not calculated to win the reader's assent. But even this does not go without its good side. It gives to Brunetière's judgments a unity which is seldom if ever found in the works of those whose chief labours have been spent in the often ungrateful task of making a hurried public acquainted with the uninterrupted stream of literary production. Taine and Prince Napoleon. For the last 5 or 6 months, since it has been known that a prince, nephew, cousin, and son of emperors or kings formerly very powerful had proposed to answer the libel, as he calls it, written by Monsieur Taine about Napoleon, we have been awaiting this reply with an impatience, a curiosity, which were equally justified, although for very different reasons, by Monsieur Taine's reputation, by the glorious name of his antagonist, by the greatness, and finally the national interest of the subject. The book has just appeared, and if we can say without flattery that it is revealed to us in the Prince, a writer whose existence we had not suspected, it is because we must at once add that neither in its manner nor in its matter is the book itself what it might have been. Prince Napoleon did not wish to write a life of Napoleon, and nobody expected that of him, for after all, and for 20 different reasons, even had he wished it he could not have done it. But to Monsieur Taine's Napoleon, since he did not find in him the true Napoleon, since he declared him to be as much against nature as against history, he could, and we expected that he would, have opposed his own Napoleon. By the side of the inventions of a writer whose judgment had been misled and whose conscience had been obscured by passion, these are his own words, he could have restored, as he promised in his introduction, the man and his work in their living reality. And in our imaginations, on which Monsieur Taine's harsh and morose workmanship had engraven the features of a modern Malatesta or modern Sforza, he could at last substitute for them, as the inheritor of the name and the dynastic claims, the image of the founder of contemporary France, of the god of war. Unfortunately, instead of doing so, it is Monsieur Taine himself, it is his analytical method, it is the witnesses whom Monsieur Taine chose as his authorities, that Prince Napoleon preferred to assail, as a scholar in an academy who descants upon the importance of the genuineness of a text, and moreover with a freedom of utterance and a pertness of expression which on any occasion I should venture to pronounce decidedly insulting. For it is a misfortune of princes, when they do us the honour of discussing with us, that they must observe a moderation, a reserve, a courtesy greater even than our own. It will therefore be unanimously thought that it ill became Prince Napoleon to address Monsieur Taine in a tone which Monsieur Taine would decline to use in his answer, out of respect for the very name which he is accused of slandering. It will be thought also that it ill became him, when speaking of Mio de Melito, for instance, or of many other servants of the imperial government, to seem to ignore that princes also are under an obligation to those who have served them well. Perhaps even it may be thought that it poorly became him, when discussing or contradicting the memoirs of Madame de Rémusat, to forget under what auspices the remains of his uncle, the Emperor, were years ago carried in his city of Paris. But what will be thought especially is that he had something else to do than to split hairs in discussion of evidences, that he had something far better to say, more peremptory and to the point, and more literary besides, than to call Monsieur Taine names, to hurl at him the epithets of entomologist, materialist, pessimist, destroyer of reputations, iconoclast, and to class him as a déboulonneur among those who, in 1871, pulled down the Colonne Vendôme. Not undoubtedly that Monsieur Taine, and we said so ourselves more than once with perfect freedom, if spending much patience and conscientiousness in his search for documents, has always displayed as much critical spirit and discrimination in the use he made of them. We cannot understand why in his Napoleon he accepted the testimony of Bourrienne, for instance, any more than recently in his Revolution that of Georges Duval, or again in his Ancien Régime that of the notorious Soulavic. Monsieur Taine's documents, as a rule, are not used by him as a foundation for his argument. No, he first takes his position, and then he consults his library, or he goes to the original records with the hope of finding those documents that will support his reasoning. But granting that, we must own that though different from Monsieur Taine's, Prince Napoleon's historical method is not much better, that though in the different manner and in the different direction, it is neither less partial nor less passionate, and here is a proof of it. Prince Napoleon blames Monsieur Taine for quoting 8 times Bourrienne's Memoirs, and then letting his feelings loose, he takes advantage of the occasion and cruelly besmirches Bourrienne's name. Does he tell the truth or not? Is he right at the bottom? I do not know anything about it. I do not wish to know anything. I do not need it, since I know from other sources that Bourrienne's Memoirs are hardly less spurious than, say, the Souvenirs of the Marquise de Créqui, or the Memoirs of Monsieur d'Artagnan. But if these so-called memoirs are really not his, what has Bourrienne himself to do here? And suppose the former secretary of the First Consul to have been, instead of the shameless embezzler whom Prince Napoleon so fully and so uselessly describes to us, the most honest man in the world, would the memoirs be any more reliable, since it is a fact that he wrote nothing? And now I cannot but wonder at the tone in which those who contradict Monsieur Taine, and especially Prince Napoleon himself, condescend to tell him that he lacks that which would be needed in order to speak of Napoleon or the Revolution. But who is it, then, that has what is needed in order to judge Napoleon? Frederick the Great, or Catherine the Second, perhaps, as Napoleon himself desired, his peers, or, in other words, those who, born as he was for war and government, can only admire, justify, and glorify themselves in him. And who will judge the Revolution? Danton, we suppose, or Robespierre, that is, the men who were the Revolution itself. No, the real judge will be the average opinion of men, the force that will create, modify, correct this average opinion, the historians will be. And among the historians of our time, in spite of Prince Napoleon, it will be Monsieur Taine for a large share. The literatures of France, England, and Germany. Twice at least in the course of their long history, it is known that the literature and even the language of France has exerted over the whole of Europe an influence whose universal character other languages, perhaps more harmonious, Italian for instance, and other literatures more original in certain respects, like English literature, have never possessed. It is in a purely French form that our medieval poems, our chansons de geste, our romances of the Round Table, our fabliaux themselves, whencesoever they came, Germany or Tuscany, England or Brittany, Asia or Greece, conquered, fascinated, charmed from one end of Europe to the other, the imaginations of the Middle Ages. The amorous languor and the subtlety of our courteous poetry are breathed no less by the madrigals of Shakespeare himself than by Petrarch's sonnets, and after such a long lapse of time we still discover something that comes from us even in the Wagnerian drama, for instance in Parsifal or in Tristan und Isolde. A long time later, in a Europe belonging entirely to classicism, from the beginning of the 17th to the end of the 18th century, during 150 years or even longer, French literature possessed a real sovereignty in Italy, in Spain, in England, and in Germany. Do not the names of Algarotti, Bettinelli, Beccaria, Filengieri almost belong to France? What shall I say of the famous Gottsched? Shall I recall the fact that in his victorious struggle against Voltaire, Lessing had to call in Diderot's assistance? And who ignores that if Rivarol wrote his discourse upon the universality of the French language, it can be charged neither to his vanity nor to our national vanity, since he was himself half Italian, and the subject had been proposed by the Academy of Berlin? All sorts of reasons have been given for this universality of French literature. Some were statistical, if I may say so, some geographical, political, linguistic, but the true one, the good one, is different. It must be found in the supremely sociable character of the literature itself. If at that time our great writers were understood and appreciated by everybody, it is because they were addressing everybody, or better, because they were speaking to all concerning the interests of all. They were attracted neither by exceptions nor by peculiarities. They cared to treat only of man in general, or, as is also said, of the universal man, restrained by the ties of human society, and their very success shows that below all that distinguishes, say, an Italian from a German, this universal man, whose reality has so often been discussed, persists and lives, and though constantly changing, never loses his own likeness. In comparison with the literature of France, thus defined and characterized by its sociable spirit, the literature of England is an individualistic literature. Let us put aside, as should be done, the generation of Congreve and Wycherley, perhaps also the generation of Pope and Addison, to which, however, we ought not to forget that Swift also belonged. It seems that an Englishman never writes except in order to give to himself the external sensation of his own personality. Thence his humour, which may be defined as the expression of the pleasure he feels in thinking like nobody else. Thence in England the plenteousness, the wealth, the amplitude of the lyric vein, it being granted that individualism is the very spring of lyric poetry, and that an ode or an elegy is, as it were, the involuntary surging, the outflowing of what is most intimate, most secret, most peculiar in the poet's soul. Thence also the eccentricity of all the great English writers, when compared with the rest of the nation, as though they became conscious of themselves only by distinguishing themselves from those who claim to differ from them least. But is it not possible to otherwise characterize the literature of England? It will be easily conceived that I dare not assert such a thing. All I say here is, that I cannot better express the differences which distinguish that literature from our own. That is also all I claim in stating that the essential character of the literature of Germany is that it is philosophical. The philosophers there are poets, and the poets are philosophers. Goethe is to be found no more or no less in his theory of colours, or in his metamorphosis of plants, than in his Divan or his Faust, and lyrism, if I may use this trite expression, is overflowing in Schleiermacher's theology and in Schelling's philosophy. Is this not perhaps at least one of the reasons of the inferiority of the German drama? It is surely the reason of the depth and scope of Germanic poetry. Even in the masterpieces of German literature, it seems that there is mixed something indistinct, or rather mysterious, suggestive in the extreme, which leads us to thought by the channel of the dream. But who has not been struck by what, under a barbarous terminology, there is of attractive, and as such of eminently poetical, of realistic, and at the same time idealistic, in the great systems of Kant and Fichte, Hegel and Schopenhauer? Assuredly nothing is further removed from the character of our French literature. We can here understand what the Germans mean when they charge us with a lack of depth. Let them forgive us if we do not blame their literature for not being the same as ours. For it is good that it be thus, and for 500 or 600 years this it is that has made the greatness not only of European literature, but of Western civilization itself. I mean that which all the great nations, after slowly elaborating it, as it were, in their national isolation, have afterwards deposited in the common treasury of the human race. Thus to this one we owe the sense of mystery, and we might say the revelation of what is beautiful, in that which remains obscure and cannot be grasped. To another we owe the sense of art, and what may be called the appreciation of the power of form. A third one has handed to us what was most heroic in the conception of chivalrous honour. And to another, finally, we owe it that we know what is both most ferocious and noblest, most wholesome and most to be feared in human pride. The share that belongs to us Frenchmen was, in the meanwhile, to bind, to fuse together, and as it were to unify, under the idea of the general society of mankind, the contradictory and even hostile elements that may have existed in all that. No matter whether our inventions and ideas were by their origin Latin or Romance, Celtic or Gallic Germanic even, if you please, the whole of Europe had borrowed them from us in order to adapt them to the genius of its different races. Before readmitting them in our turn, before adopting them after they had been thus transformed, we asked only that they should be able to serve the progress of reason and of humanity. What was troublous in them was clarified, what was corrupting we corrected, what was local we generalized, what was excessive we brought down to the proportions of mankind. Have we not sometimes also lessened their grandeur and altered their purity? If Corneille has undoubtedly brought nearer to us the still somewhat barbaric heroes of Guillaume de Castro, La Fontaine, when imitating the author of the Decameron, has made him more indecent than he is in his own language, and if the Italians have no right to assail Molière for borrowing somewhat from them, the English may well complain that Voltaire failed to understand Shakespeare. But it is true none the less that in disengaging from the particular man of the North or the South, this idea of a universal man, for which we have been so often reviled, if any one of the modern literatures has breathed in its entirety the spirit of the public weal and of civilization, it is the literature of France, and this ideal cannot possibly be as empty as has too often been asserted, since, as I endeavoured to show, from Lisbon to Stockholm, and from Archangel to Naples, it is its manifestations that foreigners have loved to come across in the masterpieces, or better, in the whole sequence of the history of our literature. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 34. Selected Works by Giordano Bruno. Giordano Bruno, 1548 to 1600. Filippo Bruno, known as Giordano Bruno, was born at Nola, near Naples, in 1548. This was 8 years after the death of Copernicus, whose system he eagerly espoused, and 10 years before the birth of Bacon, with whom he associated in England. Of an ardent poetic temperament, he entered the Dominican order in Naples at the early age of 16, doubtless attracted to conventional life by the opportunities of study it offered to an eager intellect. Bruno had been in the monastery nearly 13 years when he was accused of heresy in attacking some of the dogmas of the Church. He fled first to Rome and then to northern Italy, where he wandered about for 3 seasons from city to city, teaching and writing. In 1579 he arrived at Geneva, then the stronghold of the Calvinists. Coming into conflict with the authorities there on account of his religious opinions, he was thrown into prison. He escaped and went to Toulouse, at that time the literary center of southern France, where he lectured for a year on Aristotle. His restless spirit, however, drove him on to Paris. Here he was made professor extraordinary at the Sorbonne. Although his teachings were almost directly opposed to the philosophic tenets of the time, attacking the current dogmas, and Aristotle, the idol of the schoolmen, yet such was the power of Bruno's eloquence, and the charm of his manner, that crowds flocked to his lecture room, and he became one of the most popular foreign teachers the university had known. Under pretence of expounding the writings of Thomas Aquinas, he set forth his own philosophy. He also spoke much on the art of memory, amplifying the writings of Raymond Lully. And these principles, formulated by the monk of the 13th century, and taken up again by the freethinkers of the 16th, are the basis of all the present-day mnemonics. But Bruno went even further. He attracted the attention of King Henry III of France, who in 1583 introduced him to the French ambassador to England, Castelnuovo di Montvissier. Going to London, he spent 3 years in the family of this nobleman, more as friend than dependent. They were the happiest, or at least the most restful years of his stormy life. England was just then entering on the glorious epoch of her Elizabethan literature. Bruno came into the brilliant court circles, meeting even the queen, who cordially welcomed all men of culture, especially the Italians. The astute monk reciprocated her good will by paying her the customary tribute of flattery. He won the friendship of Sir Philip Sidney, to whom he dedicated 2 of his books, and enjoyed the acquaintance of Spenser, Sir Fauqueville, Dyer, Harvey, Sir William Temple, Bacon, and other wits and poets of the day. At that time, somewhere about 1580, Shakespeare was still serving his apprenticeship as playwright, and had perhaps less claim on the notice of the observant foreigner than his elder contemporaries. London was still a small town where the news of the day spread rapidly, and where, no doubt, strangers were as eagerly discussed as they are now within narrow town limits. Bruno's daring speculations could not remain the exclusive property of his own coterie. And as Shakespeare had the faculty of absorbing all new ideas afloat in the air, he would hardly have escaped the influence of the teacher who proclaimed in proud self-confidence that he was come to arouse men out of their theological stagnation. His influence on Bacon is more evident, because of their friendly associations. Bruno lectured at Oxford, but the English university found less favor in his eyes than English court life. Pedantry had indeed set its fatal mark on scholarship, not only on the continent but in England. Aristotle was still the god of the pedants of that age, and dissent from his teaching was heavily punished, for the dry dust of learning blinded the eyes of the scholastics to new truths. Bruno, the knight errant of these truths, devoted all his life to scourging pedantry, and dissented in toto from the idol of the schools. No wonder he and Oxford did not agree together. He wittily calls her the widow of sound learning, and again, a constellation of pedantic, obstinate ignorance and presumption, mixed with a clownish incivility that would tax the patience of Job. He lashed the shortcomings of English learning in La Cena delle Ceneri, Ash Wednesday conversation. But Bruno's roving spirit, and perhaps also his heterodox tendencies, drove him at last from England, and for the next 5 years he roamed about Germany, leading the life of the wandering scholars of the time, always involved in conflicts and controversies with the authorities, always antagonistic to public opinion. Flying in the face of the most cherished traditions, he underwent the common experience of all prophets. The minds he was bent on awakening refused to be aroused. Finally he was invited by Zuone Mocenigo, of Venice, to teach him the higher and secret learning. The Venetians supposed that Bruno, with more than human erudition, possessed the art of conveying knowledge into the heads of dullards. Disappointed in this expectation, he quarrelled with his teacher, and in a spirit of revenge picked out of Bruno's writings a mass of testimony sufficient to convict him of heresy. This he turned over to the Inquisitor at Venice. Bruno was arrested, convicted, and sent to the Inquisition in Rome. When called upon there to recant, he replied, "I ought not to recant, and I will not recant." He was accordingly confined in prison for 7 years, then sentenced to death. On hearing the warrant he said, "It may be that you fear more to deliver this judgment than I to bear it." On February 17th, 1600, he was burned at the stake in the Campo dei Fiori at Rome. He remained steadfast to the end, saying, "I die a martyr, and willingly." His ashes were cast into the Tiber. 259 years afterwards his statue was unveiled on the very spot where he suffered, and the Italian government is bringing out, 1896, the first complete edition, the national edition, of his works. In their substance, Bruno's writings belong to philosophy rather than to literature, although they are still interesting both historically and biographically as an index of the character of the man and of the temper of the time. Many of the works have either perished or are hidden away in inaccessible archives. For 200 years they were tabooed, and as late as 1836 forbidden to be shown in the public library of Dresden. He published 25 works in Latin and Italian, and left many others incomplete, for in all his wanderings he was continually writing, as the work of the Great Key, the Exploration of the 30 Seals, etc. The first extant work is Il Candelaggio, the Taper, a comedy which in its license of language and manner vividly reflects the time. In the dedication he discloses his philosophy. Time takes away everything and gives everything. The Spaccio della Bestia Trionfante, Expulsion of the Triumphant Beast, the most celebrated of his works, is an attack on the superstitions of the day, a curious medley of learning, imagination, and buffoonery. Degli Eroici Furori, the heroic enthusiasts, is the most interesting to modern readers, and in its majestic exaltation and poetic imagery is a true product of Italian culture. Bruno was evidently a man of vast intellect and of immense erudition. His philosophic speculations comprehended not only the ancient thought, and that current at his time, but also reached out toward the future and the result of modern science. He perceived some of the facts which were later formulated in the theory of evolution. The mind of man differs from that of lower animals and of plants not in quality, but only in quantity. Each individual is the resultant of innumerable individuals. Each species is the starting point for the next. No individual is the same today as yesterday. Not only in this divination of coming truth is he modern, but also in his methods of investigation. Reason was to him the guide to truth. In a study of him, Lewes says, Bruno was a true Neapolitan child, as ardent as its soil, as capricious as its varied climate. There was a restless energy which fitted him to become the preacher of a new crusade, urging him to throw a haughty defiance in the face of every authority in every country, an energy which closed his wild adventurous career at the stake. He was distinguished also by a rich fancy, a varied humor, and a chivalrous gallantry, which constantly remind us that the intellectual athlete is an Italian, and an Italian of the 16th century. A Discourse of Poets From The Heroic Enthusiasts Cicada. Say, what do you mean by those who vaunt themselves of myrtle and laurel? Tansillo. Those may and do boast of the myrtle who sing of love. If they bear themselves nobly, they may wear a crown of that plant consecrated to Venus, of which they know the potency. Those may boast of the laurel who sing worthily of things pertaining to heroes, substituting heroic souls for speculative and moral philosophy, praising them and setting them as mirrors and exemplars for political and civil actions. Cicada. There are then many species of poets and crowns? Tansillo. Not only as many as there are muses, but a great many more; for although genius is to be met with, yet certain modes and species of human ingenuity cannot be thus classified. Cicada. There are certain schoolmen who barely allow Homer to be a poet, and set down Virgil, Ovid, Martial, Hesiod, Lucretius, and many others as versifiers, judging them by the rules of poetry of Aristotle. Tansillo. Know for certain, my brother, that such as these are beasts. They do not consider that those rules serve principally as a frame for the Homeric poetry, and for others similar to it, and they set up one as a great poet, high as Homer, and disallow those of other vein and art and enthusiasm, who in their various kinds are equal, similar, or greater. Cicada. So that Homer was not a poet who depended upon rules, but was the cause of the rules, which serve for those who are more apt at imitation than invention, and they have been used by him who, being no poet, yet knew how to take the rules of Homeric poetry into service, so as to become not a poet or a Homer, but one who apes the muse of others. Tansillo. Thou dost well conclude that poetry is not born in rules, or only slightly and accidentally so. The rules are derived from the poetry, and there are as many kinds and sorts of true rules as there are kinds and sorts of true poets. Cicada. How then are the true poets to be known? Tansillo. By the singing of their verses. In that singing they give delight, or they edify and delight together. Cicada. To whom then are the rules of Aristotle useful? Tansillo. To him who, unlike Homer, Hesiod, Orpheus, and others, could not sing without the rules of Aristotle, and who, having no muse of his own, would coquet with that of Homer. Cicada. Then they are wrong, those stupid pedants of our days, who exclude from the number of poets those who do not use words or metaphors conformable to, or whose principles are not in union with, those of Homer and Virgil; or because they do not observe the custom of invocation, or because they weave one history or tale with another, or because they finish the song with an epilogue on what has been said, and a prelude on what is to be said, and many other kinds of criticism and censure; from whence it seems they would imply that they themselves, if the fancy took them, could be the true poets. And yet in fact they are no other than worms that know not how to do anything well, but are born only to gnaw and befoul the studies and labours of others, and not being able to attain celebrity by their own virtue and ingenuity, seek to put themselves in the front, by hook or by crook, through the defects and errors of others. Tansillo. There are as many sorts of poets as there are sentiments and ideas, and to these it is possible to adapt garlands, not only of every species of plant, but also of other kinds of material. So the crowns of poets are made not only of myrtle and of laurel, but of vine leaves for the white wine verses, and of ivy for the bacchanals, of olive for sacrifice and laws, of poplar, of elm, and of corn for agriculture, of cypress for funerals, and innumerable others for other occasions, and if it please you, also of the material signified by a good fellow when he exclaimed, O Friar Leek, O poetester, that in Milan didst buckle on thy wreath, composed of salad, sausage, and the pepper caster. Cicada. Now surely he of diverse moods, which he exhibits in various ways, may cover himself with the branches of different plants, and may hold discourse worthily with the Muses. For they are his aura or comforter, his anchor or support, and his harbour, to which he retires in times of labour, of agitation, and of storm. Hence he cries, O mountain of Parnassus, where I abide, Muses, with whom I converse, fountain of Helicon, where I am nourished, mountain that affordest me a quiet dwelling place, Muses that inspire me with profound doctrines, fountain that cleansest me, mountain on whose ascent my heart uprises, Muses that in discourse revive my spirits, fountain whose arbours cool my brows, change my death into life, my cypress to laurels, and my hells into heavens, that is, give me immortality, make me a poet, render me illustrious. Tanzilo. Well, because to those whom heaven favours, the greatest evils turn to greatest good. For needs or necessities bring forth labours and studies, and these most often bring the glory of immortal splendour. Cicada. For to die in one age makes us live in all the rest. Canticle of the Shining Ones. A tribute to English women, from the Nolan. Nothing I envy, Jove, from this thy sky, spake Neptune thus, and raised his lofty crest. God of the waves, said Jove, thy pride runs high, what more wouldst add to own thy stern behest? Thou, spake the god, dost rule the fiery span, the circling spheres, the glittering shafts of day. Greater am I, who in the realm of man rule Thames with all his nymphs in fair array. In this my breast I hold the fruitful land, the vasty reaches of the trembling sea, and what in night's bright dome, or day's, shall stand before these radiant maids who dwell with me? Not thine, said Jove, god of the watery mount, to exceed my lot, but thou my lot shalt share. Thy heavenly maids among my stars I'll count, and thou shalt own the stars beyond compare. The Song of the Nine Singers. The first sings and plays the cithern. O cliffs and rocks, O thorny woods, O shore, O hills and dales, O valleys, rivers, seas, how do your new discovered beauties please! O nymph, 'tis yours the guerdon rare, if now the open skies shine fair. O happy wanderings, well spent and o'er. The second sings and plays to his mandolin. O happy wanderings, well spent and o'er! Say then, O Circe, these heroic tears, these griefs endured through tedious months and years, were as a grace divine bestowed, if now our weary travail is no more. The third sings and plays to his lyre. If now our weary travail is no more, if this sweet haven be our destined rest, then naught remains but to be blest, to thank our God for all his gifts, who from our eyes the veil uplifts, where shines the light upon the heavenly shore. The fourth sings to the viol. Where shines the light upon the heavenly shore? O blindness, dearer far than others' sight! O sweeter grief than earth's most sweet delight! For ye have led the erring soul by gradual steps to this fair goal, and through the darkness into light we soar. The fifth sings to a Spanish timbrel. And through the darkness into light we soar, to full fruition all high thought is brought, with such brave patience that even we at least the only path can see, and in his noblest work our God adore. The sixth sings to a lute. And in his noblest work our God adore. God does not will joy should to joy succeed, nor ill shall be of other ill the seed, but in his hand the wheel of fate turns, now depressed and now elate, evolving day from night for evermore. The seventh sings to the Irish harp. Evolving day from night for evermore, and as yon robe of glorious nightly fire Pales when the morning beams to noon aspire, Thus he who rules with law eternal, Creating order fair diurnal, Casts down the proud and doth exalt the poor. The eighth plays with a violin bow. Casts down the proud and doth exalt the poor, and with an equal hand maintains The boundless worlds which he sustains, and scatters all our finite sense At thought of his omnipotence, clouded awhile to be revealed once more. The ninth plays upon the rebeck. Clouded awhile to be revealed once more, thus neither doubt nor fear avails, Over all the incomparable end prevails, Over fair champaign and mountain, over river brink and fountain, And over the shocks of seas and perils of the shore. Translation of Isa Blagden. Of Immensity. From 5th Life of Giordano Bruno. 'Tis thou, O Spirit, dost within my soul This weakly thought with thine own life amend. Rejoicing, dost thy rapid pinions lend me, And dost wing me to that lofty goal, Where secret portals ope and fetters break. And thou dost grant me, by thy grace complete, Fortune to spurn, and death. O high retreat, Which few attain and fewer yet forsake, Girdled with gates of brass in every part, Prisoned and bound in vain, 'tis mine to rise Through sparkling fields of air to pierce the skies, Sped and accoutred by no doubting heart, Till, raised on clouds of contemplation vast, Light, leader, law, creator, I attain at last. Life well lost. Winged by desire and thee, O dear delight, As still the vast and succouring air I tread, So, mounting still, on swifter pinions sped, I scorn the world, and heaven receives my flight. And if the end of Icarus be nigh, I will submit, for I shall know no pain, And falling dead to earth, shall rise again. What lowly life with such high death can vie? Then speaks my heart from out the upper air, Whither dost lead me? Sorrow and despair attend the rash. And thus I make reply, Fear thou no fall, nor lofty ruin sent, Safely divide the clouds, and die content, When such proud death is dealt thee from on high. Parnassus within. O heart, 'tis you my chief Parnassus are, Where for my safety I must ever climb. My winged thoughts are muses, who from far Bring gifts of beauty to the court of time. And Helicon, that fair unwasted rill, Springs newly in my tears upon the earth, And by those streams, and nymphs, and by that hill, It pleased the gods to give a poet birth. No favouring hand that comes of lofty race, No priestly unction, nor the grant of kings, Can on me lay such lustre and such grace, Nor add such heritage; for one who sings Hath a crowned head, and by the sacred bay His heart, his thoughts, his tears are consecrate alway. Compensation. The moth beholds not death as forth he flies Into the splendour of the living flame; The hart athirst to crystal water hies, Nor heeds the shaft, nor fears the hunter's aim. The timid bird, returning from above To join his mate, deems not the net is nigh. Unto the light, the fount, and to my love, Seeing the flame, the shaft, the chains, I fly. So high a torch, love lighted in the skies, Consumes my soul; and with this bow divine Of piercing sweetness, what terrestrial vies? This net of dear delight does prison mine, And I to life's last day have this desire, Be mine thine arrows, love, and mine thy fire. Life for Song. Come, Muse, O Muse, so often scorned by me, The hope of sorrow and the balm of care, Give to me speech and song, that I may be Unchid by grief; grant me such graces rare As other ministering souls may never see, Who both thy laurel and thy myrtle wear. I know no joy wherein thou hast not part, My speeding wind, my anchor, and my goal. Come, fair Parnassus, lift thou up my heart; Come, Helicon, renew my thirsty soul. A cypress crown, O Muse, is thine to give, And pain eternal. Take this weary frame, Touch me with fire, and this my death shall live on all men's lips, and in undying fame. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 35, William Cullen Bryant, 1794 to 1878, by George Parsons Lathrop. Distinguished as he was by the lofty qualities of his verse, William Cullen Bryant held a place almost unique in American literature by the union of his activity as a poet with his eminence as a citizen and an influential journalist throughout an uncommonly long career. Two traits still further define the peculiarity of his position: his precocious development and the evenness and sustained vigor of all his poetic work from the beginning to the end. He began writing verse at the age of 8. At 10 he made contributions in this kind to the Country Gazette, and produced a finished and effective rhymed address, read at his school examination, which became popular for recitation. And in his 13th year, during the presidency of Thomas Jefferson, he composed a political satire of the embargo. This, being published, was at first supposed by many to be the work of a man, attracted much attention and praise, and passed into a second edition with other shorter pieces. But these, while well wrought in the formal 18th century fashion, showed no special originality. It was with Thanatopsis, written in 1811, when he was only 17, that his career as a poet of original and assured strength began. Thanatopsis was an inspiration of the primeval woods of America, of the scenes that surrounded the writer in youth. At the same time, it expressed with striking independence and power a fresh conception of the universality of death in the natural order. As has been well said, it takes the idea of death out of its theological aspects and restores it to its proper place in the vast scheme of things. This in itself was a mark of genius in a youth of his time and place. Another American poet, Stoddard, calls it the greatest poem ever written by so young a man. The author's son-in-law and biographer, Parke Godwin, remarks upon it aptly: "For the first time on this continent a poem was written designed to general admiration and enduring fame." And this indeed is a very significant point, that it began the history of true poetry in the United States, a fact which further secured to Bryant his exceptional place. The poem remains a classic of the English language, and the author himself never surpassed the high mark attained in it, although the balanced and lasting nature of his faculty is shown in a pendant to this poem, which he created in his old age and entitled The Flood of Years. The last is equal to the first in dignity and finish, but is less original, and has never gained a similar fame. Another consideration regarding Bryant is that, representing a modern development of poetry under American inspiration, he was also a descendant of the early Massachusetts colonists, being connected with the Pilgrim Fathers through 3 ancestral lines. Born at Cummington, Massachusetts, November 3, 1794, the son of a stalwart but studious country physician of literary tastes, he inherited the strong religious feeling of this ancestry, which was united in him with a deep and sensitive love of nature. This led him to reflect in his poems the strength and beauty of American landscape, vividly as it had never before been mirrored. And the blending of serious thought and innate piety with the sentiment for nature so reflected gave a new and impressive result. Like many other long-lived men, Bryant suffered from delicate health in the earlier third of his life. There was a tendency to consumption in his otherwise vigorous family stock. He read much and was interested in Greek literature and somewhat influenced by it. But he also lived a great deal in the open air, rejoiced in the boisterous games and excursions in the woods with his brothers and sisters, and took long rambles alone among the hills and wild groves, being then, as always afterwards, an untiring walker. After a stay of only 7 months at Williams College, he studied law, which he practiced for some 8 years in Plainfield and Great Barrington. In the last named village he was elected a tithing man, charged with the duty of keeping order in the churches and enforcing the observance of Sunday. Chosen town clerk soon afterwards, at a salary of $5 a year, he kept the records of the town with his own hand for 5 years, and also served as justice of the peace with power to hear cases in a lower court. These biographical items are of value, as showing his close relation to the self-government of the people in its simpler forms, and his early practical familiarity with the duties of a trusted citizen. Meanwhile, however, he kept on writing at intervals, and in 1821 read before the Phi Beta Kappa Society at Harvard a long poem, The Ages, a kind of composition more in favor at that period than in later days, being a general review of the progress of man in knowledge and virtue. With the passage of time it has not held its own as against some of his other poems, although it long enjoyed a high reputation. But its success on its original hearing was the cause of his bringing together his first volume of poems, hardly more than a pamphlet, in the same year. It made him famous with the reading public of the United States, and won some recognition in England. In this little book were contained, besides the Ages and Thanatopsis, several pieces which have kept their hold upon popular taste, such as the well-known lines To a Waterfowl, and the inscription for the entrance to a wood. The year of its publication also brought into the world Cooper's The Spy, Irving's sketchbook in Bracebridge Hall, with various other significant volumes, including Channing's early essays, and Daniel Webster's great Plymouth Oration. It was evident that a native literature was dawning brightly, and as Bryant's productions now came into demand, and he had never liked the profession of law, he quitted it and went to New York in 1825, there to seek a living by his pen as a literary adventurer. The adventure led to ultimate triumph, but not until after a long term of dark prospects and hard struggles. Even in his latest years, Bryant used to declare that his favorite among his poems, although it is one of the least known, was Green River, perhaps because it recalled the scenes of young manhood, when he was about entering the law, and contrasted the peacefulness of that stream with the life in which he would be forced to drudge for the dregs of men, and scrawl strange words with the barbarous pen, and mingle among the jostling crowd where the sons of strife are subtle and loud. This might be applied to much of his experience in New York, where he edited the New York Review and became one of the editors, then a proprietor, and finally chief editor of the Evening Post. A great part of his energies now for many years was given to his journalistic function and to the active outspoken discussion of important political questions, often in trying crises and at the cost of harsh unpopularity. Success, financial as well as moral, came to him within the next quarter century, during which laborious interval he had likewise maintained his interest in work in pure literature, and produced new poems from time to time in various editions. From this point on until his death, June 12, 1878, in his 84th year, he was the central and commanding figure in the enlarging literary world of New York. His newspaper had gained a potent reputation, and had brought to bear upon public affairs strong influence of the highest sort. Its editorial course and tone, as well as the earnest and patriotic part taken by Bryant in popular questions and national affairs, without political ambition or office holding, had established him as one of the most distinguished citizens of the metropolis, no less than its most renowned poet. His presence and cooperation were indispensable in all great public functions or humanitarian and intellectual movements. In 1864, his 70th birthday was celebrated at the Century Club with extraordinary honors. In 1875, again, the two houses of the state legislature at Albany paid him the compliment, unprecedented in the annals of American authorship, of inviting him to a reception given to him in their official capacity. Another mark of the abounding esteem in which he was held among his fellow citizens was the presentation to him in 1876 of a rich silver vase, commemorative of his life and works. He was now a wealthy man, yet his habits of life remained essentially unchanged. His tastes were simple, his love of nature was still ardent, his literary and editorial industry unflagging. Besides his poems, Bryant wrote 2 short stories for Tales of the Glauber Spa, and published Letters of a Traveler in 1850, and as a result of 3 journeys to Europe and the Orient, together with various public addresses. His style as a writer of prose is clear, calm, dignified, and denotes exact observation and a wide range of interests. So, too, his editorial articles in the Evening Post, some of which have been preserved in his collected writings, are couched in serene and forcible English, with nothing of the sensational or the colloquial about them. They were a fitting medium of expression for his firm conscientiousness and integrity as a journalist. But it is as a poet, and especially by a few distinctive compositions, that Bryant will be most widely and deeply held in remembrance. In the midst of the exacting business of his career as an editor, and many public or social demands upon his time, he found opportunity to familiarize himself with portions of German and Spanish poetry, which he translated, and to maintain, in the quietude of his country home in Roslyn, Long Island, his old acquaintance with the Greek and Latin classics. From this continued study there resulted naturally in 1870 his elaborate translation of Homer's Iliad, which was followed by that of the Odyssey in 1871. These scholarly works, cast in strong and polished blank verse, won high praise from American critics and even achieved a popular success, although they were not warmly acclaimed in England. Among literarians they are still regarded as in a manner standards of their kind. Bryant, in his long march of over 65 years across the literary field, was witness to many new developments in poetic writing, in both his own and in other countries. But while he perceived the splendor and color and rich novelty of these, he held in his own work to the plain theory and practice which had guided him from the start. The best poetry, he still believed, that which takes the strongest hold of the general mind, not in one age only but in all ages, is that which is always simple and always luminous. He did not embody in impassioned forms the sufferings, emotions, or problems of the human kind, but was disposed to generalize them, as in The Journey of Life, The Hymn of the City, and The Song of the Sower. It is characteristic that two of the longer poems, Sella and The Little People of the Snow, which are narratives, deal with legends of an individual human life merging itself with the inner life of nature, under the form of imaginary beings who dwell in the snow or in water. On the other hand, one of his eulogists observes that although some of his contemporaries went much beyond him in fullness of insight and nearness to the great conflicts of the age, he has certainly not been surpassed, perhaps not been approached, by any writer since Wordsworth, in that majestic repose and that self-reliant simplicity which characterize the morning stars of song. In Our Country's Call, however, one hears the ring of true martial enthusiasm, and there is a deep patriotic fervor in O Mother of a Mighty Race. The noble and sympathetic homage paid to the typical womanhood of a genuine woman of every day, in The Conqueror's Grave, reveals also great underlying warmth and sensitiveness of feeling. Robert of Lincoln and The Planting of the Apple Tree are both touched by a lighter mood of joy in nature, which supplies a contrast to his usual pensiveness. Bryant's venerable aspect in old age, with erect form, white hair, and flowing snowy beard, give him a resemblance to Homer. There was something Homeric about his influence upon the literature of his country, in the dignity in which he invested the poetic art and the poet's relation to the people. George Parsons Lathrop. All Bryant's poems were originally published by D. Appleton and Company. End of section 35. Recording by Chris Pyle. Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section number 36. Poems by William Cullen Bryant. Thanatopsis. To him who in the love of nature holds communion with her visible forms, she speaks a various language. For his gayer hours she has a voice of gladness and a smile and eloquence of beauty, and she glides in his darker musings with a mild and healing sympathy that steals away their sharpness ere he is aware. When thoughts of the last bitter hour come like a blight over thy spirit, and sad images of the stern agony and shroud and pall, and breathless darkness in the narrow house make thee to shudder, and grow sick at heart, go forth under the open sky, and list to nature's teachings, while from all around earth and her waters, and the depths of air, comes a still voice. Yet a few days, and thee the all-beholding sun shall see no more in all his course, nor yet in the cold ground where thy pale form was laid, with many tears, nor in the embrace of ocean shall exist thy image. Earth that nourished thee shall claim thy growth, to be resolved to earth again, and, lost each human trace, surrendering up thine individual being, shalt thou go to mix forever with the elements, to be a brother to the insensible rock, and to the sluggish clod which the rude swain turns with his share and treads upon. The oak shall send his roots abroad, and pierce thy mould. Yet not to thine eternal resting place shalt thou retire alone, nor couldst thou wish couch more magnificent. Thou shalt lie down with patriarchs of the infant world, with kings, the powerful of the earth, the wise, the good, fair forms, and hoary seers of ages past, all in one mighty sepulchre. The hills, rock-ribbed and ancient as the sun, the vales stretching in pensive quietness between, the venerable woods, rivers that move in majesty, and the complaining brooks that make the meadows green, and poured round all, old ocean's gray and melancholy waste, are but the solemn decorations all of the great tomb of man. The golden sun, the planets, all the infinite host of heaven, are shining on the sad abodes of death. Through the still lapse of ages, all that tread the globe are but a handful to the tribes that slumber in its bosom. Take the wings of morning, pierce the Barcan wilderness, or lose thyself in the continuous woods, where rolls the Oregon and hears no sound save his own dashings. Yet the dead are there, and millions in those solitudes, since first the flight of years began, have laid them down in their last sleep. The dead reign there alone. So shalt thou rest. And what if thou withdraw in silence from the living, and no friend take note of thy departure? All that breathe will share thy destiny. The gay will laugh when thou art gone, the solemn brood of care plod on, and each one as before will chase his favorite phantom. Yet all these shall leave their mirth and their employments, and shall come and make their bed with thee, as the long train of ages glides away. The sons of men, the youth in life's fresh spring, and he who goes in the full strength of years, matron and maid, the speechless babe and the gray-headed man, shall one by one be gathered to thy side, by those who in their turn shall follow them. So live that when thy summons comes to join the innumerable caravan which moves to that mysterious realm where each shall take his chamber in the silent halls of death, thou go not like the quarry's slave at night, scourged to his dungeon, but sustained and soothed by an unfaltering trust. Approach thy grave like one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him, and lies down to pleasant dreams. The crowded street. Let me move slowly through the street, filled with an ever-shifting train, amid the sound of steps that beat the murmuring walks like autumn rain. How fast the flitting figures come, the mild, the fierce, the stony face, some bright with thoughtless smiles, and some where secret tears have lost their trace. They pass to toil, to strife, to rest, to halls in which the feast is spread, to chambers where the funeral guest in silence sits beside the dead. And some to happy homes repair, where children, pressing cheek to cheek, with mute caresses shall declare the tenderness they cannot speak. And some who walk in calmness here shall shudder as they reach the door, where one who made their dwelling dear, its flower, its light, is seen no more. Youth with pale cheek and slender frame, and dreams of greatness in thine eye, goest thou to build an early name, or early in the task to die? Keen son of trade with eager brow, who is now fluttering in thy snare? Thy golden fortunes, tower they now, or melt the glittering spires in air? Who of this crowd tonight shall tread the dance till daylight gleam again? Who sorrow o'er the untimely dead, who writhe in throes of mortal pain? Some, famine struck, shall think how long the cold dark hours, how slow the light, and some who flaunt amid the throng shall hide in dens of shame tonight. Each where his tasks or pleasures call, they pass, and heed each other not. There is who heeds, who holds them all in his large love and boundless thought. These struggling tides of life that seem in wayward, aimless course to tend, are eddies of the mighty stream that rolls to its appointed end. The death of the flowers. The melancholy days are come, the saddest of the year, of wailing winds and naked woods and meadows brown and sere. Heaped in the hollows of the grove, the autumn leaves lie dead. They rustle to the eddying gust and to the rabbit's tread. The robin and the wren are flown, and from the shrubs the jay, and from the woodtop calls the crow through all the gloomy day. Where are the flowers, the fair young flowers, that lately sprang and stood in brighter light and softer airs, a beauteous sisterhood? Alas, they all are in their graves. The gentle race of flowers are lying in their lowly beds. With the fair and good of ours, the rain is falling where they lie. But in the cold November rain calls not from out the gloomy earth the lovely ones again. The windflower and the violet, they perished long ago, and the briar rose and the orchis died amid the summer glow. But on the hills the goldenrod and the aster in the wood, and the yellow sunflower by the brook, in autumn beauty stood, till fell the frost from the clear cold heaven, as falls the plague on men, and the brightness of their smile was gone from upland, glade, and glen. And now when comes the cold mild day, as still such days will come, to call the squirrel and the bee from out their winter home, when the sound of dropping nuts is heard, though all the trees are still, and twinkle in the smoky light the waters of the rill, the south wind searches for the flowers whose fragrance late he bore, and sighs to find them in the wood and by the stream no more. And then I think of one who in her youthful beauty died, the fair, meek blossom that grew up and faded by my side. In the cold, moist earth we laid her, when the forest cast the leaf, and we wept that one so lovely should have a life so brief. Yet not unmeet it was that one like that young friend of ours, so gentle and so beautiful, should perish with the flowers. The Conqueror's Grave. Within this lowly grave a conqueror lies, and yet the monument proclaims it not, nor round the sleeper's name hath chisel wrought the emblems of a fame that never dies. Ivy and amaranth in a graceful sheath, twined with the laurel's fair imperial leaf, a simple name alone, to the great world unknown, is graven here, and wild flowers rising round, meek meadows sweet and violets of the ground, lean lovingly against the humble stone. Here in the quiet earth they laid apart no man of iron mold and bloody hands, who sought to wreak upon the cowering lands the passions that consumed his restless heart, but one of tender spirit and delicate frame, gentlest and mean in mind, of gentle womankind, timidly shrinking from the breath of blame, one in whose eyes the smile of kindness made its haunts, like flowers by sunny brooks in May, yet at the thought of others' pain a shade of sweeter sadness chased the smile away. Nor deemed that when the hand that moulders here was raised in menace, realms were chilled with fear, and armies mustered at the sign, as when clouds rise on clouds before the rainy east, gray captains leading bands of veteran men, and fiery youths to be the vulture's feast. Not thus were waged the mighty wars that gave the victory to her who fills this grave. Alone her task was wrought, alone the battle fought. Through that long strife her constant hope was stayed on God alone, nor looked for other aid. She met the hosts of sorrow with a look that altered not beneath the frown they wore, and soon the lowering brood were tamed, and took meekly her gentle rule, and frowned no more. Her soft hand put aside the assaults of wrath, and calmly broke in twain the fiery shafts of pain, and rent the nets of passion from her path. By that victorious hand despair was slain. With love she vanquished hate, and overcame evil with good, in her great Master's name. Her glory is not of this shadowy state, glory that with the fleeting season dies. But when she entered at the sapphire gate, what joy was radiant in celestial eyes! How heaven's bright depths with sounding welcomes rung, and flowers of heaven by shining hands were flung. And he who long before pain, scorn, and sorrow bore, the mighty sufferer with aspect sweet, smiled on the timid stranger from his seat. He who returning glorious from the grave dragged death disarmed in chains, a crouching slave. See, as I linger here the sun grows low, cool airs are murmuring that the night is near. O gentle sleeper, from the grave I go, consoled through sad and hope and yet in fear. Brief is the time, I know, the warfare scarce begun, yet all may win the triumphs thou hast won. Still flows the fount whose waters strengthen thee. The victors' names are yet too few to fill heaven's mighty roll. The glorious armory that ministered to thee is open still. The battlefield. Once this soft turf, this rivulet's sands, were trampled by a hurrying crowd, and fiery hearts and armed hands encountered in the battle cloud. Ah, never shall the land forget how gushed the life-blood of her brave, gushed warm with hope and courage yet upon the soil they sought to save. Now all is calm and fresh and still, alone the chirp of flitting bird, and talk of children on the hill, and bell of wandering kine are heard. No solemn host goes trailing by the black-mouthed gun and staggering wain. Men start not at the battle cry. Oh, be it never heard again. Soon rested those who fought, but thou who minglest in the harder strife, for truths which men receive not now, thy warfare only ends with life. A friendless warfare, lingering long, through weary day and weary year. A wild and many-weaponed throng hang on thy front and flank and rear. Yet nerve thy spirit to the proof, and blench not at thy chosen lot. The timid good may stand aloof, the sage may frown, yet faint thou not. Nor heed the shaft who surely casts the foul and hissing bolt of scorn, for with thy side shall dwell at last the victory of endurance born. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again, the eternal years of God are hers. But error, wounded, writhes in pain and dies among his worshippers. Yea, though thou lie upon the dust, when they who helped thee flee in fear, die full of hope and manly trust, like those who fell in battle here. Another hand thy sword shall wield, another hand the standard wave, till from the trumpet's mouth is pealed the blast of triumph o'er thy grave. To a waterfowl. Whither, midst falling dew, while glow the heavens with the last steps of day, far through their rosy depths dost thou pursue thy solitary way? Vainly the fowler's eye might mark thy distant flight to do thee wrong, as darkly painted on the crimson sky thy figure floats along. Seek'st thou the plashy brink of weedy lake on marge of river wide, or where the rocking billows rise and sink on the chafed ocean side? There is a power whose care teaches thy way along that pathless coast, the desert and illimitable air, lone wandering, but not lost. All day thy wings have fanned, and that far height the cold thin atmosphere. Yet stoop not, weary, to the welcome land, though the dark night is near, and soon that toil shall end. Soon shalt thou find a summer home and rest, and scream among thy fellows. Reeds shall bend soon o'er thy sheltered nest. Thou'rt gone, the abyss of heaven hath swallowed up thy form. Yet on my heart deeply has sunk the lesson thou hast given, and shall not soon depart. He who, from zone to zone, guides through the boundless sky thy certain flight, in the long way that I must tread alone, will lead my steps aright. Robert of Lincoln. Merrily swinging on briar and weed, near to the nest of his little dame, over the mountainside or mead, Robert of Lincoln is telling his name. Bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink, snug and safe in that nest of ours, hidden among the summer flowers. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln is gaily dressed, wearing a bright black wedding coat. White are his shoulders and white his crest. Hear him call in his merry note, bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Look what a nice new coat is mine, sure there was never a bird so fine. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln's Quaker wife, pretty and quiet, with plain brown wings, passing at home a patient life, broods in the grass while her husband sings, bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Brood, kind creature, you need not fear thieves and robbers while I am here. Chee, chee, chee. Modest and shy as a nun is she, one weak chirp is her only note. Braggart and prince of braggarts is he, pouring boasts from his little throat. Bobolink, bobolink, Spink, spank, spink. Never was I afraid of man. Catch me, cowardly knaves, if you can. Chee, chee, chee. 6 white eggs on a bed of hay, flecked with purple, a pretty sight. There as the mother sits all day, Robert is singing with all his might. Bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Nice good wife that never goes out, keeping house while I frolic about. Chee, chee, chee. Soon as the little ones chip the shell, 6 wide mouths are open for food. Robert of Lincoln bestirs him well, gathering seeds for the hungry brood. Bobolink, spink, spank, spink. This new life is likely to be hard for a gay young fellow like me. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln at length is made, sober with work and silent with care. Off is his holiday garment laid, half forgotten that merry air. Bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Nobody knows but my mate and I where our nest and our nestlings lie. Chee, chee, chee. Summer wanes, the children are grown. Fun and frolic no more he knows. Robert of Lincoln's a humdrum crone. Off he flies, and we sing as he goes. Bobolink, spink, spank, spink. When you can pipe that merry old strain, Robert of Lincoln, come back again. Chee, chee, chee. 1855. June. I gazed upon the glorious sky and the green mountains round, and thought that when I came to lie at rest within the ground, 'twere pleasant that in flowery June, when brooks send up a cheerful tune, and groves a joyous sound the sexton's hand my grave to make, the rich green mountain turf shall break. A cell within the frozen mold, a coffin borne through sleet, and icy clods above it rolled, while fierce the tempest beat. Away, I will not think of these. Blue be the sky and soft the breeze, earth green beneath the feet, and be the damp mold gently pressed into my narrow place of rest. There through the long, long summer hours the golden light shall lie, and thick young herbs and groups of flowers stand in their beauty by. The oriole shall build and tell his love tale close beside my cell. The idle butterfly shall rest him there, and there be heard the housewife bee and hummingbird. And what if cheerful shouts at noon come from the village scent, or songs of maids beneath the moon with fairy laughter blent? And what if, in the evening light, betrothed lovers walk in sight of my low monument? I would the lovely scene around might know no sadder sight nor sound. I know that I no more shall see the season's glorious show, nor would its brightness shine for me, nor its wild music flow. But if, around my place of sleep, the friends I love should come to weep, they might not haste to go. Soft airs and song and light and bloom shall keep them lingering by my tomb. These to their softened hearts should bear the thought of what has been, and speak of one who cannot share the gladness of the scene, whose part in all the pomp that fills the circuit of the summer hills is that his grave is green, and deeply would their hearts rejoice to hear again his living voice. To the fringed gentian. Thou blossom, bright with autumn dew, and colored with the heaven's own blue, that openest when the quiet light succeeds the keen and frosty night. Thou comest not when violets lean o'er wandering brooks and springs unseen, or columbines in purple dress nod o'er the ground bird's hidden nest. Thou waitest late and comest alone, when woods are bare and birds are flown, and frost and shortening days portend the aged year is near his end. Then doth thy sweet and quiet eye look through its fringes to the sky, blue, blue as if that sky let fall a flower from its cerulean wall. I would that thus, when I shall see the hour of death draw near to me, hope blossoming within my heart may look to heaven as I depart. The future life. How shall I know thee in the sphere which keeps the disembodied spirits of the dead, when all of thee that time could wither sleeps and perishes among the dust we tread? For I shall feel the sting of ceaseless pain if there I meet thy gentle presence not, nor hear the voice I love, nor read again in thy serenest eyes the tender thought. Will not thy own meek heart demand me there, that heart whose fondest throbs to me were given? My name on earth was ever in thy prayer, and wilt thou never utter it in heaven? in meadows fanned by heaven's life-breathing wind, in the resplendence of that glorious sphere, and larger movements of the unfettered mind, wilt thou forget the love that joined us here? The love that lived through all the stormy past, and meekly with my harsher nature bore, and deeper grew, and tenderer to the last. Shall it expire with life and be no more? A happier lot than mine, and larger light, await thee there, for thou hast bowed thy will in cheerful homage to the rule of right, and lovest all, and renderest good for ill. For me the sordid cares in which I dwell shrink and consume my heart as heat the scroll, and wrath has left its scar, that fire of hell has left its frightful scar upon my soul. Yet, though thou wear'st the glory of the sky, wilt thou not keep the same beloved name, the same fair thoughtful brow and gentle eye, lovelier in heaven's sweet climate, yet the same? Shalt thou not teach me in that calmer home the wisdom that I learned so ill in this, the wisdom which is love, till I become thy fit companion in that land of bliss? To the Past. Thou unrelenting Past, stern are the fetters round thy dark domain, and fetters sure and fast hold all that enter thy unbreathing reign. Far in thy realm withdrawn, old empires sit in sullenness and gloom, and glorious ages gone lie deep within the shadows of thy womb. Childhood with all its mirth, youth, manhood, age, that draws us to the ground, and last man's life on earth, glide to thy dim dominions and are bound. Thou hast my better years, thou hast my earlier friends, the good, the kind, yielded to thee with tears, the venerable form, the exalted mind. My spirit yearns to bring the lost ones back, yearns with desire intense, and struggles hard to wring thy bolts apart, and pluck thy captives thence. In vain thy gates deny all passage save to those who hence depart, nor to the streaming eye thou giv'st them back, nor to the broken heart. In thy abysses high beauty and excellence unknown, to thee earth's wonder and her pride are gathered as the waters to the sea. Labors of good to man, unpublished charity, unbroken faith, love that midst grief began, and grew with years, and faltered not in death. Full many a mighty name lurks in thy depths, unuttered, unrevered. With thee are silent fame, forgotten arts, and wisdom disappeared. Thine for a space are they, yet thou shalt yield thy treasures up at last. Thy gates shall yet give way, thy bolts shall fall, inexorable past. All that of good and fair has gone into thy womb, from earliest time shall then come forth to wear the glory and the beauty of its prime. They have not perished, no. Kind words, remembered voices once so sweet, smiles radiant long ago, and features, the great soul's apparent seat, all shall come back. Each tie of pure affection shall be knit again. Alone shall evil die, and sorrow dwell a prisoner in thy reign. And then shall I behold him by whose kind paternal side I sprung, and her who, still and cold, fills the next grave, the beautiful and young. End of section 36. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 37 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 37, The Position of Women in the United States, from the American Commonwealth, by James Bryce. James Bryce, born 1838. James Bryce was born at Belfast, Ireland, of Scotch and Irish parents. He studied at the University of Glasgow and later at Oxford, where he graduated with high honours in 1862, and where after some years of legal practice he was appointed Regius Professor of Civil Law in 1870. He had already established a high reputation as an original and accurate historical scholar by his prize essay on the Holy Roman Empire (1864), which passed through many editions, was translated into German, French, and Italian, and remains today a standard work and the best known work on the subject. Edward A. Freeman said, on the appearance of the work, that it had raised the author at once to the rank of a great historian. It has done more than any other treatise to clarify the vague notions of historians as to the significance of the imperial idea in the Middle Ages, and its importance as a factor in German and Italian politics. And it is safe to say that there is scarcely a recent history of the period that does not show traces of its influence. The scope of this work being juristic and philosophical, it does not admit of much historical narrative, and the style is lucid but not brilliant. It is not in fact as a historian that Mr. Bryce is best known, but rather as a jurist, a politician, and a student of institutions. The most striking characteristic of the man is his versatility, a quality which in his case has not been accompanied by its usual defects, for his achievements in one field seem to have made him no less conscientious in others, while they have given him that breadth of view which is more essential than any special training to the critic of men and affairs. For the 10 years that followed his Oxford appointment, he contributed frequently to the magazines on geographical, social, and political topics. His vacations he spent in travel and in mountain climbing, of which he gave an interesting narrative in Transcaucasia and Ararat (1877). In 1880 he entered active politics, and was elected to Parliament in the Liberal interest. He has continued steadfast in his support of the Liberal party and of Mr. Gladstone, whose Home Rule policy he has heartily seconded. In 1886 he became Gladstone's Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs, and in 1894 was appointed President of the Board of Trade. The work by which he is best known in this country, The American Commonwealth (1888), is the fruit of his observations during 3 visits to the United States and of many years of study. It is generally conceded to be the best critical analysis of American institutions ever made by a foreign author. Inferior in point of style to de Tocqueville's Democracy in America, it far surpasses that book in amplitude, breadth of view, acuteness of observation, and minuteness of information, besides being half a century later in date, and therefore able to set down accomplished facts where the earlier observer could only make forecasts. His extensive knowledge of foreign countries, by divesting him of insular prejudice, fitted him to handle his theme with impartiality, and his experience in the practical workings of British institutions gave him an insight into the practical defects and benefits of ours. That he has a keen eye for defects is obvious, but his tone is invariably sympathetic. So much so, in fact, that Goldwin Smith has accused him of being somewhat hard on England in some of his comparisons. The faults of the book pertain rather to the manner than to the matter. He does not mislead, but sometimes wearies, and in some portions of the work the frequent repetitions, the massing of details, and the absence of compact statement tend to obscure the general drift of his argument and to add unduly to the bulkiness of his volumes. The Position of Women in the United States, from the American Commonwealth. Social intercourse between youths and maidens is everywhere more easy and unrestrained than in England or Germany, not to speak of France. Yet there are considerable differences between the Eastern cities, whose usages have begun to approximate to those of Europe and other parts of the country. In the rural districts, and generally all over the West, young men and girls are permitted to walk together, drive together, go out to parties, and even to public entertainments together, without the presence of any third person who can be supposed to be looking after or taking charge of the girl. So a girl may, if she pleases, keep up a correspondence with a young man, nor will her parents think of interfering. She will have her own friends, who when they call at her house ask for her, and are received by her, it may be alone, because they are not deemed to be necessarily the friends of her parents also, nor even of her sisters. In the cities of the Atlantic States it is now thought scarcely correct for a young man to take a young lady out for a solitary drive, and in few sets would he be permitted to escort her alone to the theatre. But girls still go without chaperones to dances, the hostess being deemed to act as chaperone for all her guests. And as regards both correspondence and the right to have one's own circle of acquaintances, the usage even of New York or Boston allows more liberty than does that of London or Edinburgh. It was at one time, and it may possibly still be, not uncommon for a group of young people who know one another well to make up an autumn party in the woods. They choose some mountain and forest region, such as the Adirondack wilderness west of Lake Champlain, engage 3 or 4 guides, embark with guns and fishing rods, tents, blankets, and a stock of groceries, and pass in boats up the rivers and across the lakes of this wild country, through 60 or 70 miles of trackless forest, to their chosen camping ground at the foot of some tall rock that rises from the still crystal of the lake. Here they build their bark hut and spread their beds of the elastic and fragrant hemlock boughs. The youths roam about during the day, tracking the deer. The girls read and work and bake the corn cakes. At night there is a merry gathering round the fire, or a row in the soft moonlight. On these expeditions, brothers will take their sisters and cousins, who bring perhaps some lady friends with them. The brothers' friends will come too, and all will live together in a fraternal way for weeks or months, though no elderly relative or married lady be of the party. There can be no doubt that the pleasure of life is sensibly increased by the greater freedom which transatlantic custom permits, and as the Americans insist that no bad results have followed, one notes with regret that freedom declines in the places which deem themselves most civilized. American girls have been, so far as a stranger can ascertain, less disposed to what are called fast ways than girls of the corresponding classes in England, and exercise in this respect a pretty rigorous censorship over one another. But when two young people find pleasure in one another's company, they can see as much of each other as they please, can talk and walk together frequently, can show that they are mutually interested, and yet need have little fear of being misunderstood either by one another or by the rest of the world. It is all a matter of custom. In the West, custom sanctions this easy friendship. In the Atlantic cities, so soon as people have come to find something exceptional in it, constraint is felt, and a conventional etiquette like that of the old world begins to replace the innocent simplicity of the older time. the test of whose merit may be gathered from the universal persuasion in America that happy marriages are in the middle and upper ranks more common than in Europe, and that this is due to the ampler opportunities which young men and women have of learning one another's characters and habits before becoming betrothed. Most girls have a larger range of intimate acquaintances than girls have in Europe. Intercourse is franker, there is less difference between the manners of home and the manners of general society. The conclusions of a stranger are in such matters of no value, so I can only repeat that I have never met any judicious American lady who, however well she knew the Old World, did not think that the New World customs conduced more both to the pleasantness of life before marriage and to constancy and concord after it. In no country are women, and especially young women, so much made of. The world is at their feet. Society seems organized for the purpose of providing enjoyment for them. Parents, uncles, aunts, elderly friends, even brothers, are ready to make their comfort and convenience bend to the girl's wishes. The wife has fewer opportunities for reigning over the world of amusements, because except among the richest people she has more to do in household management than in England, owing to the scarcity of servants, but she holds in her own house a more prominent, if not a more substantially powerful position than in England or even in France. With the German Hausfrau, who is too often content to be a mere housewife, there is of course no comparison. The best proof of the superior place American ladies occupy is to be found in the notions they profess to entertain of the relations of an English married pair. They talk of the English wife as little better than a slave, declaring that when they stay with English friends, or receive an English couple in America, they see the wife always deferring to the husband, and the husband always assuming that his pleasure and convenience are to prevail. The European wife, they admit, often gets her own way, but she gets it by tactful arts, by flattery, or wheedling, or playing on the man's weaknesses. Whereas in America the husband's duty and desire is to gratify the wife, and render to her those services which the English tyrant exacts from his consort. One may often hear an American matron commiserate a friend who is married in Europe, while the daughters declare in chorus that they will never follow the example. Laughable as all this may seem to English women, it is perfectly true that the theory as well as the practice of conjugal life is not the same in America as in England. There are overbearing husbands in America, but they are more condemned by the opinion of the neighborhood than in England. There are exacting wives in England, but their husbands are more pitied than would be the case in America. In neither country can one say that the principle of perfect equality reigns, for in America the balance inclines nearly, though not quite, as much in favor of the wife as it does in England in favor of the husband. No one man can have a sufficiently large acquaintance in both countries to entitle his individual opinion on the results to much weight. So far as I have been able to collect views from those observers who have lived in both countries, they are in favor of the American practice, perhaps because the theory it is based on departs less from pure equality than does that of England. These observers do not mean that the recognition of women as equals or superiors makes them any better or sweeter or wiser than English women, but rather that the principle of equality by correcting the characteristic faults of men, and especially their selfishness and vanity, is more conducive to the concord and happiness of a home. They conceive that to make the wife feel her independence and responsibility more strongly than she does in Europe tends to brace and expand her character, while conjugal affection, usually stronger in her than in the husband, inasmuch as there are fewer competing interests, saves her from abusing the precedence yielded to her. This seems to be true, but I have heard others maintain that the American system, since it does not require the wife habitually to forego her own wishes, tends, if not to make her self-indulgent and capricious, yet slightly to impair the more delicate charms of character, as it is written, "It is more blessed to give than to receive." A European cannot spend an evening in an American drawing-room without perceiving that the attitude of men to women is not that with which he is familiar at home. The average European man has usually a slight sense of condescension when he talks to a woman on serious subjects. Even if she is his superior in intellect, in character, in social rank, he thinks that as a man he is her superior, and consciously or unconsciously talks down to her. She is too much accustomed to this to resent it, unless it becomes tastelessly palpable. Such a notion does not cross an American's mind. He talks to a woman just as he would to a man, of course with more deference of manner, and with a proper regard to the topics likely to interest her, but giving her his intellectual best, addressing her as a person whose opinion is understood by both to be worth as much as his own. Similarly, an American lady does not expect to have conversation made to her. It is just as much her duty or pleasure to lead it as the man's is. And more often than not she takes the burden from him, darting along with a gay vivacity which puts to shame his slower wits. It need hardly be said that in all cases where the two sexes come into competition for comfort, the provision is made first for women. In railroads, the end car of the train, being that furthest removed from the smoke of the locomotive, is often reserved for them, though men accompanying a lady are allowed to enter it. And at hotels, their sitting room is the best, and sometimes the only available public room, ladyless guests being driven to the bar or the hall. In omnibuses and horse cars, tram cars, it was formerly the custom for a gentleman to rise and offer his seat to a lady if there were no vacant place. This is now less universally done. In New York and Boston, and I think also in San Francisco, I have seen the men keep their seats when ladies entered. And I recollect one occasion when the offer of a seat to a lady was declined by her, on the ground that as she had chosen to enter a full car, she ought to take the consequences. It was, I was told in Boston, a feeling of this kind that had led to the discontinuance of the old courtesy. When ladies constantly pressed into the already crowded vehicles, the men, who could not secure the enforcement of the regulations against overcrowding, tried to protect themselves by refusing to rise. It is sometimes said that the privileges yielded to American women have disposed them to claim as a right what was only a courtesy, and have told unfavorably upon their manners. I know of several instances, besides this one of the horse cars, which might seem to support the criticism, but cannot on the whole think it well founded. The better bred women do not presume on their sex, and the area of good breeding is always widening. It need hardly be said that the community at large gains by the softening and restraining influence which the reverence for womanhood diffuses. Nothing so quickly incenses the people as any insult offered to a woman. Wife-beating, and indeed any kind of rough violence offered to women, is far less common among the rudest class than it is in England. Field work, or work at the pit mouth of mines, is seldom or never done by women in America, and the American traveller, who in some parts of Europe finds women performing severe manual labour, is revolted by the sight in a way which Europeans find surprising. In the farther west, that is to say, beyond the Mississippi, in the Rocky Mountain and Pacific states, one is much struck by what seems the absence of the humblest class of women. The trains are full of poorly dressed, and sometimes, though less frequently, rough-mannered men. One discovers no women whose dress or air marks them out as the wives, daughters, or sisters of these men, and wonders whether the male population is celibate, and if so, why there are so many women. Closer observation shows that the wives, daughters, and sisters are there, only their attire and manner are those of what Europeans would call middle class, and not working class people. This is partly due to the fact that Western men affect a rough dress. Still, one may say that the remark is often made that the masses of the American people correspond to the middle class of Europe. It is more true of the women than of the men, and is more true of them in the rural districts and in the West than it is of the inhabitants of Atlantic cities. I remember to have been dawdling in a bookstore in a small town in Oregon when a lady entered to inquire if a monthly magazine, whose name was unknown to me, had yet arrived. When she was gone, I asked the salesman who she was and what was the periodical she wanted. He answered that she was the wife of a railway workman, that the magazine was a journal of fashions, and that the demand for such journals was large and constant among women of the wage-earning class in the town. This set me to observing female dress more closely, and it turned out to be perfectly true that the women in these little towns were following the Parisian fashions very closely, and were in fact ahead of the majority of English ladies belonging to the professional and mercantile classes. Of course, in such a town as I refer to, there are no domestic servants except in the hotels. Indeed, almost the only domestic service to be had in the Pacific States was till very recently that of Chinese. So these votaries of fashion did all their own housework and looked after their own babies. 3 causes combine to create among American women an average of literary taste and influence higher than that of women in any European country. These are the educational facilities they enjoy, the recognition of the equality of the sexes in the whole social and intellectual sphere, and the leisure which they possess as compared with men. In a country where men are incessantly occupied at their business or profession, the function of keeping up the level of culture devolves upon women. It is safe in their hands. They are quick and keen-witted, less fond of open-air life and physical exertion than English women are, and obliged by the climate to pass a greater part of their time under shelter from the cold of winter and the sun of summer. For music and for the pictorial arts they do not yet seem to have formed so strong a taste as for literature, partly perhaps owing to the fact that in America the opportunities of seeing and hearing masterpieces, except indeed operas, are rarer than in Europe. But they are eager and assiduous readers of all such books and periodicals as do not presuppose special knowledge in some branch of science or learning, while the number who have devoted themselves to some special study and attained proficiency in it is large. The fondness for sentiment, especially moral and domestic sentiment, which is often observed as characterizing American taste in literature, seems to be mainly due to the influence of women, for they form not only the larger part of the reading public, but an independent-minded part, not disposed to adopt the canons laid down by men, and their preferences count for more in the opinions and predilections of the whole nation than is the case in England. Similarly, the number of women who write is infinitely larger in America than in Europe. Fiction, essays, and poetry are naturally their favorite provinces. In poetry more particularly, many whose names are quite unknown in Europe have attained widespread fame. Someone may ask how far the differences between the position of women in America and their position in Europe are due to democracy, or if not to this, then to what other cause? They are due to democratic feeling, in so far as they spring from the notion that all men are free and equal, possessed of certain inalienable rights, and owing certain corresponding duties. This root idea of democracy cannot stop at defining men as male human beings any more than it could ultimately stop at defining them as white human beings. For many years the Americans believed in equality with the pride of discoverers as well as with the fervor of apostles. Accustomed to apply it to all sorts and conditions of men, they were naturally the first to apply it to women also, not indeed as respects politics, but in all the social as well as legal relations of life. Democracy is in America more respectful of the individual, less disposed to infringe his freedom or subject him to any sort of legal or family control, than it has shown itself in continental Europe, and this regard for the individual inured to the benefit of women. Of the other causes that have worked in the same direction, two may be mentioned. One is the usage of the Congregationalist, Presbyterian, and Baptist churches, under which a woman who is a member of the congregation has the same rights in choosing a deacon, elder, or pastor as a man has. Another is the fact that among the westward moving settlers women were at first few in number and were therefore treated with special respect. The habit then formed was retained as the communities grew and propagated itself all over the country. What have been the results on the character and usefulness of women themselves? Favorable. They have opened to them a wider life and more variety of career. While the special graces of the feminine character do not appear to have suffered, there has been produced a sort of independence and a capacity for self-help which are increasingly valuable as the number of unmarried women increases. More resources are open to an American woman who has to lead a solitary life, not merely in the way of employment, but for the occupation of her mind and tastes, than to a European spinster or widow, while her education has not rendered the American wife less competent for the discharge of household duties. How has the nation at large been affected by the development of this new type of womanhood, or rather perhaps of this variation on the English type? If women have on the whole gained, it is clear that the nation gains through them. As mothers, they mould the character of their children, while the function of forming the habits of society and determining its moral tone rests greatly in their hands. But there is reason to think that the influence of the American system tells directly for good upon men as well as upon the whole community. Men gain in being brought to treat women as equals rather than as graceful playthings or useful drudges. The respect for women which every American man either feels or is obliged by public sentiment to profess has a wholesome effect on his conduct and character, and serves to check the cynicism which some other peculiarities of the country foster. The nation as a whole owes to the active benevolence of its women and their zeal in promoting social reforms, benefits which the customs of continental Europe would scarcely have permitted women to confer. Europeans have of late years begun to render a well-deserved admiration to the brightness and vivacity of American ladies. Those who know the work they have done and are doing in many a noble cause will admire still more their energy, their courage, their self-devotion. No country seems to owe more to its women than America does, nor to owe to them so much of what is best in social institutions and in the beliefs that govern conduct. By permission of James Bryce and the Macmillan Company. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 38. The Ascent of Ararat and the Work of the Roman Empire, by James Bryce. The Ascent of Ararat. From Transcaucasia and Ararat. About 1 a.m. we got off, 13 in all, and made straight across the grassy hollows for the ridges which trend up towards the great cone, running parallel in a west-northwesterly direction, and enclosing between them several long, narrow depressions, hardly deep enough to be called valleys. The Kurds led the way, and at first we made pretty good progress. The Cossacks seemed fair walkers, though less stalwart than the Kurds. The pace generally was better than that with which Swiss guides start. However, we were soon cruelly undeceived. In 25 minutes there came a steep bit, and at the top of it they flung themselves down on the grass to rest. So did we all. Less than half a mile farther, down they dropped again, and this time we were obliged to give the signal for resuming the march. In another quarter of an hour they were down once more, and so it continued for the rest of the way. Every 10 minutes walking, it was seldom steep enough to be called actual climbing, was followed by 7 or 8 minutes of sitting still, smoking and chattering. How they did chatter! It was to no purpose that we continued to move on when they sat down, or that we rose to go before they had sufficiently rested. They looked at one another, so far as I could make out by the faint light, and occasionally they laughed, but they would not and did not stir till such time as pleased themselves. We were helpless. Impossible to go on alone, impossible also to explain to them why every moment was precious, for the acquaintance who had acted as interpreter had been obliged to stay behind at Sardarbulak, and we were absolutely without means of communication with our companions. One could not even be angry, had there been any use in that, for they were perfectly good-humored, It was all very well to beckon them, or pull them by the elbow, or clap them on the back. They thought this was only our fun, and sat still and chattered all the same. When it grew light enough to see the hands of a watch, and mark how the hours advanced, while the party did not, we began for a second time to despair of success. About 3 a.m. there suddenly sprang up from behind the Median mountains the morning star, shedding a light such as no star ever gave in these northern climes of ours, a light that almost outshone the moon. An hour later it began to pale in the first faint flush of yellowish light that spread over the eastern heaven, and first the rocky masses above us, then little Ararat, throwing behind him a gigantic shadow, then the long lines of mountains beyond the Araxes became revealed, while the wide Araxes plain still lay dim and shadowy below. One by one the stars died out as the yellow turned to a deeper glow that shot forth in long streamers, the rosy fingers of the dawn, from the horizon to the zenith. Cold and ghostly lay the snows on the mighty cone, till at last there came upon their topmost slope, 6,000 feet above us, a sudden blush of pink. Swiftly it floated down the eastern face, and touched and kindled the rocks just above us. Then the sun flamed out, and in a moment the Araxes valley and all the hollows of the savage ridges we were crossing were flooded with overpowering light. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and progress became easier now that we could see our way distinctly. The Cossacks seemed to grow lazier, halting as often as before, and walking less briskly. In fact, they did not relish the exceeding roughness of the jagged lava ridges along whose tops or sides we toiled. I could willingly have lingered here myself, for in the hollows, wherever a little soil appeared, some interesting plants were growing, whose similarity to and difference from the alpine species of Western Europe alike excited one's curiosity. Time allowed me to secure only a few. I trusted to get more on the way back, but this turned out to be impossible. As we scrambled along a ridge above a long, narrow, winding glen filled with loose blocks, one of the Kurds suddenly swooped down like a vulture from the height on a spot at the bottom, and began peering and grubbing among the stones. In a minute or two he cried out, and the rest followed. He had found a spring, and by scraping in the gravel had made a tiny basin out of which we could manage to drink a little. Here was a fresh cause of delay. Everybody was thirsty, and everybody must drink, not only the water which, as we afterwards saw, trickled down hither under the stones from a snow bed 700 feet higher, but the water mixed with some whiskey from a flask my friend carried, which, even in this highly diluted state, the Cossacks took to heartily. When at last we got them up and away again, they began to waddle and strangle. After a while 2 or 3 sat down, and plainly gave us to see they would go no farther. By the time we had reached a little snow bed, whence the now strong sun was drawing a stream of water, and halted on the rocks beside it for breakfast, there were only 2 Cossacks and the 4 Kurds left with us, the rest having scattered themselves about somewhere lower down. We had no idea what instructions they had received, nor whether indeed they had been told anything, except to bring us as far as they could, to see that the Kurds brought the baggage, and to fetch us back again, which last was essential for Jaafar's peace of mind. We concluded, therefore, that if left to themselves they would probably wait our return, and the day was running on so fast that it was clear there was no more time to be lost in trying to drag them along with us. Accordingly, I resolved to take what I wanted in the way of food, and start at my own pace. My friend, who carried more weight and had felt the want of training on our way up, decided to come no farther, but wait about here and look out for me towards nightfall. We noted the landmarks carefully: the little snow bed, the head of the glen covered with reddish masses of stone and gravel, and high above it, standing out of the face of the great cone of Ararat, a bold peak, or rather projecting tooth of black rock, which our Cossacks called the monastery, and which, I suppose from the same fancied resemblance to a building, is said to be called in Tatar Tak Kilisa, the church rock. It is doubtless an old cone of eruption, about 13,000 feet in height, and is really the upper end of the long ridge we had been following, which may perhaps represent a lava flow from it, or the edge of a fissure which at this point found a vent. It was an odd position to be in. Guides of two different races, unable to communicate either with us or with one another; guides who could not lead and would not follow; guides one half of whom were supposed to be there to save us from being robbed and murdered by the other half, but all of whom, I am bound to say, looked for the moment equally simple and friendly, the swarthy Iranian as well as the blue-eyed Slav. At 8 o'clock I buckled on my canvas gaiters, thrust some crusts of bread, a lemon, a small flask of cold tea, 4 hard-boiled eggs, and a few meat lozenges into my pocket, bade good-bye to my friend, and set off. Rather to our surprise, the 2 Cossacks and one of the Kurds came with me, whether persuaded by a pantomime of encouraging signs, or simply curious to see what would happen. The ice axe had hugely amused the Cossacks all through. Climbing the ridge to the left, and keeping along its top for a little way, I then struck across the semicircular head of a wide glen, in the middle of which, a little lower, lay a snow bed over a long, steep slope of loose, broken stones and sand. This slope, a sort of talus or screen, as they say, in the lake country, was excessively fatiguing from the want of firm foothold, and when I reached the other side I was already so tired and breathless, having been on foot since midnight, that it seemed almost useless to persevere farther. However, on the other side I got upon solid rock, where the walking was better, and was soon environed by a multitude of rills bubbling down over the stones from the stone slopes above. The summit of Little Ararat, which had for the last 2 hours provokingly kept at the same apparent height above me, began to sink, and before 10 o'clock I could look down upon its small flat top, studded with lumps of rock, but bearing no trace of a crater. Mounting steadily along the same ridge, I saw, at a height of over 13,000 feet, lying on the loose blocks, a piece of wood about 4 feet long and 5 inches thick, evidently cut by some tool, and so far above the limit of trees that it could by no possibility be a natural fragment of one. Darting on it with a glee that astonished the Cossack and the Kurd, I held it up to them, and repeated several times the word Noah. The Cossack grinned, but he was such a cheery, genial fellow that I think he would have grinned whatever I had said, and I cannot be sure that he took my meaning, and recognized the wood as a fragment of the true ark. Whether it was really gopher wood, of which material the ark was built, I will not undertake to say, but am willing to submit to the inspection of the curious the bit which I cut off with my ice axe and brought away. Anyhow, it will be hard to prove that it is not gopher wood. And if there be any remains of the ark on Ararat at all, a point as to which the natives are perfectly clear, here rather than the top is the place where one might expect to find them, since in the course of ages they would get carried down by the onward movement of the snow beds along the declivities. This wood, therefore, suits all the requirements of the case. In fact, the argument is for the case of a relic exceptionally strong. The Crusaders who found the Holy Lance at Antioch, the Archbishop who recognized the Holy Coat at Treves, not to speak of many others, proceeded upon slighter evidence. I am, however, bound to admit that another explanation of the presence of this piece of timber on the rocks of this vast height did occur to me. But as no man is bound to discredit his own relic, and such is certainly not the practice of the Armenian Church, I will not disturb my readers' minds or yield to the rationalizing tendencies of the age by suggesting it. Fearing that the ridge by which we were mounting would become too precipitous higher up, I turned off to the left and crossed a long, narrow snow slope that descended between this ridge and another line of rocks more to the west. It was firm and just steep enough to make steps cut in the snow comfortable, though not necessary, so the ice axe was brought into use. The Cossack who accompanied me, there was but one now, for the other Cossack had gone away to the right some time before, and was quite lost to view, had brought my friend's alpenstock, and was developing a considerable capacity for wielding it. He followed nimbly across, but the Kurd stopped on the edge of the snow, and stood peering and hesitating, like one who shivers on the plank at a bathing place, nor could the jeering cries of the Cossack induce him to venture on the treacherous surface. Meanwhile, we who had crossed were examining the broken cliff which rose above us. It looked not exactly dangerous, but a little troublesome, as if it might want some care to get over or through. So after a short rest, I stood up, touched my Cossack's arm, and pointed upward. He reconnoitered the cliff with his eye, and shook his head. Then, with various gestures of hopefulness, I clapped him on the back, and made as though to pull him along. He looked at the rocks again, and pointed to them, stroked his knees, turned up, and pointed to the soles of his boots, which certainly were suffering from the lava, and once more solemnly shook his head. This was conclusive, so I conveyed to him my pantomime that he had better go back to the bivouac where my friend was, rather than remain here alone, and that I hoped to meet him there in the evening, took an affectionate farewell, and turned towards the rocks. There was evidently nothing for it but to go on alone. It was 10:30 o'clock, and the height about 13,600 feet, little Ararat now lying nearly 1,000 feet below the eye. Not knowing how far the ridge I was following might continue passable, I was obliged to stop frequently to survey the rocks above, and erect little piles of stone to mark the way. This not only consumed time, but so completely absorbed the attention that for hours together I scarcely noticed the marvelous landscape spread out beneath, and felt the solemn grandeur of the scenery far less than many times before on less striking mountains. Solitude at great heights, or among majestic rocks or forests, commonly stirs in us all deep veins of feeling, joyous or saddening, or more often of joy and sadness mingled. Here the strain on the observing senses seemed too great for fancy or emotion to have any scope. When the mind is preoccupied by the task of the moment, imagination is checked. This was a race against time, in which I could only scan the cliffs for a route, refer constantly to the watch, husband my strength by morsels of food taken at frequent intervals, and endeavor to conceive how a particular block or bit of slope which it would be necessary to recognize would look when seen the other way in descending. All the way up this rock slope, which proved so fatiguing that for the fourth time I had almost given up hope, I kept my eye fixed on its upper end to see what signs there were of crags or snowfields above. But the mist lay steadily at the point where the snow seemed to begin, and it was impossible to say what might be hidden behind that soft white curtain. As little could I conjecture the height I had reached by looking around, as one so often does on mountain ascents, upon other summits, for by this time I was thousands of feet above Little Ararat, the next highest peak visible, and could scarcely guess how many thousands. From this tremendous height it looked more like a broken obelisk than an independent summit 12,800 feet in height. Clouds covered the farther side of the great snow basin, and were seething like waves about the savage pinnacles, the towers of the Jinn Palace, which guard its lower margin, and past which my upward path had lain. With mists to the left and above, and a range of black precipices cutting off all view to the right, there came a vehement sense of isolation and solitude, and I began to understand better the awe with which the mountain silence inspires the Kurdish shepherds. Overhead, the sky had turned from dark blue to an intense bright green, a color whose strangeness seemed to add to the weird terror of the scene. It wanted barely an hour to the time when I had resolved to turn back, and as I struggled up the crumbling rocks, trying now to right and now to left, where the foothold looked a little firmer, I began to doubt whether there was strength enough left to carry me an hour higher. At length the rock slope came suddenly to an end, and I stepped out upon the almost level snow at the top of it, coming at the same time into the clouds, which naturally clung to the colder surfaces. A violent west wind was blowing, and the temperature must have been pretty low, for a big icicle at once enveloped the lower half of my face, and did not melt till I got to the bottom of the cone 4 hours afterwards. Unluckily, I was very thinly clad, the stout tweed coat reserved for such occasions having been stolen on a Russian railway. The only expedient to be tried against the piercing cold was to tighten in my loose, light coat by winding around the waist a Spanish faja or scarf, which I had brought up to use in case of need as a neck wrapper. Its bright purple looked odd enough in such surroundings, but as there was nobody there to notice, appearances did not much matter. In the mist, which was now thick, the eye could pierce only some 30 yards ahead, so I walked on over the snow 5 or 6 minutes, following the rise of its surface, which was gentle, and fancying there might still be a good long way to go. To mark the backward track, I trailed the point of the ice axe along behind me in the soft snow, for there was no longer any landmark. All was cloud on every side. Suddenly, to my astonishment, the ground began to fall away to the north. I stopped. A puff of wind drove off the mists on one side, the opposite side to that by which I had come, and showed the Araxes plain at an abysmal depth below. It was the top of Ararat. The work of the Roman Empire. From the Holy Roman Empire. No one who reads the history of the last 300 years, no one, above all, who studies attentively the career of Napoleon, can believe it possible for any state, however great her energy and material resources, to repeat in modern Europe the part of ancient Rome, to gather into one vast political body races whose national individuality has grown more and more marked in each successive age. Nevertheless, it is in great measure due to Rome and to the Roman Empire of the Middle Ages that the bonds of national union are on the whole both stronger and nobler than they were ever before. The latest historian of Rome, Mommsen, after summing up the results to the world of his hero's career, closes his treatise with these words, quote, "There was in the world, as Caesar found it, the rich and noble heritage of past centuries, and an endless abundance of splendor and glory, but little soul, still less taste, and least of all joy in and through life. Truly it was an old world, and even Caesar's genial patriotism could not make it young again. The blush of dawn returns not until the night has fully descended. Yet with him there came to the much tormented races of the Mediterranean a tranquil evening after a sultry day, and when after long historical night the new day broke once more upon the peoples, and fresh nations, in free, self-guided movement, began their course toward new and higher aims, many were found among them in whom the seed of Caesar had sprung up, many who owed him, and who owe him still, their national individuality." End quote. If this be the glory of Julius, the first great founder of the empire, so is it also the glory of Charles, the second founder, and of more than one among his Teutonic successors. The work of the medieval empire was self-destructive, and it fostered, while seeming to oppose, the nationalities that were destined to replace it. It tamed the barbarous races of the north, and forced them within the pale of civilization. It preserved the arts and literature of antiquity. In times of violence and oppression, it set before its subjects the duty of rational obedience to an authority whose watchwords were peace and religion. It kept alive, when national hatreds were most bitter, the notion of a great European commonwealth, and by doing all this, it was in effect abolishing the need for a centralizing and despotic power like itself. It was making men capable of using national independence aright. It was teaching them to rise to that conception of spontaneous activity, and a freedom which is above law, but not against it, to which national independence itself, if it is to be a blessing at all, must be only a means. Those who mark what has been the tendency of events since A.D. 1789, and who remember how many of the crimes and calamities of the past are still but half redressed, need not be surprised to see the so-called principle of nationalities advocated with honest devotion as the final and perfect form of political development. But such undistinguishing advocacy is after all only the old error in a new shape. If all other history did not bid us beware the habit of taking the problems and the conditions of our own age for those of all time, the warning which the empire gives might alone be warning enough. from the days of Augustus down to those of Charles V, the whole civilized world believed in its existence as a part of the eternal fitness of things, and Christian theologians were not behind heathen poets in declaring that when it perished, the world would perish with it. Yet the empire is gone, and the world remains, and hardly notes the change. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in May 2015. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 39. Selected excerpts from Curiosities of Natural History by Francis Trevelyan Buckland. Francis Trevelyan Buckland, 1826 to 1880. Certainly among the most useful of writers are the popularizers of science, those who can describe in readable, picturesque fashion those wonders and innumerable inhabitants of the world which the driest dusts discover, but which are apt to escape the attention of idlers or of the busy workers in other fields. Sometimes, not often, the same man unites the capacities of a patient and accurate investigator and of an accomplished narrator. To such men the field of enjoyment is boundless, as is the opportunity to promote the enjoyment of others. One of these two-sided men was Francis Trevelyan Buckland, popularly known as Frank Buckland, and so called in some of his books. His father, William Buckland, at the time of the son's birth Canon of Christ College, Oxford, and subsequently Dean of Westminster, was the well-known geologist. As the father's life was devoted to the study of the inorganic, so that of the son was absorbed in the investigation of the organic world. He never tired of watching the habits of living creatures of all kinds. He lived, as it were, in a menagerie, and it is related that his numerous callers were accustomed to the most familiar and impertinent demonstrations on the part of his monkeys and various other pets. He was an expert salmon fisher, and his actual speciality was fishes, but he could not have these about him so conveniently as some other forms of life, and he extended his studies and specimens widely beyond ichthyology. Buckland was born December 17, 1826, and died December 19, 1880. Brought up in a scientific atmosphere, he was all his life interested in the same subjects. Educated as a physician and surgeon, and distinguished for his anatomical skill, his training fitted him for the careful investigation which is necessary on the part of the biologist. He was fortunate, too, in receiving, in early middle life, the government appointment of Inspector of Salmon Fisheries, and so being enabled to devote himself wholly to his favorite pursuits. In this position he was unwearied in his efforts to develop pisciculture and to improve the apparatus used by the fishermen, interesting himself also in the condition of themselves and their families. He was always writing. He was a very frequent contributor to The Field from its foundation in 1856, and subsequently to Land and Water, a periodical which he started in 1866, and to other periodicals. He published a number of volumes, made up in great part from his contributions to periodicals, most of them of a popular character and full of interesting information. Among those which are best known are the Curiosities of Natural History, 1857–72, the Log Book of a Fisherman and Geologist, 1875, a Natural History of British Fishes, 1881, and Notes and Jottings from Animal Life, which was not issued until 1882, though the material was selected by himself. Buckland was of a jovial disposition, and always sure to see the humorous side of the facts which were presented to him, and in his social life he was extremely unconventional and inclined to merry pranks. His books are as delightful as was their writer. They are records of accurate, useful, eye-opening details as to fauna, all the world over. They are written with a brisk, sincere informality that suggests the lively talker rather than the writer. He takes us a-walking in green lanes and woods, and a-wading in brooks and still pools, not drawing us into a classroom or a study. He enters into the heart and life of creatures, and shows us how we should do the same. A lively humour is in all his popular pages. He instructs while smiling, and he is a savant while a light-hearted friend. Few English naturalists are as genial, not even White of Selborne, and few as wide in didactics. To know him is a profit indeed, but just as surely a pleasure. A hunt in a horse pond. From Curiosities of Natural History. Well, let us have a look at the pond world, choose a dry place at the side, and fix our eyes steadily upon the dirty water. What shall we see? Nothing at first, but wait a minute or two. A little round black knob appears in the middle. Gradually it rises higher and higher, till at last you can make out the frog's head, with his great eyes staring hard at you, like the eyes of the frog in the woodcut facing Aesop's fable of the frog and the bull. Not a bit of his body do you see. He is much too cunning for that. He does not know who or what you are. You may be a heron, his mortal enemy, for aught he knows. You move your arm. He thinks it is the heron's bill coming. Down he goes again, and you see him not. A few seconds he regains courage and reappears, having probably communicated the intelligence to the other frogs, for many big heads and many big eyes appear in all parts of the pond, looking like so many hippopotami on a small scale. Soon a conversational "work, work, work" begins. You don't understand it. Luckily, perhaps, as from the swelling in their throats it is evident that the colony is outraged by the intrusion, and the remarks passing are not complimentary to the intruder. These frogs are all respectable, grown-up, well-to-do frogs, and they have in this pond duly deposited their spawn, and then, hard-hearted creatures, left it to its fate. It has, however, taken care of itself, and is now hatched, at least that part of it which has escaped the hands of the gipsies, who not unfrequently prescribe baths of this natural jelly for rheumatism. In some places, from their making this peculiar noise, frogs have been called Dutch nightingales. In Scotland, too, they have a curious name, paddock or puddick, but there is poetical authority for it. The water snake, whom fish and paddocks feed, with staring scales lies poisoned. Dryden. Returning from the University of Gießen, I brought with me about a dozen green tree frogs, which I had caught in the woods near the town. The Germans call them Laubfrosch, or leaf frog. They are most difficult things to find, on account of their colour so much resembling the leaves on which they live. I have frequently heard one singing in a small bush, and though I have searched carefully, have not been able to find him. The only way is to remain quite quiet till he again begins his song. After much ambush work, at length I collected a dozen frogs and put them in a bottle. I started at night on my homeward journey by the diligence, and I put the bottle containing the frogs into the pocket inside the diligence. My fellow passengers were sleepy, old, smoke-dried Germans. Very little conversation took place, and after the first mile every one settled himself to sleep, and soon all were snoring. I suddenly awoke with a start, and found all the sleepers had been roused at the same moment. On their sleepy faces were depicted fear and anger. What had woke us all up so suddenly? The morning was just breaking, and my frogs, though in the dark pocket of the coach, had found it out, and with one accord all 12 of them had begun their morning song. As if at a given signal, they one and all of them began to croak as loud as ever they could. The noise their united concert made seemed, in the closed compartment of the coach, quite deafening. Well might the Germans look angry, they wanted to throw the frogs, bottle and all, out of the window, but I gave the bottle a good shaking, and made the frogs keep quiet. The Germans all went to sleep again, but I was obliged to remain awake, to shake the frogs when they began to croak. It was lucky that I did so, for they tried to begin their concert again 2 or 3 times. These frogs came safely to Oxford, and the day after their arrival, a stupid housemaid took off the top of the bottle to see what was inside. One of the frogs croaked at that instant, and so frightened her that she dared not put the cover on again. They all got loose in the garden, where I believe the ducks ate them, for I never heard or saw them again. On Rats, from Curiosities of Natural History. On one occasion, when a boy, I recollect secretly borrowing an old-fashioned flint gun from the bird-keeper of the farm to which I had been invited. I ensconced myself behind the door of the pigsty, determined to make a victim of one of the many rats that were accustomed to disport themselves among the straw that formed the bed of the farmer's pet bacon pigs. In a few minutes out came an old patriarchal-looking rat, who, having taken a careful survey, quietly began to feed. After a long aim, bang went the gun. I fell backwards, knocked down by the recoil of the rusty old piece of artillery. I did not remain prone long, for I was soon roused by the most unearthly squeaks, and a dreadful noise as of an infuriated animal madly rushing round and round the sty. Ye gods, what had I done? I had not surely, like the tailor in the old song of the carrion crow, shot and missed my mark, and shot the old sow right bang through the heart. But I had nearly performed a similar sportsmanlike feat. There was poor piggy, the blood flowing in streamlets from several small punctures in that part of his body destined, at no very distant period, to become ham, in vain attempting, by dismal cries and by energetic waggings of its curly tail, to appease the pain of the charge of small shot which had so unceremoniously awakened him from his porcine dreams of oatmeal and boiled potatoes. But where was the rat? He had disappeared unhurt. The buttocks of the unfortunate pig, the rightful owner of the premises, had received the charge of shot intended to destroy the daring intruder. To appease piggy's wrath, I gave him a bucketful of food from the hog-tub, and while he was thus consoling his inward self, wiped off the blood from the wounded parts, and saying nothing about it to anybody. No doubt, before this time, some frugal housewife has been puzzled and astonished at the unwonted appearance of a charge of small shot in the centre of the breakfast ham which she procured from Squire Moorland of Sheepstead, Berks. Rats are very fond of warmth, and will remain coiled up for hours in any snug retreat where they can find this very necessary element of their existence. The following anecdote well illustrates this point. My late father, when Fellow of Corpus College, Oxford, many years ago, on arriving at his rooms late one night, found that a rat was running about among the books and geological specimens, behind the sofa, under the fender, and poking his nose into every hiding-place he could find. Being studiously inclined, and wishing to set to work at his books, he pursued them, armed with the poker in one hand and a large dictionary, big enough to crush any rat, in the other, but in vain. Mr. Rat was not to be caught, particularly when such arma scholastica were used. No sooner had the studies recommenced than the rat resumed his gambols, squeaking and rushing about the room like a mad creature. The battle was renewed and continued at intervals, to the destruction of all studies, till quite a late hour at night, when the pursuer, angry and wearied, retired to his adjoining bedroom. Though he listened attentively, he heard no more of the enemy, and soon fell asleep. In the morning he was astonished to find something warm lying on his chest. Carefully lifting up the bedclothes, he discovered his tormentor of the preceding night quietly and snugly ensconced in a fold in the blanket, and taking advantage of the bodily warmth of his two-legged adversary. These two lay, looking daggers at each other for some minutes, the one unwilling to leave his warm berth, the other afraid to put his hand out from under the protection of the coverlid, particularly as the stranger's aspect was anything but friendly, his little sharp teeth and fierce little black eyes seeming to say, "Paws off from me, if you please." At length, remembering the maxim that discretion is the better part of valor, the truth of which I imagine rats understand as well as most creatures, he made a sudden jump off the bed, scuttled away into the next room, and was never seen or heard of afterwards. Rats are not selfish animals. Having found out where the feast is stored, they will kindly communicate the intelligence to their friends and neighbors. The following anecdote will confirm this fact. A certain worthy old lady named Mrs. Okey, who resided at Axminster several years ago, made a cask of sweet wine, for which she was celebrated, and carefully placed it on a shelf in the cellar. The second night after this event she was frightened almost to death by a strange unaccountable noise in the said cellar. The household was called up, and a search made, but nothing was found to clear up the mystery. The next night, as soon as the lights were extinguished and the house quiet, this dreadful noise was heard again. This time it was most alarming, a sound of squeaking, crying, knocking, pattering feet, then a dull scratching sound, with many other such ghostly noises, which continued throughout the livelong night. The old lady lay in bed with the candle alight, pale and sleepless with fright, anon muttering her prayers, anon determining to fire off the rusty old blunderbuss that hung over the chimney-piece. At last the morning broke, and the cock began to crow. Now, thought she, the ghosts must disappear. To her infinite relief the noise really did cease, and the poor frightened dame adjusted her nightcap and fell asleep. Great preparations had she made for the next night. Farm servants armed with pitchforks slept in the house. The maids took the family dinner-bell and the tinder-box into their rooms. The big dog was tied to the hall-table. Then the dame retired to her room, not to sleep, but to sit up in the arm-chair by the fire, keeping a drowsy guard over the neighbours' loaded horse-pistols, of which she was almost as much afraid as she was of the ghost in the cellar. Sure enough, her warlike preparations had succeeded. The ghost was certainly frightened. Not a noise, not a sound, except the heavy snoring of the bumpkins and the rattling of the dog's chain in the hall, could be heard. She had gained a complete victory. The ghost was never heard again on the premises, and the whole affair was soon forgotten. Some weeks afterward, some friends dropped in to take a cup of tea and talk over the last piece of gossip. Among other things the wine was mentioned, and the maid sent to get some from the cellar. She soon returned, and, gasping for breath, rushed into the room, exclaiming, "'Tis all gone, ma'am!" And sure enough it was all gone. "The ghost has taken it." Not a drop was left, only the empty cask remained, the side was half eaten away, and marks of sharp teeth were visible round the ragged margins of the newly made bung-holes. This discovery fully accounted for the noise the ghost had made, which caused so much alarm. The aboriginal rats in the dame's cellar had found out the wine, and communicated the joyful news to all the other rats in the parish. They had assembled there to enjoy the fun and get very tipsy, which, judging from the noise they made, they certainly did, on this treasured cask of wine. Being quite a family party, they had finished it in 2 nights, and having got all they could, like wise rats, they returned to their respective homes, perfectly unconscious that their merry-making had nearly been the death of the rightful owner and founder of the feast. They had first gnawed out the cork, and got as much as they could. They soon found that the more they drank, the lower the wine became. Perseverance is the motto of the rat, so they set to work and ate away the wood to the level of the wine again. This they continued till they had emptied the cask. They must then have got into it and licked up the last drains, for another and less agreeable smell was substituted for that of wine. I may add that this cask, with the side gone, and the marks of the rat's teeth, is still in my possession. Snakes and their poison. From Curiosities of Natural History. Be it known to any person to whose lot it should fall to rescue a person from the crushing folds of a boa constrictor, that it is no use pulling and hauling at the center of the brute's body. Catch hold of the tip of his tail. He then can be easily unwound. He cannot help himself. He must come off. Again, if you wish to kill a snake, it is no use hitting and trying to crush his head. The bones of the head are composed of the densest material, affording effectual protection to the brain underneath, a wise provision for the animal's preservation; for were his skull brittle, his habit of crawling on the ground would render it very liable to be fractured. The spinal cord runs down the entire length of the body. This being wounded, the animal is disabled or killed instanter. Strike therefore his tail, and not his head, for at his tail the spinal cord is but thinly covered with bone, and suffers readily from injury. This practice is applicable to eels. If you want to kill an eel, it is not much use belabouring his head. Strike, however, his tail 2 or 3 times against any hard substance, and he is quickly dead. About 4 years ago, I myself, in person, had painful experience of the awful effects of snake's poison. I have received a dose of the cobra's poison into my system, luckily a minute dose, or I should not have survived it. The accident happened in a very curious way. I was poisoned by the snake, but not bitten by him. I got the poison second hand. Anxious to witness the effects of the poison of the cobra upon a rat, I took up a couple in a bag alive to a certain cobra. I took one rat out of the bag and put him into the cage with the snake. The cobra was coiled up among the stones in the center of the cage, apparently asleep. When he heard the noise of the rat falling into the cage, he just looked up and put out his tongue, hissing at the same time. The rat got in a corner and began washing himself, keeping one eye on the snake, whose appearance he evidently did not half like. Presently the rat ran across the snake's body, and in an instant the latter assumed his fighting attitude. As the rat passed the snake, he made a dart, but missing his aim, hit his nose a pretty hard blow against the side of the cage. This accident seemed to anger him, for he spread out his crest and waved it to and fro in the beautiful manner peculiar to his kind. The rat became alarmed and ran near him again. Again cobra made a dart and bit him, but did not, I think, inject any poison into him, the rat being so very active; at least, no symptoms of poisoning were shown. The bite nevertheless aroused the ire of the rat, for he gathered himself for a spring, and, measuring his distance, sprang right onto the neck of the cobra, who was waving about in front of him. This plucky rat, determined to die hard, gave the cobra 2 or 3 severe bites in the neck, the snake keeping his body erect all this time, and endeavoring to turn his head round so as to bite the rat, who was clinging on like the old man in Sindbad the Sailor. Soon, however, cobra changed his tactics. Tired, possibly, with sustaining the weight of the rat, he lowered his head, and the rat, finding himself again on terra firma, tried to run away. Not so, for the snake, collecting all his force, brought down his erected poison fangs, making his head tell by its weight in giving vigor to the blow, right onto the body of the rat. This poor beast now seemed to know that the fight was over and that he was conquered. He retired to a corner of the cage and began panting violently, endeavoring at the same time to steady his failing strength with his feet. His eyes were widely dilated and his mouth open as if gasping for breath. The cobra stood erect over him, hissing and putting out his tongue as if conscious of victory. In about 3 minutes the rat fell quietly on his side and expired. The cobra then moved off and took no further notice of his defunct enemy. About 10 minutes afterward the rat was hooked out of the cage for me to examine. No external wound could I see anywhere, so I took out my knife and began taking the skin off the rat. I soon discovered 2 very minute punctures, like small needle holes, in the side of the rat, where the fangs of the snake had entered. The parts between the skin and the flesh itself, appeared as though affected with mortification, even though the wound had not been inflicted above a quarter of an hour, if so much. Anxious to see if the skin itself was affected, I scraped away the parts on it with my finger-nail. Finding nothing but the punctures, I threw the rat away and put the knife and skin in my pocket, and started to go away. I had not walked 100 yards before all of a sudden I felt just as if somebody had come behind me and struck me a severe blow on the head and neck, and at the same time I experienced the most acute pain and sense of oppression at the chest, as though a hot iron had been run in and a hundredweight put on the top of it. I knew instantly, from what I had read, that I was poisoned. I said as much to my friend, a most intelligent gentleman, who happened to be with me, and told him if I fell to give me brandy and eau de luce, words which he kept repeating in case he might forget them. At the same time I enjoined him to keep me going, and not on any account to allow me to lie down. I then forgot everything for several minutes, and my friend tells me I rolled about as if very faint and weak. He also informs me that the first thing I did was to fall against him, asking if I looked seedy. He most wisely answered, "No, you look very well." I don't think he thought so, for his own face was as white as a ghost, I recollect this much. He tells me my face was of a greenish-yellow color. After walking, or rather staggering along for some minutes, I gradually recovered my senses and steered for the nearest chemist's shop. Rushing in, I asked for eau de luce. Of course he had none, but my eye caught the words "Spirit, Ammon, Co, or hartshorn" on a bottle. I reached it down myself, and pouring a large quantity into a tumbler with a little water, both of which articles I found on a soda-water stand in the shop, drank it off, though it burned my mouth and lips very much. Instantly I felt relief from the pain at the chest and head. The chemist stood aghast, and on my telling him what was the matter, recommended a warm bath. If I had then followed his advice, these words would never have been placed on record. After a second draught at the hartshorn bottle, I proceeded on my way, feeling very stupid and confused. On arriving at my friend's residence close by, he kindly procured me a bottle of brandy, of which I drank 4 large wine-glasses, one after the other, but did not feel the least tipsy after the operation. Feeling nearly well, I started on my way home, and then for the first time perceived a most acute pain under the nail of the left thumb. This pain also ran up the arm. I set to work to suck the wound, and then found out how the poison had got into the system. About an hour before I examined the dead rat, I had been cleaning the nail with a penknife, and had slightly separated the nail from the skin beneath. Into this little crack the poison had got when I was scraping the rat's skin to examine the wound. How virulent, therefore, must the poison of the cobra be? It had already been circulating in the body of the rat, from which I had imbibed it second hand. My monkey Jacko. From Curiosities of Natural History. After some considerable amount of bargaining, in which amusing, sometimes animated, not to say exciting exhibition of talent, Englishmen generally get worsted by the Frenchmen, as was the case in the present instance, Jacko became transferred, chain, tail, and all, to his new English master. Having arrived at the hotel, it became a question as to what was become of Jacko while his master was absent from home. A little closet opening into the wall of the bedroom offered itself as a temporary prison. Jacko was tied up securely, alas, how vain are the thoughts of man, to one of the row of pegs that were fastened against the wall. As the door closed on him, his wicked eyes seemed to say, "I'll do some mischief now," and sure enough he did, for when I came back to release him, like Aeneas, obstupni steteruntque come et vox fancibus hæsit. Aghast, astonished, and struck dumb with fear, I stood, like bristles rose my stiffened hair. Dryden. The walls, that but half an hour previously were covered with a finely ornamented paper, now stood out in the bold nakedness of lath and plaster. The relics on the floor showed that the little wretch's fingers had by no means been idle. The pegs were all loosened, the individual peg to which his chain had been fastened torn completely from its socket, that the destroyer's movement might not be impeded, and an unfortunate garment that happened to be hung up in the closet was torn to 1,000 shreds. If ever Jack Sheppard had a successor, it was this monkey. If he had tied the torn bits of petticoat together and tried to make his escape from the window, I don't think I should have been much surprised. It was, after Jacko's misdeeds, quite evident that he must no longer be allowed full liberty, and a lawyer's blue bag, such as may be frequently seen in the dreaded neighbourhood of the Court of Chancery, filled, however, more frequently with papers and parchment than with monkeys, was provided for him, and this receptacle, which some hay placed at the bottom for a bed, became his new abode. It was a movable home, and therein lay the advantage, for when the strings of it were tied, there was no mode of escape. He could not get his hands through the aperture at the end to unfasten them, the bag was too strong for him to bite his way through, and his ineffectual efforts to get out only had the effect of making the bag roll along the floor, and occasionally make a jump up into the air, forming altogether an exhibition which, if advertised in the present day of wonders as "le bag vivant," would attract crowds of delighted and admiring citizens. In the bag aforesaid he travelled as far as Southampton on his road to town. While taking the ticket at the railway station, Jacko, who must needs see everything that was going on, suddenly poked his head out of the bag, and gave a malicious grin at the ticket-giver. This much frightened the poor man, but with great presence of mind, quite astonishing under the circumstances, he retaliated the insult. "Sir, that's a dog, you must pay for it accordingly." In vain was the monkey made to come out of the bag and exhibit his whole person, in vain were arguments in full accordance with the views of Cuvier and Owen urged eagerly, vehemently, and without hesitation, for the train was on the point of starting, to prove that the animal in question was not a dog, but a monkey. A dog it was in the peculiar views of the official, and 3 and 6pence was paid. Thinking to carry the joke further, there were just a few minutes to spare, I took out from my pocket a live tortoise I happened to have with me, and, showing it, said, "What must I pay for this, as you charge for all animals?" The employee adjusted his specs, withdrew from the desk to consult with his superior, then, returning, gave the verdict with a grave but determined manner, "No charge for them, sir. Them be insects." End of Section 39.
Section 40 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 40. Moral versus intellectual principles in human progress. From The History of Civilization in England by Henry Thomas Buckle, 1821 through 1862. Henry Thomas Buckle was born at Lee in Kent on November 24, 1821, the son of a wealthy London merchant. A delicate child, he participated in none of the ordinary sports of children, but sat instead for hours listening to his mother's reading of the Bible and the Arabian Nights. She had a great influence on his early development. She was a Calvinist, deeply religious, and Buckle himself in after years acknowledged that to her he owed his faith in human progress through the dissemination and triumph of truth, as well as his taste for philosophic speculations and his love for poetry. His devotion to her was lifelong. Owing to his feeble health, he passed but a few years at school and did not enter college. Nor did he know much in the scholar's sense of books. Till he was nearly 18, the Arabian Nights, the Pilgrim's Progress, and Shakespeare constituted his chief reading. But he was fond of games of mental skill, and curiously enough, first gained distinction not in letters but at the chessboard, and in the course of his subsequent travels he challenged and defeated the champions of Europe. He was concerned for a short time in business, but being left with an independent income after the death of his father, he resolved to devote himself to study. He traveled for a year on the continent, learning on the spot the languages of the countries he passed through. In time he became an accomplished linguist, reading 19 languages and conversing fluently in 7. By the time he was 19, he had resolved to write a great historic work of a nature not yet attempted by anyone. To prepare himself for this monumental labor, and to make up for past deficiencies, he settled in London, and apparently single-handed and without the advice or help of tutors or professional men, entered upon that course of voluminous reading on which his erudition rests. He is a singular instance of a self-taught man, without scientific or academic training, producing a work that marks an epoch in historical literature. With a wonderful memory, he had, like Macaulay, the gift of getting the meaning and value of a book by simply glancing over the pages. On an average, he could read with intelligent comprehension 3 books in a working day of 8 hours, and in time mastered his library of 22,000 volumes, indexing every book on the back and transcribing many pages into his commonplace books. In this way he spent 15 years of study in collecting his materials. The first volume of his introduction to the History of Civilization in England appeared in 1857 and aroused an extraordinary interest because of the novelty and audacity of its statements. It was both bitterly attacked and enthusiastically praised, as it antagonized or attracted its readers. Buckle became the intellectual hero of the hour. The second volume appeared in May 1861, and now, worn out by overwork, his delicate nerves completely unstrung by the death of his mother, who had remained his first and only love, he left England for the East, in company with the 2 young sons of a friend. In Palestine he was stricken with typhoid fever, and died at Damascus on May 29, 1862. His grave is marked by a marble tomb with the inscription from the Arabic, "The written word remains long after the writer is resting under the earth, but his works endure." 3 volumes of miscellanies and posthumous works, edited by Helen Taylor, were published in 1872. Among these are a lecture on Women delivered before the Royal Institution, Buckle's single and very successful attempt at public speaking, and a review of Mill's Liberty, one of the finest contemporary appreciations of that thinker. But he wrote little outside his history, devoting himself with entire singleness of purpose to his life work. The introduction to the History of Civilization in England has been aptly called the fragment of a fragment. When as a mere youth he outlined his work, he overestimated the extremest accomplishment of a single mind, and did not clearly comprehend the vastness of the undertaking. He had planned a general history of civilization, but as the material increased on his hands, he was forced to limit his project and finally decided to confine his work to a consideration of England from the middle of the 16th century. In February 1853, he wrote to a friend, quote, "I have been long convinced that the progress of every people is regulated by principles, or as they are called, laws, as regular and as certain as those which govern the physical world. To discover these laws is the object of my work. I propose to take a general survey of the moral, intellectual, and legislative peculiarities of the great countries of Europe, and I hope to point out the circumstances under which these peculiarities have risen. This will lead to a perception of certain relations between the various stages through which each people have progressively passed. Of these general relations I intend to make a particular application, and by a careful analysis of the history of England, to show how they have regulated our civilization, and how the successive and apparently the arbitrary forms of our opinions, our literature, our laws, and our manners have naturally grown out of their antecedents." End quote. This general scheme was adhered to in the published history, and he supported his views by a vast array of illustrations and proofs. The main ideas advanced in the introduction, for he did not live to write the body of the work, the future volumes to which he often pathetically refers, these ideas may be thus stated. First, nothing had yet been done toward discovering the principles underlying the character and destiny of nations to establish a basis for a science of history, a task which Buckle proposed to himself. Second, experience shows that nations are governed by laws as fixed and regular as the laws of the physical world. Third, climate, soil, food, and the aspects of nature are the primary causes in forming the character of a nation. Fourth, the civilization within and without Europe is determined by the fact that in Europe man is stronger than nature, and here alone has subdued her to his service, whereas on the other continents nature is the stronger and man has been subdued by her. Fifth, the continually increasing influence of mental laws and the continually diminishing influence of physical laws characterize the advance of European civilization. Sixth, the mental laws regulating the progress of society can only be discovered by such a comprehensive survey of facts as will enable us to eliminate disturbances, namely, by the method of averages. Seventh, human progress is due to intellectual activity, which continually changes and expands, rather than to moral agencies, which from the beginnings of society have been more or less stationary. Eighth, in human affairs in general, individual efforts are insignificant. The great men work for evil rather than for good, and are moreover merely incidental to their age. Ninth, religion, literature, art, and government, instead of being causes of civilization, are merely its products. 10th, the progress of civilization varies directly as skepticism, the disposition to doubt, or the protective spirit, the disposition to maintain without examination established beliefs and practices, predominates. The new scientific method of Darwin and Mill were just then being eagerly discussed in England, and Buckle, an alert student and great admirer of Mill, in touch with the new movements of the day, proposed, quote, by adapting to the history of man those methods of investigation which have been found successful in other branches of knowledge, and rejecting all preconceived notions which could not bear the test of those methods, end quote, to remove history from the condemnation of being a mere series of arbitrary facts, or a biography of famous men, or the small beer chronicle of court gossip and intrigues, and to raise it to the level of an exact science, subject to mental laws as rigid and infallible as the laws of nature. Quote, instead of telling us of those things which alone have any value, instead of giving us information respecting the progress of knowledge and the way in which mankind has been affected by the diffusion of that knowledge, the vast majority of historians fill their works with the most trifling and miserable details. In other great branches of knowledge, observation has preceded discovery. First the facts have been registered, and then their laws have been found. But in the study of the history of man, the important facts have been neglected and the unimportant ones preserved. The consequence is that whoever now attempts to generalize historical phenomena must collect the facts as well as conduct the generalization." Buckle's ideal of the office and acquirements of the historian was of the highest. He must indeed possess a synthesis of the whole range of human knowledge to explain the progress of man. By connecting history with political economy and statistics, he strove to make it exact. And he exemplified his theories by taking up branches of scientific investigation hitherto considered entirely outside the province of the historian. He first wrote history scientifically, pursuing the same methods and using the same kinds of proofs as the scientific worker. The first volume excited as much angry discussion as Darwin's Origin of Species had done in its day. The boldness of its generalizations, its uncompromising and dogmatic tone, irritated more than one class of readers. The chapters on Spain and on Scotland, with their strictures on the religions of those countries, containing some of the most brilliant passages in the book, brought up in arms against him both Catholics and Presbyterians. Trained scientists blame him for encroaching on their domains with an insufficient knowledge of the phenomena of the natural world, whence resulted a defective logic and vague generalizations. It is true that Buckle was not trained in the methods of the schools, that he labored under the disadvantage of a self-taught solitary worker, not receiving the friction of other vigorous minds, and that his reading, if extensive, was not always wisely chosen, and from its very amount often ill-digested. He had knowledge rather than true learning, and taking this knowledge at second hand, often relied on sources that proved either untrustworthy or antiquated, for he lacked the true relator's fine discrimination that weighs and sifts authorities and rejects the inadequate. Malicious critics declared that all was grist that came to his mill. Yet his popularity with that class of readers whom he did not shock by his disquisitions on religions and morals, or make distrustful by his sweeping generalizations and scientific inaccuracies, is due to the fact that his book appeared at the right moment, for the time was really come to make history something more than a chronicle of detached facts and anecdotes. The scientific spirit was awake, and demanded that human action, like the processes of nature, be made the subject of general law. The mind of Buckle proved fruitful soil for those germs of thought floating in the air, and he gave them visible form in his history. If he was not a leader, he was a brilliant formulator of thought, and he was the first to put before the reading world, then ready to receive them, ideas and speculations till now belonging to the student. For he wrote with the determination to be intelligible to the general reader. It detracts nothing from the permanent value of his work thus to state its genesis, for this is merely to apply to it his own methods. Moreover, a perpetual charm lies in his clear, limpid English, a medium perfectly adapted to calm exposition or to impassioned rhetoric. Whatever the defects of Buckle's system, whatever the inaccuracies that the advance of 30 years of patient scientific labors can easily point out, however sweeping his generalization, or however dogmatic his assertions, the book must be allowed high rank among the works that set men thinking, and must thus be conceded to possess enduring value. Now this excerpt from Buckle's History of Civilization in England, Moral versus Intellectual Principles in Human Progress. There is unquestionably nothing to be found in the world which has undergone so little change as those great dogmas of which moral systems are composed. To do good to others, to sacrifice for their benefit your own wishes, to love your neighbor as yourself, to forgive your enemies, to restrain your passions, to honor your parents, to respect those who are set over you, these and a few others are the sole essentials of morals. But they have been known for thousands of years, and not one jot or tittle has been added to them by all the sermons, homilies, and textbooks which moralists and theologians have been able to produce. But if we contrast this stationary aspect of moral truths with the progressive aspect of intellectual truths, the difference is indeed startling. All the great moral systems which have exercised much influence have been fundamentally the same. All the great intellectual systems have been fundamentally different. In reference to our moral conduct, there is not a single principle now known to the most cultivated Europeans which was not likewise known to the ancients. In reference to the conduct of our intellect, the moderns have not only made the most important additions to every department of knowledge that the ancients ever attempted to study, but besides this they have upset and revolutionized the old methods of inquiry. They have consolidated into one great scheme all those resources of induction which Aristotle alone dimly perceived, and they have created sciences the faintest idea of which never entered the mind of the boldest thinker antiquity produced. These are, to every educated man, recognized and notorious facts, and the inference to be drawn from them is immediately obvious. Since civilization is the product of moral and intellectual agencies, and since that product is constantly changing, it evidently cannot be regulated by the stationary agent, because when surrounding circumstances are unchanged, a stationary agent can only produce a stationary effect. The only other agent is the intellectual one, and that this is the real mover may be proved in two distinct ways. First, because being, as we have already seen, either moral or intellectual, and being, as we have also seen, not moral, it must be intellectual. And secondly, because the intellectual principle has an activity and a capacity for adaptation which, as I undertake to show, is quite sufficient to account for the extraordinary progress that during several centuries Europe has continued to make. Such are the main arguments by which my view is supported, but there are also other and collateral circumstances which are well worthy of consideration. The first is, that the intellectual principle is not only far more progressive than the moral principle, but is also far more permanent in its results. The acquisitions made by the intellect are, in every civilized country, carefully preserved, registered in certain well understood formulas, and protected by the use of technical and scientific language. They are easily handed down from one generation to another, and thus assuming an accessible, or as it were a tangible form, they often influence the most distant posterity. They become the heirlooms of mankind, the immortal bequest of the genius to which they owe their birth. But the good deeds effected by our moral faculties are less capable of transmission. They are of a more private and retiring character, while as the motives to which they owe their origin are generally the result of self-discipline and of self-sacrifice, they have to be worked out by every man for himself. And thus, begun by each anew, they derive little benefit from the maxims of preceding experience, nor can they well be stored up for the use of future moralists. The consequence is that although moral excellence is more amiable, and to most persons more attractive than intellectual excellence, still it must be confessed that looking at ulterior results, it is far less active, less permanent, and, as I shall presently prove, less productive of real good. Indeed, if we examine the effects of the most active philanthropy and of the largest and most disinterested kindness, we shall find that those effects are, comparatively speaking, short-lived, that there is only a small number of individuals they come in contact with and benefit, that they rarely survive the generation which witnessed their commencement, and that when they take the more durable form of founding great public charities, such institutions invariably fall, first into abuse, then into decay, and after a time are either destroyed or perverted from their original intention, mocking the effort by which it is vainly attempted to perpetuate the memory even of the purest and most energetic benevolence. These conclusions are no doubt very unpalatable, and what makes them peculiarly offensive is that it is impossible to refute them. For the deeper we penetrate into this question, the more clearly shall we see the superiority of intellectual acquisitions over moral feeling. There is no instance on record of an ignorant man who, having good intentions and supreme power to enforce them, has not done far more evil than good. And whenever the intentions have been very eager and the power very extensive, the evil has been enormous. But if you can diminish the sincerity of that man, if you can mix some alloy with his motives, you will likewise diminish the evil which he works. If he is selfish as well as ignorant, it will often happen that you may play off his vice against his ignorance, and by exciting his fears, restrain his mischief. If, however, he has no fear, if he is entirely unselfish, if his sole object is the good of others, if he pursues that object with enthusiasm, upon a large scale, with a disinterested zeal, then it is that you have no check upon him, you have no means of preventing the calamities which in an ignorant age an ignorant man will be sure to inflict. How entirely this is verified by experience we may see in studying the history of religious persecution. To punish even a single man for his religious tenets is assuredly a crime of the deepest dye, but to punish a large body of men, to persecute an entire sect, to attempt to extirpate opinions which, growing out of the state of society in which they arise, are themselves a manifestation of the marvelous and luxuriant fertility of the human mind, to do this is not only one of the most pernicious, but one of the most foolish acts that can possibly be conceived. Nevertheless, it is an undoubted fact that an overwhelming majority of religious persecutors have been men of the purest intentions, of the most admirable and unsullied morals. It is impossible that this should be otherwise, for they are not bad-intentioned men who seek to enforce opinions which they believe to be good. Still less are they bad men who are so regardless of temporal considerations as to employ all the resources of their power, not for their own benefit, but for the purpose of propagating a religion which they think necessary to the future happiness of mankind. Such men as these are not bad, they are only ignorant. Ignorant of the nature of truth, ignorant of the consequences of their own acts. But in a moral point of view, their motives are unimpeachable. Indeed, it is the very ardor of their sincerity which warms them into persecution. It is the holy zeal by which they are fired that quickens their fanaticism into a deadly activity. If you can impress any man with an absorbing conviction of the supreme importance of some moral or religious doctrine, if you can make him believe that those who reject that doctrine are doomed to eternal perdition, if you then give that man power, and by means of his ignorance blind him to the ulterior consequences of his own act, he will infallibly persecute those who deny his doctrine, and the extent of his persecution will be regulated by the extent of his sincerity. Diminish the sincerity, and you will diminish the persecution. In other words, by weakening the virtue, you may check the evil. This is a truth of which history furnishes such innumerable examples that to deny it would be not only to reject the plainest and most conclusive arguments, but to refuse the concurrent testimony of every age. I will merely select two cases, which, from the entire difference in their circumstances, are very apposite as illustrations. The first being from the history of paganism, the other from the history of Christianity, and both proving the inability of moral feeling to control religious persecution. 1. The Roman emperors, as is well known, subjected the early Christians to persecutions which, though they have been exaggerated, were frequent and very grievous. But what to some persons must appear extremely strange is, that among the active authors of these cruelties we find the names of the best men who ever sat on the throne, while the worst and most infamous princes were precisely those who spared the Christians and took no heed of their increase. The two most thoroughly depraved of all the emperors were certainly Commodus and Elagabalus, neither of whom persecuted the new religion, or indeed adopted any measures against it. They were too reckless of the future, too selfish, too absorbed in their own infamous pleasures to mind whether truth or error prevailed, and being thus indifferent to the welfare of their subjects, they cared nothing about the progress of a creed which they, as pagan emperors, were bound to regard as a fatal and impious delusion. They therefore allowed Christianity to run its course, unchecked by those penal laws which more honest but more mistaken rulers would assuredly have enacted. We find accordingly that the great enemy of Christianity was Marcus Aurelius, a man of kindly temper and of fearless, unflinching honesty, but whose reign was characterized by a persecution from which he would have refrained had he been less in earnest about the religion of his fathers. And to complete the argument, it may be added that the last and one of the most strenuous opponents of Christianity who occupied the throne of the Caesars was Julian, a prince of eminent probity, whose opinions are often attacked, but against whose moral conduct even calumny itself has hardly breathed a suspicion. 2. The second illustration is supplied by Spain, a country of which it must be confessed that in no other have religious feelings exercised such sway over the affairs of men. No other European nation has produced so many ardent and disinterested missionaries, zealous, self-denying martyrs, who have cheerfully sacrificed their lives in order to propagate truths which they thought necessary to be known. Nowhere else have the spiritual classes been so long in the ascendant. Nowhere else are the people so devout, the churches so crowded, the clergy so numerous. But the sincerity and honesty of purpose by which the Spanish people, taken as a whole, have always been marked, have not only been unable to prevent religious persecution, but have proved the means of encouraging it. If the nation had been more lukewarm, it would have been more tolerant. As it was, the preservation of the faith became the first consideration, and everything being sacrificed to this one object, it naturally happened that zeal begat cruelty, and the soil was prepared in which the Inquisition took root and flourished. The supporters of that barbarous institution were not hypocrites, but enthusiasts. Hypocrites are for the most part too subtle to be cruel, for cruelty is a stern and unbending passion, while hypocrisy is a fawning and flexible art which accommodates itself to human feelings and flatters the weakness of men in order that it may gain its own ends. In Spain, the earnestness of the nation, being concentrated on a single topic, carried everything before it, and hatred of heresy becoming a habit, persecution of heresy was thought a duty. The conscientious energy with which that duty was fulfilled is seen in the history of the Spanish Church. Indeed, that the inquisitors were remarkable for an undeviating and uncorruptible integrity may be proved in a variety of ways, and from different and independent sources of evidence. This is a question to which I shall hereafter return, but there are two testimonies which I cannot omit, because from the circumstances attending them they are peculiarly unimpeachable. Laurent, the great historian of the Inquisition and its bitter enemy, had access to its private papers, and yet, with the fullest means of information, he does not even insinuate a charge against the moral character of the inquisitors, but while execrating the cruelty of their conduct, he cannot deny the purity of their intentions. 30 years earlier, Townsend, a clergyman of the Church of England, published his valuable work on Spain, and though as a Protestant and an Englishman he had every reason to be prejudiced against the infamous system which he describes, he also can bring no charge against those who upheld it. But having occasion to mention its establishment at Barcelona, one of its most important branches, he makes the remarkable admission that all its members are men of worth, and that most of them are of distinguished humanity. These facts, startling as they are, form a very small part of that vast mass of evidence which history contains, and which decisively proves the utter inability of moral feelings to diminish religious persecution. The way in which the diminution has been really effected by the mere progress of intellectual acquirements will be pointed out in another part of this volume, when we shall see that the great antagonist of intolerance is not humanity, but knowledge. It is to the diffusion of knowledge, and to that alone, that we owe the comparative cessation of what is unquestionably the greatest evil men have ever inflicted on their own species. For that religious persecution is a greater evil than any other is apparent, not so much from the enormous and almost incredible number of its known victims, as from the fact that the unknown must be far more numerous, and that history gives no account of those who have been spared in the body in order that they might suffer in the mind. We hear much of martyrs and confessors, of those who were slain by the sword or consumed in the fire, but we know little of that still larger number who by the mere threat of persecution have been driven into an outward abandonment of their real opinions, and who, thus forced into an apostasy the heart abhors, have passed the remainder of their lives in the practice of a constant and humiliating hypocrisy. It is this which is the real curse of religious persecution. For in this way, men being constrained to mask their thoughts, there arises a habit of securing safety by falsehood, and of purchasing impunity with deceit. In this way, fraud becomes a necessary of life. Insincerity is made a daily custom, the whole tone of public feeling is vitiated, and the gross amount of vice and of error fearfully increased. Surely, then, we have reason to say that compared to all this, all other crimes are of small account, and we may well be grateful for that increase of intellectual pursuits which has destroyed an evil that some among us would even now willingly restore. End of section 40. Section 41 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 41, The Mythical Origin of History, from the History of Civilization in England, by Henry Thomas Buckle. At a very early period in the progress of a people, and long before they are acquainted with the use of letters, they feel the want of some resource which in peace may amuse their leisure, and in war may stimulate their courage. This is supplied to them by the invention of ballads, which form the groundwork of all historical knowledge, and which, in one shape or another, are found among some of the rudest tribes of the earth. They are for the most part sung by a class of men whose particular business it is thus to preserve the stock of traditions. Indeed, so natural is this curiosity as to past events that there are few nations to whom these bards or minstrels are unknown. Thus, to select a few instances, it is they who have preserved the popular traditions not only of Europe, but also of China, Tibet, and Tartary, likewise of India, of Sind, of Beluchistan, of Western Asia, of the islands of the Black Sea, of Egypt, of Western Africa, of North America, of South America, and of the islands in the Pacific. In all these countries letters were long unknown, and as people in that state have no means of perpetuating their history except by oral tradition, they select the form best calculated to assist their memory. And it will, I believe, be found that the first rudiments of knowledge consist always of poetry, and often of rhyme. The jingle pleases the ear of the barbarian, and affords a security that he will hand it down to his children in the unimpaired state in which he received it. This guarantee against error increases still further the value of these ballads, and instead of being considered as a mere amusement, they rise to the dignity of judicial authorities. The allusions contained in them are satisfactory proofs to decide the merits of rival families, or even to fix the limits of those rude estates which such a society can possess. We therefore find that the professed reciters and composers of these songs are the recognized judges in all disputed matters, and as they are often priests and believed to be inspired, it is probably in this way that the notion of the divine origin of poetry first arose. These ballads will, of course, vary according to the customs and temperaments of the different nations, and according to the climate to which they are accustomed. In the south they assume a passionate and voluptuous form. In the north they are rather remarkable for their tragic and warlike character. But notwithstanding these diversities, all such productions have one feature in common. They are not only founded on truth, but making allowance for the colorings of poetry, they are all strictly true. Men who are constantly repeating songs which they constantly hear, and whose appeal to the authorized singers of them as final umpires in disputed questions, are not likely to be mistaken on matters in the accuracy of which they have so lively an interest. This is the earliest and most simple of the various stages through which history is obliged to pass. But in the course of time, unless unfavorable circumstances intervene, society advances, and among other changes, there is one in particular of the greatest importance. I mean the introduction of the art of writing, which, before many generations are past, must effect a complete alteration in the character of the national traditions. The manner in which this occurs has, so far as I am aware, never been pointed out, and it will therefore be interesting to attempt to trace some of its details. The first and perhaps the most obvious consideration is that the introduction of the art of writing gives permanence to the national knowledge, and thus lessens the utility of that oral information in which all the acquirements of an unlettered people must be contained. Hence it is that as a country advances, the influence of tradition diminishes, and traditions themselves become less trustworthy. Besides this, the preservers of these traditions lose in this stage of society much of their former reputation. Among a perfectly unlettered people, the singers of ballads are, as we have already seen, the sole depositories of those historical facts on which the fame, and often the property, of their chieftains principally depend. But when this same nation becomes acquainted with the art of writing, it grows unwilling to entrust these matters to the memory of itinerant singers, and avails itself of its new art to preserve them in a fixed and material form. As soon as this is effected, the importance of those who repeat the national trends are sensibly diminished. They gradually sink into an inferior class, which, having lost its old reputation, no longer consists of those superior men to whose abilities it owed its former fame. Thus we see that although without letters there can be no knowledge of much importance, it is nevertheless true that their introduction is injurious to historical traditions in two distinct ways. First, by weakening the traditions, and secondly, by weakening the class of men whose occupation it is to preserve them. But this is not all. Not only does the art of writing lessen the number of traditionary truths, but it directly encourages the propagation of falsehoods. This is effected by what may be termed a principle of accumulation, to which all systems of belief have been deeply indebted. In ancient times, for example, the name of Hercules was given to several of those great public robbers who scourged mankind, and who, if their crimes were successful as well as enormous, were sure after their death to be worshipped as heroes. How this appellation originated is uncertain, but it was probably bestowed at first on a single man, and afterwards on those who resembled him in the character of their achievements. This mode of extending the use of a single name is natural to a barbarous people, and would cause little or no confusion as long as the tradition of the country remained local and unconnected. But as soon as these traditions became fixed by a written language, the collectors of them, deceived by the similarity of name, assembled the scattered facts, and ascribing to a single man these accumulated exploits, degraded history to the level of a miraculous mythology. In the same way, soon after the use of letters was known in the north of Europe, there was drawn up by Saxo Grammaticus the life of the celebrated Ragnar Lodbrok. Either from accident or design, this great warrior of Scandinavia, who had taught England to tremble, had received the same name as another Ragnar, who was Prince of Jutland about 100 years earlier. This coincidence would have caused no confusion as long as each district preserved a distinct and independent account of its own Ragnar. But by possessing the resource of writing, men became able to consolidate the separate trains of events, and, as it were, fuse two truths into one error. and this was what actually happened. The credulous Saxo put together the different exploits of both Ragnars, and ascribing the whole of them to his favorite hero, has involved in obscurity one of the most interesting parts of the early history of Europe. The annals of the North afford another curious instance of this source of error. A tribe of Finns called Queens occupied a considerable part of the eastern coast of the Gulf of Bothnia. Their country was known as Queenland, and this name gave rise to the belief that to the north of Baltic there was a nation of Amazons. This would easily have been corrected by local knowledge, but by the use of writing the flying rumor was at once fixed, and the existence of such a people is positively affirmed in some of the earliest European histories. Thus, too, Abu, the ancient capital of Finland, was called Turku, which in the Swedish language means a marketplace. Adam of Bremen, having occasion to treat of the countries adjoining the Baltic, was so misled by the word Turku that this celebrated historian assures his readers that there were Turks in Finland. To these illustrations many others might be added, showing how mere names deceived the early historians and gave rise to relations which were entirely false and might have been rectified on the spot, but which, owing to the art of writing, were carried into distant countries and thus placed beyond the reach of contradiction. Of such cases one more may be mentioned, as it concerns the history of England. Richard I, the most barbarous of our princes, was known to his contemporaries as the Lion, an appellation conferred upon him on account of his fearlessness and the ferocity of his temper. Hence it was said that he had the heart of a lion, and the title Coeur de Lion not only became indissolubly connected with his name, but actually gave rise to a story, repeated by innumerable writers, according to which he slew a lion in a single combat. The name gave rise to the story confirmed the name, and another fiction was added to that long series of falsehoods of which history mainly consisted during the Middle Ages. The corruptions of history, thus naturally brought about by the mere introduction of letters, were in Europe aided by an additional cause. With the art of writing there was in most cases also communicated a knowledge of Christianity, and the new religion not only destroyed many of the pagan traditions, but falsified the remainder by amalgamating them with monastic legends. The extent to which this was carried would form a curious subject for inquiry, but one or two instances of it will perhaps be sufficient to satisfy the generality of readers. Of the earliest state of the great northern nations we have little positive evidence, but several of the lays in which the Scandinavian poets related the feats of their ancestors or of their contemporaries are still preserved, and notwithstanding their subsequent corruption, it is admitted by the most competent judges that they embody real and historical events. But in the 9th and 10th centuries, Christian missionaries found their way across the Baltic and introduced a knowledge of their religion among the inhabitants of northern Europe. Scarcely was this effected when the sources of history began to be poisoned. At the end of the 11th century, Saemund Sigfusson, a Christian priest, gathered the popular and hitherto unwritten histories of the North into what is called the Elder Edda, and he was satisfied with adding to his compilation the corrective of the Christian hymn. 100 years later there were made another collection of the native histories, but the principle which I have mentioned, having had a longer time to operate, now displayed its effects still more clearly. In this second collection, which is known by the name of the Younger Edda, there is an agreeable mix of Greek, Jewish, and Christian fables, and for the first time in the Scandinavian annals we meet with the widely diffused fiction of a Trojan descent. If by way of further illustration we turn to other parts of the world, we shall find a series of facts confirming this view. We shall find that in those countries where there has been no change of religion, history is more trustworthy and connected than in those countries where such a change has taken place. In India, Brahmanism, which is still supreme, was established at so early a period that its origin is lost in the remotest antiquity. The consequence is that the native annals have never been corrupted by any new superstition, and the Hindus are possessed of historic traditions more ancient than can be found among any other Asiatic people. In the same way, the Chinese have for upwards of 2,000 years preserved the religion of Fo, which is a form of Buddhism. In China, therefore, although the civilization has never been equal to that of India, there is a history, not indeed as old as the natives would wish us to believe, but still stretching back to several centuries before the Christian era, from whence it has been brought down to our own times in an uninterrupted succession. On the other hand, the Persians, whose intellectual development was certainly superior to that of the Chinese, are nevertheless without any authentic information respecting the early transactions of their ancient monarchy. For this I can see no possible reason except the fact that Persia, soon after the promulgation of the Koran, was conquered by the Mohammedans, who completely subverted the Parsi religion and thus interrupted the stream of the national traditions. Hence it is that, putting aside the myths of the Zendavesta, we have no native authorities for Persian history of any value, until the appearance in the 11th century of Shah Nameh, in which, however, Firdustu has mingled the miraculous relations of those two religions by which his country has been successively subjected. The result is, that if it were not for the various discoveries which have been made of monuments, inscriptions, and coins, we should be compelled to rely on the scanty and inaccurate details in the Greek writers for our knowledge of the history of one of the most important of the Asiatic monarchies. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, Section 42. Selected excerpts from The Natural History by Georges-Louis Leclerc-Buffon. Georges-Louis Leclerc-Buffon, 1707 to 1788, by Spencer Trotter. A science becomes part of the general stock of knowledge only after it has entered into the literature of a people. The bare skeleton of facts must be clothed with the flesh and blood of imagination through the humanizing influence of literary expression before it can be assimilated by the average intellectual being. The scientific investigator is rarely endowed with the gift of weaving the facts into a story that will charm, and the man of letters is too often devoid of that patience which is the chief virtue of the scientist. These gifts of the gods are bestowed upon mankind under the guiding genius of the division of labor. The name of Buffon will always be associated with natural history, though in the man himself the spirit of science was conspicuously absent. In this respect he was in marked contrast with his contemporary Linnaeus, whose intellect and labor laid the foundations of much of the scientific knowledge of today. Georges-Louis Leclerc-Buffon was born on the 7th of September, 1707, at Montbard in Burgundy. His father, Benjamin Leclerc, who was possessed of a fortune, appears to have bestowed great care and liberality on the education of his son. While a youth, Buffon made the acquaintance of a young English nobleman, the Duke of Kingston, whose tutor, a man well versed in the knowledge of physical science, exerted a profound influence on the future career of the young Frenchman. At 21, Buffon came into his mother's estate, a fortune yielding an annual income of £12,000. But this wealth did not change his purpose to gain knowledge. He traveled through Italy, and after living for a short period in England, returned to France and devoted his time to literary work. His first efforts were translations of two English works of science, Hale's Vegetable Statics and Newton's Fluxions, and he followed these with various studies in the different branches of physical science. The determining event in his life, which led him to devote the rest of his years to the study of natural history, was the death of his friend Dufay, the intendant of the Jardin du Roi, now the Jardin des Plantes, who, on his deathbed, recommended Buffon as his successor. A man of letters, Buffon saw before him the opportunity to write a natural history of the earth and its inhabitants, and he set to work with a zeal that lasted until his death in 1788, at the age of 81. His great work, L'Histoire naturelle, was the outcome of these years of labor, the first edition being complete in 36 quarto volumes. The first 15 volumes of this great work, published between the years 1749 and 1767, treated of the theory of the earth, the nature of animals, and the history of man and viviparous quadrupeds, and was the joint work of Buffon and Daubenton, a physician of Buffon's native village. The scientific portion of the work was done by Daubenton, who possessed considerable anatomical knowledge, and who wrote accurate descriptions of the various animals mentioned. Buffon, however, affected to ignore the work of his co-laborer, and reaped the entire glory, so that Daubenton withdrew his services. Later appeared the 9 volumes on birds, in which Buffon was aided by the Abbé Sexon. Then followed the history of minerals in 5 volumes, and 7 volumes of supplements, the last one of which was published the year after Buffon's death. One can hardly admire the personal character of Buffon. He was vain and superficial, and given to extravagant speculations. He is reported to have said, "I know but 5 great geniuses, Newton, Bacon, Leibniz, Montesquieu, and myself." His natural vanity was undoubtedly fostered by the adulation which he received from those in authority. He saw his own statue placed in the cabinet of Louis XVI., with the inscription Majestate Naturae par Ingenium. Louis XV. Bestowed upon him a title of nobility, and crowned heads addressed him in language of the most exaggerated compliment. Buffon's conduct and conversation were marked throughout by a certain coarseness and vulgarity that constantly appear in his writings. He was foppish and trifling, and affected religion, though at heart a disbeliever. The chief value of Buffon's work lies in the fact that it first brought the subject of natural history into popular literature. Probably no writer of the time, with the exception of Voltaire and Rousseau, was so widely read and quoted as Buffon. But the gross inaccuracy which pervaded his writings, and the visionary theories in which he constantly indulged, gave the work a less permanent value than it might otherwise have attained. Buffon detested the scientific method, preferring literary finish to accuracy of statement. Although the work was widely translated, and was the only popular natural history of the time, there is little of it that is worthy of a place in the world's best literature. It is chiefly as a relic of a past literary epoch, and as the pioneer work in a new literary field, that Buffon's writings appeal to us. They awakened, for the first time, a wide interest in natural history, though their author was distinctly not a naturalist. Arabella Buckley has said of Buffon and his writings, that though he often made great mistakes and arrived at false conclusions, still he had so much genius and knowledge that a great part of his work will always remain true. Cuvier has left us a good memoir of Buffon in the Biographique Universelle. Nature, from the Natural History. So with what magnificence nature shines upon the earth! A pure light extending from east to west gilds successively the hemispheres of the globe. An airy, transparent element surrounds it. A warm and fruitful heat animates and develops all its germs of life. Living and salutary waters tend to their support and increase. High points scattered over the lands, by arresting the airy vapors, render these sources inexhaustible and always fresh. Gathered into immense hollows, they divide the continents. The extent of the sea is as great as that of the land. It is not a cold and sterile element, but another empire as rich and populated as the first. The finger of God has marked the boundaries. When the waters encroach upon the beaches of the west, they leave bare those of the east. This enormous mass of water, itself inert, follows the guidance of heavenly movements. Balanced by the regular oscillations of ebb and flow, it rises and falls with the planet of night, rising still higher when concurrent with the planet of day, the two uniting their forces during the equinoxes cause the great tides. Our connection with the heavens is nowhere more clearly indicated. From these constant and general movements result others, variable and particular. Removals of earth, deposits at the bottom of water, forming elevations like those upon the earth's surface, currents which, following the direction of these mountain ranges, shape them to corresponding angles, and rolling in the midst of the waves, as waters upon the earth, are in truth the rivers of the sea. The air, too, lighter and more fluid than water, obeys many forces: the distant action of sun and moon, the immediate action of the sea, that of rarefying heat and of condensing cold, produce in it continual agitations. The winds are its currents, driving before them and collecting the clouds. They produce meteors, transport the humid vapors of maritime beaches to the land surfaces of the continents, determine the storms, distribute the fruitful rains and kindly dews, stir the sea, agitate the mobile waters, arrest or hasten the currents, raise floods, excite tempests. The angry sea rises toward heaven and breaks roaring against immovable dikes, which it can neither destroy nor surmount. The land elevated above sea level is safe from these eruptions. Its surface, enameled with flowers, adorned with ever fresh verdure, peopled with thousands and thousands of differing species of animals, is a place of repose, an abode of delights, where man, placed to aid nature, dominates all other things, the only one who can know and admire. God has made him spectator of the universe and witness of his marvels. He is animated by a divine spark, which renders him a participant in the divine mysteries, and by whose light he thinks and reflects, sees and reads in the book of the world, as in a copy of divinity. Nature is the exterior throne of God's glory. The man who studies and contemplates it rises gradually towards the interior throne of omniscience. Made to adore the Creator, he commands all the creatures. Vassal of heaven, king of earth, which he ennobles and enriches, he establishes order, harmony, and subordination among living beings. He embellishes nature itself, cultivates, extends, and refines it, suppresses its thistles and brambles, and multiplies its grapes and roses. Look upon the solitary beaches and sad lands where man has never dwelt. Covered, or rather bristling, with thick black woods on all their rising ground, stunted barkless trees, bent, twisted, falling from age, near by others even more numerous, rotting upon heaps already rotten, stifling, burying the germs ready to burst forth. Nature, young everywhere else, is here decrepit. The land surmounted by the ruins of these productions offers, instead of flourishing verdure, only an encumbered space pierced by aged trees, loaded with parasitic plants, lichens, agarics, impure fruits of corruption. In the low parts is water, dead and stagnant, because undirected; or swampy soil, neither solid nor liquid, hence unapproachable and useless to the habitants both of land and of water. Here are swamps covered with rank aquatic plants, nourishing only venomous insects and haunted by unclean animals. Between these low infectious marshes and these higher ancient forests extend plains having nothing in common with our meadows, upon which weeds smother useful plants. There is none of that fine turf which seems like down upon the earth, or of that enameled lawn which announces a brilliant fertility, but instead an interlacement of hard and thorny herbs which seem to cling to each other rather than to the soil, and which, successively withering and impeding each other, form a coarse mat several feet thick. There are no roads, no communications, no vestiges of intelligence in these wild places. Man, obliged to follow the paths of savage beasts, and to watch constantly lest he become their prey, terrified by their roars, thrilled by the very silence of these profound solitudes, turns back and says, "Primitive nature is hideous and dying. I alone can make it living and agreeable. Let us dry these swamps, converting into streams and canals; animate these dead waters by setting them in motion. Let us use the active and devouring element once hidden from us, and which we ourselves have discovered, and set fire to this superfluous mat, to these aged forests already half consumed, and finish with iron what fire cannot destroy. Soon, instead of rush and water lily from which the toad compounds his venom, we shall see buttercups and clover, sweet and salutary herbs. Herds of bounding animals will tread this once impracticable soil, and find abundant, constantly renewed pasture. They will multiply, to multiply again. Let us employ the new aid to complete our work, and let the ox, submissive to the yoke, exercise his strength in furrowing the land. Then it will grow young again with cultivation, and a new nature shall spring up under our hands." How beautiful is cultivated nature, when by the cares of man she is brilliantly and pompously adorned! He himself is the chief ornament, the most noble production. In multiplying himself, he multiplies her most precious gem. She seems to multiply herself with him, for his art brings to light all that her bosom conceals. What treasures hitherto ignored! What new riches! Flowers, fruits, perfected grains infinitely multiplied, useful species of animals transported, propagated, endlessly increased, harmful species destroyed, confined, banished. Gold, and iron more necessary than gold, drawn from the bowels of the earth; torrents confined, rivers directed and restrained; the sea, submissive and comprehended, crossed from one hemisphere to the other; the earth everywhere accessible, everywhere living and fertile; in the valleys, laughing prairies; in the plains, rich pastures or richer harvests; the hills loaded with vines and fruits, their summits crowned by useful trees and young forests; deserts changed to cities inhabited by a great people, who, ceaselessly circulating, scatter themselves from centres to extremities; frequent open roads and communications established everywhere like so many witnesses of the force and union of society; a thousand other monuments of power and glory, proving that man, master of the world, has transformed it, renewed its whole surface, and that he shares his empire with nature. However, he rules only by right of conquest, and enjoys rather than possesses. He can only retain by ever renewed efforts. If these cease, everything languishes, changes, grows disordered, enters again into the hands of nature. She retakes her rights, effaces man's work, covers his most sumptuous monuments with dust and moss, destroys them in time, leaving him only the regret that he has lost by his own fault the conquests of his ancestors. These periods during which man loses his domain, ages of barbarism when everything perishes, are always prepared by wars, and arrive with famine and depopulation. Man, who can do nothing except in numbers, and is only strong in union, only happy in peace, has the madness to arm himself for his unhappiness and to fight for his own ruin. Incited by insatiable greed, blinded by still more insatiable ambition, he renounces the sentiments of humanity, turns all his forces against himself, and seeking to destroy his fellow, does indeed destroy himself. And after these days of blood and carnage, when the smoke of glory has passed away, he sees with sadness that the earth is devastated, the arts buried, the nations dispersed, the races enfeebled, his own happiness ruined, and his power annihilated. The Humming-Bird. From the Natural History. Of all animated beings, this is the most elegant in form and the most brilliant in colors. The stones and metals polished by our arts are not comparable to this jewel of nature. She has placed it least in size of the order of birds, maxime miranda in minimis. Her masterpiece is the little humming-bird, and upon it she has heaped all the gifts which the other birds may only share. Lightness, rapidity, nimbleness, grace, and rich apparel all belong to this little favorite. The emerald, the ruby, and the topaz gleam upon its dress. It never soils them with the dust of earth, and in its aerial life scarcely touches the turf an instant. Always in the air, flying from flower to flower, it has their freshness as well as their brightness. It lives upon their nectar, and dwells only in the climates where they perennially bloom. All kinds of hummingbirds are found in the hottest countries of the New World. They are quite numerous and seem to be confined between the two tropics, for those which penetrate the temperate zones in summer only stay there a short time. They seem to follow the sun in its advance and retreat, and to fly on the wing of zephyrs after an eternal spring. The smaller species of the hummingbirds are less in size than the great fly wasp, and more slender than the drone. Their beak is a fine needle, and their tongue a slender thread. Their little black eyes are like two shining points, and the feathers of their wings so delicate that they seem transparent. Their short feet, which they use very little, are so tiny one can scarcely see them. They alight only at night, resting in the air during the day. They have a swift, continual humming flight. The movement of their wings is so rapid that when pausing in the air the bird seems quite motionless. One sees him stop before a blossom, then dart like a flash to another, visiting all, plunging his tongue into their hearts, flattening them with his wings, never settling anywhere, but neglecting none. He hastens his inconstancies only to pursue his loves more eagerly, and to multiply his innocent joys. For this light lover of flowers lives at their expense without ever blighting them. He only pumps their honey, and to this alone his tongue seems destined. The vivacity of these small birds is only equaled by their courage, or rather their audacity. Sometimes they may be seen chasing furiously birds 20 times their size, fastening upon their bodies, letting themselves be carried along in their flight, while they peck them fiercely until their tiny rage is satisfied. Sometimes they fight each other vigorously. Impatience seems their very essence. If they approach a blossom and find it faded, they mark their spite by hasty rending of the petals. Their only voice is a weak cry, screp, screp, frequent and repeated, which they utter in the woods from dawn until at the first rays of the sun they all take flight and scatter over the country. End of section 42. Section 43 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, Section 43. Biographical Note on Edward Bulwer Lytton, 1803 to 1873, by Julian Hawthorne. The patrician in literature is always an interesting spectacle. We are prone to regard his performance as a test of the worth of long descent and high breeding. If he does well, he vindicates the claims of his caste. If ill, we infer that inherited estates and blue blood are but surface advantages, leaving the effective brain unimproved or even causing deterioration. But the argument is still open, and whether genius be the creature of circumstance or divinely independent is a question which prejudice rather than evidence commonly decides. Certainly literature tries men's souls. The charlatan must betray himself. Genius shines through all cerements. On the other hand, genius may be nourished, and the charlatan permeates all classes. The truth probably is that an aristocrat is quite as apt as a plebeian to be a good writer. Only, since there are fewer of the former than of the latter, and since, unlike the last, the first are seldom forced to live by their brains, there are more plebeian than aristocratic names on the literary roll of honor. Admitting this, the instance of the writer known as Bulwer proves nothing one way or the other. At all events, not was he a genius because he was a patrician, but was he a genius at all, is the inquiry most germane to our present purpose. An aristocrat of aristocrats undoubtedly he was, though it concerns us not to determine whether the blood of Plantagenet kings and Norman conquerors really flowed in his veins. On both father's and mother's side he was thoroughly well connected. Haydon Hall in Norfolk was the hereditary home of the Norman Bulwers. The Saxon Lyttons had, since the Conquest, lived at Knebworth in Derbyshire. The historic background of each family was honourable, and when the marriage of William Earl Bulwer with Elizabeth Barbara Lytton united them, it might be said that in their offspring England found her type. Edward, being the youngest son, had little money, but he happened to have brains. He began existence delicate and precocious. Culture with him set in almost with what he would have termed the consciousness of his own identity, and the process never intermitted. In fact, appearances to the contrary notwithstanding, his spiritual and intellectual emancipation was hindered by many obstacles. For, an ailing child, he was petted by his mother, and such germs of intelligence, verses at 7 years old and the like, as he betrayed, were trumpeted as prodigies. He was spoilt so long before he was ripe, that it is a marvel he ever ripened at all. Many years must pass before vanity could be replaced in him by manly ambition. A vein of silliness is traceable through his career almost to the end. He expatiated in the falsetto key. Almost never do we hear in his voice that hearty bass note so dear to plain humanity. In his pilgrimage toward freedom, he had to wrestle not only with flesh and blood mothers, uncles, and wives, et id genus omne, but with the more subtle and vital ideas, superstitions, and prejudices appertaining to his social station. His worst foes were not those of his household merely, but of his heart. The more arduous achievement of such a man is to see his real self and believe in it. There are so many misleading purple velvet waistcoats, gold chains, superfine sentiments, and blue-blooded affiliations in the way, that the true nucleus of so much decoration becomes less accessible than the needle in the haystack. It is greatly to Bulwer's credit that he stuck valiantly to his quest, and nearly, if not quite, ran down his game at last. His intellectual record is one of constant progress from childhood to age. Whether his advance in other respects was as uniform does not much concern us. He was unhappy with his wife, and perhaps they even threw things at each other at table, the servants looking on. Nothing in his matrimonial relations so much became him as his conduct after their severance. He held his tongue like a man, in spite of the poor lady's shrieks and clapper-clawings. His whimsical, hair-splitting conscientiousness is less admirable. A healthy conscience does not whine, it creates. No one cares to know what a man thinks of his own actions. No one is interested to learn that Bulwer meant Paul Clifford to be an edifying work, or that he married his wife from the highest motives. We do not take him so seriously. We are satisfied that he wrote the story first and discovered its morality afterwards, and that lofty motives would not have united him to Miss Rosina Doyle Wheeler had she not been pretty and clever. His hectic letters to his mamma, his Byronic struttings and mouthings over the grave of his schoolgirl lady-love, his 18th-century comedy scene with Caroline Lamb, his starched frill participation in the Fred Villiers duel at Boulogne, how silly and artificial is all this! There is no genuine feeling in it. He attires himself in tawdry sentiment as in a flowered waistcoat. What a difference between him at this period and his contemporary Benjamin Disraeli, who indeed committed similar inanities, but with a saturnine sense of humor cropping out at every turn, which altered the whole complexion of the performance. We laugh at the one, but with the other. Of course, however, there was a man hidden somewhere in Edward Bulwer's perfumed clothes and mincing attitudes, else the world had long since forgotten him. Amidst his dandyism, he learned how to speak well in debate, and how to use his hands to guard his head. He paid his debts by honest hard work, and would not be dishonorably beholden to his mother or anyone else. He posed as a blighted being, and invented black evening dress, but he lived down the scorn of such men as Tennyson and Thackeray, and won their respect and friendship at last. He aimed high, according to his lights, meant well, and in the long run did well too. The main activities of his life, and from start to finish his energy was great, were in politics and in literature. His political career covers about 40 years, from the time he took his degree at Cambridge till Lord Derby made him a peer in 1866. He accomplished nothing of serious importance, but his course was always creditable. He began as a sentimental radical and ended as a liberal conservative. He advocated the Crimean War. The Corn Laws found him in a compromising humor. His record as colonial secretary offers nothing memorable in statesmanship. The extraordinary brilliancy of his brother Henry's diplomatic life throws Edward's achievements into the shade. There is nothing to be ashamed of, but had he done nothing else, he would have been unknown. But literature, first seriously cultivated as a means of livelihood, outlasted his political ambitions, and his books are today his only claim to remembrance. They made a strong impression at the time they were written, and many are still read as much as ever by a generation born after his death. Their popularity is not of the catchpenny sort. Thoughtful people read them, as well as the great drove of the undiscriminating. For they are the product of thought. They show workmanship, they have quality, they are carefully made. If the literary critic never finds occasion to put off the shoes from his feet as in the sacred presence of genius, he is constantly moved to recognize with a friendly nod the presence of sterling talent. He is even inclined to think that nobody else ever had so much talent as this little red-haired, blue-eyed, high-nosed, dandified Edward Bulwer. The mere mass of it lifts him, at times, to the levels where genius dwells, though he never quite shares their nectar and ambrosia. He, as it were, catches echoes of the talk of the immortals, the turn of their phrase, the intonation of their utterance, and straightway reproduces it with the fidelity of the phonograph. But, as in the phonograph, we find something lacking. Our mind accepts the report as genuine, but our ear affirms an unreality. This is reproduction indeed, but not creation. Bulwer himself, when his fit is past and his critical faculty reawakens, probably knows as well as another that these labored and meritorious pages of his are not graven on the eternal adamant. But they are the best he can do, and perhaps there is none better of their kind. They have a right to be, for while genius may do harm as well as good, Bulwer never does harm, and in spite of sickly sentiment and sham philosophy, is uniformly instructive, amusing, and edifying. To love her, wrote Dick Steele of a certain great dame, is a liberal education. And we might almost say the same of the reading of Bulwer's romances. He was learned, and he put into his books all his learning, as well as all else that was his. They represent, artistically grouped, ingeniously lighted, with suitable accompaniments of music and illusion, the acquisitions of his intellect, the sympathies of his nature, and the achievements of his character. He wrote in various styles, making deliberate experiments in one after another, and often hiding himself completely in anonymity. He was versatile, not deep. Robert Louis Stevenson also employs various styles, but with him the changes are intuitive. They are the subtle variations in touch and timbre which genius makes in harmony with the subject treated. Stevenson could not have written Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in the same tune and key as Treasure Island, and the music of Marxheim differs from both. The reason is organic. The writer is inspired by his theme, and it passes through his mind with a lilt and measure of its own. It makes its own style, just as a human spirit makes its own features and gait. And we know Stevenson through all his transformations only by dint of the exquisite distinction and felicity of word and phrase that always characterize him. Now, with Bulwer there is none of this lovely inevitable spontaneity. He costumes his tale arbitrarily, like a stage haberdasher, and invents a voice to deliver it withal. The last days of Pompeii shall be mouthed out grandiloquently. The incredibilities of the coming race shall wear the guise of naive and artless narrative. The humors of the Caxtons, and what will he do with it, shall reflect the mood of the sagacious, affable man of the world, gossiping over the nuts and wine. The marvels of Zanoni and A Strange Story must be portrayed with a resonance and exaltation of diction fitted to their transcendental claims. But between the stark mechanism of the Englishman and the lithe, inspired felicity of the Scot, what a difference! Bulwer's work may be classified according to subject, though not chronologically. He wrote novels of society, of history, of mystery, and of romance. In all he was successful, and perhaps felt as much interest in one as in another. In his own life the study of the occult played a part. He was familiar with the contemporary fads in mystery, and acquainted with their professors. Ancient history also attracted him, and he even wrote a couple of volumes of a history of Athens. In all his writing there is a tendency to lapse into a discussion of the ideal and the real, aiming always at the conclusion that the only true real is the ideal. It was this tendency which chiefly aroused the ridicule of his critics, and from the Sredward Lytton Bulwig of Thackeray to the condensed novels burlesque of Bret Harte, they harp upon that facile string. The thing satirized is after all not cheaper than the satire. The ideal is the true real. The only absurdity lies in the pomp and circumstance wherewith that simple truth is introduced. There is a dweller on the threshold, but it or he is nothing more than that doubt concerning the truth of spiritual things which assails all beginners in higher speculation, and there was no need to call it or him by so formidable a name. A sense of humor would have saved Bulwer from almost all his faults, and have endowed him with several valuable virtues into the bargain. But it was not born in him, and with all his diligence he never could beget it. The domestic series, of which the Caxtons is the type, are the most generally popular of his works, and are likely to be so longest. The romantic vein, Ernest Maltravers, Alice or the Mysteries, etc., are in his worst style, and are only now in existence as books because they are members of the edition. It is doubtful if any human being has read one of them through in 20 years. Such historical books as The Last Days of Pompeii are not only well constructed dramatically, but are painfully accurate in details, and may still be read for information as well as for pleasure. The Zanoni species is undeniably interesting. The weird traditions of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life can never cease to fascinate human souls, and all the paraphernalia of magic are charming to minds weary of the matter-of-factitude of current existence. The stories are put together with Bulwer's unfailing cleverness, and in all external respects neither Dumas nor Balzac has done anything better in this kind. The trouble is that these authors compel our belief, while Bulwer does not. For, once more, he lacks the magic of genius and the spirit of style which are immortally and incommunicably theirs, without which no other magic can be made literarily effective. Pelham, written at 25 years of age, is a creditable boy's book. It aims to portray characters as well as to develop incidents, and in spite of the dreadful silliness of its melodramatic passages, it has merit. Conventionally, it is more nearly a work of art than that other famous boy's book, Disraeli's Vivian Grey, though the latter is alive and blooming with the original literary charm which is denied to the other. Other characteristic novels of his are The Last Days of Pompeii, Ernest Maltravers, Zanoni, The Caxtons, My Novel, What Will He Do with It, A Strange Story, The Coming Race, and Kenelm Chillingly, the last of which appeared in the year of the author's death, 1873. The student who has read these books will know all that is worth knowing of Bulwer's work. He wrote upwards of 50 substantial volumes, and left a mass of posthumous material besides. Of all that he did, the most nearly satisfactory thing is one of the last, Kenelm Chillingly. In style, persons, and incidents it is alike charming. It subsides somewhat into the inevitable Bulwer sentimentality towards the end. A silk purse cannot be made out of a sow's ear, but the miracle was never nearer being accomplished than in this instance. Here we see the thoroughly equipped man of letters doing with apparent ease what scarce 5 of his contemporaries could have done at all. The book is lightsome and graceful, yet it touches serious thoughts. Most remarkable of all, it shows a suppleness of mind and freshness of feeling more to be expected in a youth of 30 than in a veteran of 70. Bulwer never ceased to grow, and what is better still, to grow away from his faults and towards improvement. But in comparing him with others, we must admit that he had better opportunities than most. His social station brought him in contact with the best people and most pregnant events of his time, and the driving poverty of youth having established him in the novel-writing habit, he thereafter had leisure to polish and expand his faculty to the utmost. No talent of his was folded up in a napkin. He did his best and utmost with all he had. Whereas the path of genius is commonly tortuous and hard beset, and while we are always saying of Shakespeare or Thackeray or Shelley or Keats or Poe, what wonders they would have done had life been longer or fate kinder to them, of Bulwer we say, no help was wanting to him, and he profited by all. He got out of the egg more than we had believed was in it. Instead of a great faculty hobbled by circumstance, we have a small faculty magnified by occasion and enriched by time. Certainly, as men of letters go, Bulwer must be accounted fortunate. The long inflamed row of his domestic life apart, all things went his way. He received large sums for his books. At the age of 40, his mother dying, he succeeded to the Knebworth estate. 23 years later, his old age, if such a man could be called old, was consoled by the title of Lord Lytton. His health was never robust, and occasionally failed, but he seems to have been able to accomplish, after a fashion, everything that he undertook. He was thorough, as the English say. He lived in the midst of events. He was a friend of the men who made the age, and saw them make it, lending a hand himself, too, when and where he could. He lived long enough to see the hostility which had opposed him in youth die away, and honor and kindness take its place. Let it be repeated, his aims were good. He would have been candid and unself-conscious had that been possible for him, and perhaps the failure was one of manner rather than of heart. Yes, he was a fortunate man. His most conspicuous success was as a play-writer. In view of his essentially dramatic and historic temperament, it is surprising that he did not altogether devote himself to this branch of art. but all his dramas were produced between his 33rd and his 38th years. The first, La Duchesse de la Vallière, was not to the public liking, but The Lady of Lyons, written in 2 weeks, is in undiminished favor after nearly 60 years, and so are Richelieu and Money. There is no apparent reason why Bulwer should not have been as prolific a stage author as Molière or even Lope de Vega, but we often value our best faculties least. The Coming Race, published anonymously and never acknowledged during his life, was an unexpected product of his mind, but is useful to mark his limitations. It is a forecast of the future, and proves, as nothing else could so well do, the utter absence in Bulwer of the creative imagination. It is an invention, cleverly conceived, mechanically and rather tediously worked out, and written in a style astonishingly commonplace. The man who wrote that book, one would say, had no heaven in his soul, nor any pinions whereon to soar heavenward. Yet it is full of thought and ingenuity, and the central conception of vril has been much commended. But the whole concoction is tainted with the deadness of stark materialism, and we should be unjust, after all, to deny Bulwer something loftier and broader than is discoverable here. In inventing the narrative, he depended upon the weakest element in his mental make-up, and the result could not but be dismal. We like to believe that there was better stuff in him than he himself ever found, and that when he left this world for the next, he had sloughed off more dross than most men have time to accumulate. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 44. The Amphitheatre, from the Last Days of Pompeii. Part 1. On the upper tier, but apart from the male spectators, sat the women, their gay dresses resembling some gaudy flower bed. It is needless to add that they were the most talkative part of the assembly, and many were the looks directed up to them, especially from the benches appropriated to the young and the unmarried men. On the lower seats round the arena sat the more high-born and wealthy visitors, the magistrates and those of senatorial or equestrian dignity. The passages which, by corridors at the right and left, gave access to these seats at either end of the oval arena, were also the entrances for the combatants. Strong palings at these passages prevented any unwelcome eccentricity in the movements of the beasts, and confined them to their appointed prey. Around the parapet, which was raised above the arena, and from which the seats gradually rose, were gladiatorial inscriptions and paintings wrought in fresco, typical of the entertainments for which the place was designed. Throughout the whole building wound invisible pipes, from which, as the day advanced, cooling and fragrant showers were to be sprinkled over the spectators. The officers of the amphitheatre were still employed in the task of fixing the vast awning, or velaria, which covered the whole, and which luxurious invention the Campanians arrogated to themselves. It was woven of the whitest Apulian wool, and variegated with broad stripes of crimson. Owing either to some inexperience on the part of the workmen, or to some defect in the machinery, the awning, however, was not arranged that day so happily as usual. Indeed, from the immense space of the circumference, the task was always one of great difficulty and art, so much so that it could seldom be adventured in rough or windy weather. But the present day was so remarkably still that there seemed to the spectators no excuse for the awkwardness of the artificers, and when a large gap in the back of the awning was still visible from the obstinate refusal of one part of the Valeria to ally itself with the rest, the murmurs of discontent were loud and general. The sedile Pansa, at whose expense the exhibition was given, looked particularly annoyed at the defect, and vowed bitter vengeance on the head of the chief officer of the show, who, fretting, puffing, perspiring, busied himself in idle orders and unavailing threats. The hubbub ceased suddenly. The operators desisted. The crowd was stilled. The gap was forgotten for now. With a loud and warlike flourish of trumpets, the gladiators, marshalled in ceremonious procession, entered the arena. They swept round the oval space very slowly and deliberately, in order to give the spectators full leisure to admire their stern serenity of feature, their brawny limbs and various arms, as well as to form such wagers as the excitement of the moment might suggest. "Oh!" cried the widow Fulvia to the wife of Pansa, as they leaned down from their lofty bench. "Do you see that gigantic gladiator? How drolly he is dressed!" "Yes," said the aedile's wife with complacent importance, for she knew all the names and qualities of each combatant. "He is a retiarius or netter. He is armed only, you see, with a 3-pronged spear like a trident, and a net. He wears no armor, only the fillet and the tunic. He is a mighty man, and is to fight with Sporus, yon thick-set gladiator, with the round shield and drawn sword, but without body armor. He has not his helmet on now, in order that you may see his face, how fearless he is. By and by he will fight with his visor down." "But surely a net and a spear are poor arms against a shield and sword?" "That shows how innocent you are, my dear Fulvia. The retiarius has generally the best of it. But who is yon handsome gladiator, nearly naked? Is it not quite improper? By Venus, but his limbs are beautifully shaped." "It is Lydon, a young untried man. He has the rashness to fight yon other gladiator, similarly dressed, or rather undressed, Tetraides. They fight first in the Greek fashion with the cestus. Afterward they put on armor and try sword and shield. He is a proper man, this Lydon, and the women, I am sure, are on his side." "So are not the experienced bettors. Clodius offers 3 to 1 against him." "Oh, Jove, how beautiful!" exclaimed the widow, as 2 gladiators, armed cap à pie, rode around the arena on light and prancing steeds, resembling much the combatants in the tilts of the Middle Age. They bore lances and round shields beautifully inlaid. Their armor was woven intricately with bands of iron, but it covered only the thighs and the right arms. Short cloaks extending to the seat gave a picturesque and graceful air to their costume. Their legs were naked, with the exception of sandals, which were fastened a little above the ankle. "Oh, beautiful! Who are these?" asked the widow. "The one is named Berbix. He has conquered 12 times. The other assumes the arrogant Nobilior. They are both Gauls." While thus conversing, the first formalities of the show were over. To these succeeded a feigned combat with wooden swords between the various gladiators matched against each other. Among these, the skill of 2 Roman gladiators, hired for the occasion, was the most admired, and next to them the most graceful combatant was Lydon. This sham contest did not last above an hour, nor did it attract any very lively interest except among those connoisseurs of the arena to whom art was preferable to more coarse excitement. The body of the spectators were rejoiced when it was over, and when the sympathy rose to terror. The combatants were now arranged in pairs as agreed beforehand, their weapons examined, and the grave sport of the day commenced amid the deepest silence, broken only by an exciting and preliminary blast of warlike music. It was often customary to begin the sports by the most cruel of all, and some bestiarius or gladiator appointed to the beasts was slain first as an initiatory sacrifice. But in the present instance the experienced Pansa thought better that the sanguinary drama should advance, not decrease, in interest, and accordingly the execution of Olynthus and Glaucus was reserved for the last. It was arranged that the 2 horsemen should first occupy the arena, that the foot gladiators, paired off, should then be loosed indiscriminately on the stage, that Glaucus and the lion should next perform their part in the bloody spectacle, and the tiger and the Nazarene be the grand finale. And in the spectacles of Pompeii, the reader of Roman history must limit his imagination, nor expect to find those vast and wholesale exhibitions of magnificent slaughter with which a Nero or a Caligula regaled the inhabitants of the imperial city. The Roman shows, which absorbed the more celebrated gladiators and the chief proportion of foreign beasts, were indeed the very reason why in the lesser towns of the empire the sports of the amphitheatre were comparatively humane and rare, and in this, as in other respects, Pompeii was the miniature, the microcosm of Rome. Still, it was an awful and imposing spectacle, with which modern times have, happily, nothing to compare. A vast theatre, rising row upon row, and swarming with human beings from 15 to 18,000 in number, intent upon no fictitious representation, no tragedy of the stage, but the actual victory or defeat, the exultant life or the bloody death of each and all who entered the arena. The two horsemen were now at either extremity of the lists, if so they might be called, and at a given signal from Pansa the combatants started simultaneously, as in full collision, each advancing his round buckler, each poising on high his sturdy javelin. But just when within 3 paces of his opponent, the steed of Berbix suddenly halted, wheeled round, and as Nobilior was borne rapidly by, his antagonist spurred upon him. The buckler of Nobilior, quickly and skilfully extended, received a blow which otherwise would have been fatal. "Well done, Nobilior!" cried the praetor, giving the first vent to the popular excitement. "Bravely struck, my Berbix!" answered Clodius from his seat, and the wild murmur, swelled by many a shout, echoed from side to side. The visors of both the horsemen were completely closed, like those of the knights in after times, but the head was nevertheless the great point of assault, and Nobilior, now wheeling his charger with no less adroitness than his opponent, directed his spear full on the helmet of his foe. Berbix raised his buckler to shield himself, and his quick-eyed antagonist, suddenly lowering his weapon, pierced him through the breast. Berbix reeled and fell. "Nobilior! Nobilior!" shouted the populace. "I have lost 10 sestertia," said Clodius between his teeth. "Habet, he has it," said Pansa deliberately. The populace, not yet hardened into cruelty, made the signal of mercy, but as the attendants of the arena approached, they found the kindness came too late. The heart of the Gaul had been pierced, and his eyes were set in death. It was his life's blood that flowed so darkly over the sand and sawdust of the arena. "It is a pity it was so soon over. There was little enough for one's trouble," said the widow Fulvia. "Yes, I have no compassion for Berbix. Anyone might have seen that Nobilior did but faint. Mark, they fix the fatal hook to the body. They drag him away to the Spoliarium. They scatter new stand over the stage. Pansa regrets nothing more than that he is not rich enough to strew the arena with borax and cinnabar, as Nero used to do." "Well, if it had been a brief battle, it is quickly succeeded. See my handsome Lydon in the arena." "Aye, and the net bearer too, and the swordsman. Oh, charming!" There were now on the arena 6 combatants. Niger and his net matched against Sporus with his shield and his short broadsword. Lydon and Tetraides, naked save by a cincture round the waist, each armed only with a heavy Greek cestus, and 2 gladiators from Rome, clad in complete steel and evenly matched with immense bucklers and pointed swords. The initiatory contest between Lydon and Tetraides being less deadly than that between the other combatants, no sooner had they advanced to the middle of the arena than, as by common consent, the rest held back to see how that contest should be decided, and wait till fiercer weapons might replace the cestus, ere they themselves commenced hostilities. They stood leaning on their arms and apart from each other, gazing on the show, which, if not bloody enough thoroughly to please the populace, they were still inclined to admire because its origin was of their ancestral Greece. No persons could at first glance have seemed less evenly matched than the two antagonists. Tetraides, though no taller than Lydon, weighed considerably more. The natural size of his muscles was increased to the eyes of the vulgar by masses of solid flesh. For, as it was a notion that the contest of the cestus fared easiest with him who was plumpest, Tetraides had encouraged to the utmost his hereditary predisposition to the portly. His shoulders were vast, and his lower limbs thick set, double jointed, and slightly curved outward in that formation which takes so much from beauty to give so largely to strength. But Lydon, except that he was slender, even almost to meagreness, was beautifully and delicately proportioned, and the skilful might have perceived that with much less compass of muscle than his foe, that which he had was more seasoned, iron, and compact. In proportion, too, as he wanted flesh, he was likely to possess activity, and a haughty smile on his resolute face, which strongly contrasted with the solid heaviness of his enemies, gave assurance to those who beheld it, and united their hope to their pity, so that, despite the disparity of their seeming strength, the cry of the multitude was nearly as loud for Lydon as for Tetraides. Whoever is acquainted with a modern prize ring, whoever has witnessed the heavy and disabling strokes which the human fist, skilfully directed, hath the power to bestow, may easily understand how much that happy facility would be increased by a band carried by thongs of leather round the arm as high as the elbow, and terribly strengthened about the knuckles by a plate of iron, and sometimes a plummet of lead. Yet this, which was meant to increase, perhaps rather diminished the interest of the fray, for it necessarily shortened its duration. A very few blows, successfully and scientifically planted, might suffice to bring the contest to a close, and the battle did not therefore often allow full scope for the energy, fortitude, and dogged perseverance that we technically style pluck, which not unusually wins the day against superior science, and which heightens to so painful a delight the interest in the battle and the sympathy for the brave. "Guard thyself," growled Tetraides, moving nearer and nearer to his foe, who rather shifted round him than receded. Lydon did not answer, save by a scornful glance of his quick, vigilant eye. Tetraides struck. It was as the blow of a smith on a vice. Lydon sank suddenly on one knee. The blow passed over his head. Not so harmless was Lydon's retaliation. He quickly sprang to his feet and aimed his cestus full on the broad chest of his antagonist. Tetraides reeled. The populace shouted. "You are unlucky to-day," said Lepidus to Clodius. "You have lost one bet, you will lose another. By the gods, my bronzes go to the auctioneer, if that is the case. I have no less than 100 sestertia upon Tetraides. Ha! ha! See how he rallies. That was a home stroke. He has cut open Lydon's shoulder. Eh, Tetraides! Eh, Tetraides!" But Lydon is not disheartened. By Pollux, how well he keeps his temper! See how dexterously he avoids those hammer-like hands, dodging now here, now there, circling round and round. Ah, poor Lydon, he has it again. 3-1 still on Tetraides. What say you, Lepidus? Well, 9 sestertia to 3, be it so. What? Again Lydon? He stops. He gasps for breath. By the gods, he is down. No, he is again on his legs. Brave Lydon! Tetraides is encouraged. He laughs loud. He rushes on him. Fool! Success blinds him. He should be cautious. Lydon's eye is like a lynx's, said Clodius between his teeth. Ha! Clodius, saw you that? Your man totters. Another blow. He falls. He falls. Earth revives him then. He's once more up, but the blood rolls down his face. By the thunderer, Lydon wins it. See how he presses on him. That blow on the temple would have crushed an ox. It has crushed Tetraides. He falls again. He cannot move. Habe! 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 Repeated Pansa. Take them out and give them the armor and swords. While the contest in the amphitheatre had thus commenced, there was one in the loftier benches for whom it had assumed indeed a poignant, a stifling interest. The aged father of Lydon, despite his Christian horror of the spectacle, in his agonized anxiety for his son, had not been able to resist being the spectator of his fate. Once amid a fierce crowd of strangers, the lowest rabble of the populace, the old man saw, felt nothing but the form, the presence of his brave son. Not a sound had escaped his lips when twice he had seen him fall to the earth. Only he had turned paler, and his limbs trembled. But he had uttered one low cry when he saw him victorious, unconscious, alas, of the more fearful battle to which that victory was but a prelude. "My gallant boy!" said he, and wiped his eyes. "Is he thy son?" said a brawny fellow to the right of the Nazarene. "He has fought well. Let us see how he does by and by. Hark! He is to fight the first victor. Now, old boy, pray to the gods that that victor be neither of the Romans, nor, next to them, the giant Niger." The old man sat down again and covered his face. The fray for the moment was indifferent to him. Lydon was not one of the combatants. Yet the thought flashed across him. The fray was indeed of deadly interest. The first who fell was to make way for Lydon. He started and bent down with straining eyes and clasped hands to view the encounter. The first interest was attracted toward the combat of Niger with Sporus, for the spectacle of contest, from the fatal result which usually attended it, and from the great science it required in either antagonist, was always peculiarly inviting to the spectators. They stood at a considerable distance from each other. The singular helmet which Sporus wore, the visor of which was down, concealed his face, but the features of Niger attracted a fearful and universal interest from their compressed and vigilant ferocity, and thus they stood for some moments, each eyeing each, until Sporus began slowly and with great caution to advance, holding his sword pointed like a modern fencer's at the breast of his foe. Niger retreated as his antagonist advanced, gathering up his net with his right hand, and never taking his small glittering eye from the movements of the swordsman. Suddenly, when Sporus had approached nearly at arm's length, the retiarius threw himself forward and cast his net. A quick inflection of body saved the gladiator from the deadly snare. He uttered a sharp cry of joy and rage, and rushed upon Niger. But Niger had already drawn in his net, thrown it across his shoulders, and now fled around the lists with a swiftness which the secutor, so called from the office of that tribe of gladiators, in following the foe the moment the net was cast, in order to smite him ere he could have time to rearrange it, in vain endeavored to equal. The people laughed and shouted aloud to see the ineffectual efforts of the broad-shouldered gladiator to overtake the flying giant, when at that moment their attention was turned from these to the two Roman combatants. They had placed themselves at the onset face to face, at the distance of modern fencers from each other. With the extreme caution which both evinced at first, had prevented any warmth of engagement, and allowed the spectators full leisure to interest themselves in the battle between Sporus and his foe. But the Romans were now heated into full and fierce encounter. They pushed, returned, advanced on, retreated from each other, with all that careful yet scarcely perceptible caution which characterizes men well experienced and equally matched. But at this moment Eumolpus, the older gladiator, by that dexterous backstroke which was considered in the arena so difficult to avoid, had wounded Nepimus on the side. The people shouted. Lepidus turned pale. "Ho!" said Clodius, "the game is nearly over. If Eumolpus rights now the quiet fight, the other will gradually bleed himself away. But, thank the gods, he does not fight the backward fight. See, he presses hard upon Nepimus. By Mars, but Nepimus had him there. The helmet rang again. Clodius, I shall win." "Why do I ever bet but at the dice?" groaned Clodius to himself. "Or why cannot one cog a gladiator?" "A Sporus! A Sporus!" shouted the populace, as Niger, now having suddenly paused, had again cast his net, and again unsuccessfully. He had not retreated this time with sufficient agility. The sword of Sporus had inflicted a severe wound upon his right leg, and, incapacitated to fly, he was pressed hard by the fierce swordsman. His great height and length of arm still continued, however, to give him no despicable advantages, and steadily keeping his trident at the front of his foe, he repelled him successfully for several minutes. Sporus now tried by great rapidity of evolution to get round his antagonist, who necessarily moved with pain and slowness. In so doing he lost his caution. He advanced too near to the giant, raised his arm to strike, and received the 3 points of the fatal spear full in his breast. He sank on his knee. In a moment more the deadly net was cast over him. He struggled against its meshes in vain. Again he writhed mutely beneath the fresh strokes of the trident. His blood flowed fast through the net and redly over the sand. He lowered his arms in acknowledgment of defeat. The conquering Retiarius withdrew his net, and leaning on his spear, looked to the audience for their judgment. Slowly, too, at the same moment, the vanquished gladiator rolled his dim and despairing eyes around the theatre. From row to row, from bench to bench, there glared upon him but merciless and unpitying eyes. Hushed was the roar, the murmur. The silence was dread, for in it was no sympathy. Not a hand, no, not even a woman's hand, gave the signal of charity and life. Sporus had never been popular in the arena, and lately the interest of the combat had been excited on behalf of the wounded Niger. People were warmed into blood. The mimic fight had ceased to charm. The interest had mounted up to the desire of sacrifice and the thirst of death. The gladiator felt that his doom was sealed. He uttered no prayer, no groan. The people gave the signal of death. In dogged but agonized submission he bent his neck to receive the fatal stroke. And now, as the spear of the Retiarius was not a weapon to inflict instant and certain death, there stalked into the arena a grim and fatal form, brandishing a short, sharp sword, and with features utterly concealed beneath its visor. With slow and measured step this dismal headsman approached the gladiator, still kneeling, laid the left hand on his humbled crest, drew the edge of the blade across his neck, turned round to the assembly, lest in the last moment remorse should come upon them. The dread signal continued the same. The blade glittered brightly in the air, fell, and the gladiator rolled upon the sand. His limbs quivered, were still. He was a corpse. His body was dragged at once from the arena through the gate of death, and thrown into the gloomy den termed technically the spoliarium. And ere it had well reached that destination, the strife between the remaining combatants was decided. The sword of Eumolpus had inflicted the death wound upon the less experienced combatant. A new victim was added to the receptacle of the slain. Throughout that mighty assembly there now ran a universal movement. The people breathed more freely and settled themselves in their seats. A grateful shower was cast over every row from the concealed conduits. In cool and luxurious pleasure they talked over the late spectacle of blood. Eumolpus removed his helmet and wiped his brows. His close curled hair and short beard, his noble Roman features and bright dark eye, attracted the general admiration. He was fresh, unwounded, and unfatigued. The aedile paused and proclaimed aloud that as Niger's wound disabled him from again entering the arena, Lydon was to be the successor to the slaughtered Nepimus and the new combatant of Eumolpus. "Yet, Lydon," added he, "if thou wouldst decline the combat with one so brave and tried, thou mayst have full liberty to do so. Eumolpus is not the antagonist that was originally decreed for thee. Thou knowest best how far thou canst cope with him. If thou failest, thy doom is honorable death. If thou conquerest, out of my own purse I will double the stipulated prize." The people shouted applause. Lydon stood in the lists. He gazed around. High above he beheld the pale face, the straining eyes of his father. He turned away irresolute for a moment. No, the conquest of the cestus was not sufficient. He had not yet won the prize of victory. His father was still a slave. "Noble aedile," he replied in a firm and deep tone, "I shrink not from this combat. For the honor of Pompeii I demand that one trained by its long celebrated lanista shall do battle with this Roman." The people shouted louder than before. 4-1 against Lydon, said Clodius to Lepidus. "I would not take 20-1. Why, Eumolpus is a very Achilles, and this poor fellow is but a tyro." Eumolpus gazed hard on the face of Lydon. He smiled, and yet the smile was followed by a slight and scarce audible sigh, a touch of compassionate emotion, which custom conquered the moment the heart acknowledged it. And now both clad in complete armor, the sword drawn, the visor closed, the two last combatants of the arena, ere man at least was matched with beast, stood opposed to each other. It was just at this time that a letter was delivered to the praetor by one of the attendants of the arena. He removed the cincture, glanced over it for a moment. His countenance betrayed surprise and embarrassment. He reread the letter, and then muttering, "Tush! It is impossible. The man must be drunk, even in the morning, to dream of such follies," threw it carelessly aside, and gravely settled himself once more in the attitude of attention to the sports. The interest of the public was wound up very high. Eumolpus had at first won their favor, but the gallantry of Lydon and his well-timed allusion to the honor of the Pompeian lanista had afterward given the latter the preference in their eyes. "Hola, old fellow," said Medon's neighbor to him, "your son is hardly matched, but never fear, the editor will not permit him to be slain. No, nor the people neither. He has behaved too bravely for that. Ha! That was a home thrust, well averted by Pollux. At him again, Lydon." They stopped to breathe. "What art thou muttering, old boy?" "Prayers," answered Medon, with a more calm and hopeful mien than he had yet maintained. "Prayers, trifles! The time for gods to carry a man away in a cloud is gone now. Ha! Jupiter, what a blow! Thy side, thy side! Take care of thy side, Lydon." There was a convulsive tremor throughout the assembly. A fierce blow from Eumolpus, full on the crest, had brought Lydon to his knee. "Habet! He has it!" cried a shrill female voice. "He has it!" It was the voice of the girl who had so anxiously anticipated the sacrifice of some criminal to the beasts. "Be silent, child," said the wife of Pansa haughtily. "Non habet! He is not wounded." "I wish he were, if only to spite old surly Medon," muttered the girl. Meanwhile Lydon, who had hitherto defended himself with great skill and valor, began to give way before the vigorous assaults of the practised Roman. His arm grew tired, his eye dizzy, he breathed hard and painfully. The combatants paused again for breath. "Young man," said Eumolpus in a low voice, "desist. I will wound thee slightly. Then lower thy arm. Thou hast propitiated the editor and the mob. Thou wilt be honorably saved." "And my father still enslaved!" groaned Lydon to himself. "No, death or his freedom." At that thought, and seeing that his strength not being equal to the endurance of the Roman, everything depended on a sudden and desperate effort, he threw himself fiercely on Eumolpus. The Roman warily retreated. Lydon thrust again. Eumolpus drew himself aside. The sword grazed his cuirass. Lydon's breast was exposed. The Roman plunged his sword through the joints of the armor, not meaning, however, to inflict a deep wound. Lydon, weak and exhausted, fell forward, fell right on the point. It passed through and through, even to the back. Eumolpus drew forth his blade. Lydon still made an effort to regain his balance. His sword left his grasp. He struck mechanically at the gladiator with his naked hand, and fell prostrate on the arena. With one accord, aedile and assembly made the signal of mercy. The officers of the arena approached. They took off the helmet of the vanquished. He still breathed. His eyes rolled fiercely on his foe. The savageness he had acquired in his calling glared from his gaze and lowered upon the brow darkened already with the shades of death. Then, with a convulsive groan, with a half start, he lifted his eyes above. They rested not on the face of the aedile, nor on the pitying brows of the relenting judges. He saw them not. They were as if the vast space was desolate and bare. One pale, agonizing face alone was all he recognized. One cry of a broken heart was all that, amid the murmurs and the shouts of the populace, reached his ear. The ferocity vanished from his brow. A soft, tender expression of sanctifying but despairing filial love played over his features, played, waned, darkened. His face suddenly became locked and rigid, resuming its former fierceness, and he fell upon the earth. "Look to him," said the aedile. "He has done his duty." The officers dragged him off to the spoliarium. "A true type of glory and of its fate," murmured Arbaces to himself. And his eye, glancing around the amphitheatre, betrayed so much of disdain and scorn that whoever encountered it felt his breath suddenly arrested, and his emotions frozen into one sensation of abasement and of awe. Again rich perfumes were wafted around the theatre. The attendants sprinkled fresh sand over the arena. "Bring forth the lion and Glaucus the Athenian," said the aedile. And a deep and breathless hush of overwrought interest and intense, yet strange to say, not unpleasing, terror lay like a mighty and awful dream over the assembly. Section 45. Section 45 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 45. The Amphitheatre, from the Last Days of Pompeii, Part 2. The door swung gratingly back. The gleam of spears shot along the wall. "Glaucus, the Athenian, thy time has come," said a loud and clear voice. "The lion awaits thee." "I am ready," said the Athenian. "Brother and co-mate, one last embrace. Bless me, and farewell." The Christian opened his arms. He clasped the young heathen to his breast. He kissed his forehead and cheek. He sobbed aloud. His tears flowed fast and hot over the features of his new friend. "Oh, could I have converted thee, I had not wept. Oh, that I might say to thee, we too shall sup this night in paradise." "It may be so yet," answered the Greek with a tremulous voice. "They whom death parts now may yet meet beyond the grave. On the earth, oh, the beautiful, the beloved earth, farewell forever. Worthy officer, I attend you." Glaucus tore himself away, and when he came forth into the air, its breath, which, though sunless, was hot and arid, smote withering upon him. His frame, not yet restored from the effects of the deadly draught, shrank and trembled. The officers supported him. "Courage," said one. "Thou art young, active, well knit. They give thee a weapon. Despair not, and thou mayest yet conquer." Glaucus did not reply, but ashamed of his infirmity, he made a desperate and convulsive effort and regained the firmness of his nerves. They anointed his body, completely naked save by a cincture round the loins, placed the stylus, vain weapon, in his hand, and led him into the arena. And now when the Greeks saw the eyes of thousands and tens of thousands upon him, he no longer felt that he was mortal. All evidence of fear, all fear itself, was gone. A red and haughty flush spread over the paleness of his features. He towered aloft to the full of his glorious stature. In the elastic beauty of his limbs and form, in his intent but unfrowning brow, in the high disdain, and in the indomitable soul which breathed visibly, which spoke audibly from his attitude, his lip, his eye. He seemed the very incarnation, vivid and corporeal, of the valor of his land, of the divinity of its worship, at once a hero and a god. The murmur of hatred and horror at his crime, which had greeted his entrance, died into the silence of involuntary admiration and half compassionate respect, and with a quick and convulsive sigh that seemed to move the whole mass of life as if it were one body, the gaze of the spectators turned from the Athenian to a dark uncouth object in the center of the arena. It was the grated den of the lion. "By Venus, how warm it is!" said Fulvia. "Yet there is no sun. Would that those stupid sailors could have fastened up that gap in the awning." "Oh, it is warm indeed. I turn sick, I faint," said the wife of Pansa, even her experienced stoicism giving way at the struggle about to take place. The lion had been kept without food for 24 hours, and the animal had, during the whole morning, testified a singular and restless uneasiness, which the keeper had attributed to the pangs of hunger. And yet its bearing seemed rather that of fear than of rage. Its roar was painful and distressed. It hung its head, snuffed the air through the bars, then lay down, started again, and again uttered its wild and far-resounding cries. And now in its den it lay utterly dumb and mute, with distended nostrils forced hard against the grating, and disturbing with a heaving breath the sand below on the arena. The editor's lip quivered and his cheek grew pale. He looked anxiously around, hesitated, delayed. The crowd became impatient. Slowly he gave the sign. The keeper, who was behind the den, cautiously removed the grating, and the lion leaped forth with a mighty and glad roar of release. The keeper hastily retreated through the grated passage leading from the arena, and left the lord of the forest and his prey. Glaucus had bent his limbs so as to give himself the firmest posture at the expected rush of the lion, with his small and shining weapon raised on high, in the faint hope that the one well-directed thrust, for he knew that he should have time but for one, might penetrate through the eye to the brain of his grim foe. But to the unutterable astonishment of all, the beast seemed not even aware of the presence of the criminal. At the first moment of its release it halted abruptly in the arena, raised itself half on end, snuffing the upward air with impatient signs, and then suddenly it sprang forward, but not on the Athenian. At half speed it circled round and round the space, turning its vast head from side to side with an anxious and perturbed gaze, as if seeking only some avenue of escape. Once or twice it endeavored to leap up on the parapet that divided it from the audience, and on falling uttered rather a baffled howl than its deep-toned and kingly roar. It evinced no sign either of wrath or hunger. Its tail drooped along the sand instead of lashing its gaunt sides, and its eye, though it wandered at times to Glaucus, rolled again listlessly from him. At length, as if tired of attempting to escape, it crept with a moan into its cage, and once more laid itself down to rest. The first surprise of the assembly at the apathy of the lion soon grew converted into resentment at its cowardice, and the populace already merged their pity for the fate of Glaucus into angry compassion for their own disappointment. The editor called to the keeper. "How is this? Take the goad, prick him forth, and then close the door of the den." As the keeper, with some fear but more astonishment, was preparing to obey, a loud cry was heard at one of the entrances of the arena. There was a confusion, a bustle, voices of remonstrance suddenly breaking forth, and suddenly silence at the reply. All eyes turned in wonder at the interruption toward the quarter of the disturbance. The crowd gave way, and suddenly Sallust appeared on the senatorial benches, his hair dishevelled, breathless, heated, half exhausted. He cast his eyes hastily round the ring. "Remove the Athenian!" he cried. "Haste! He is innocent! Arrest Arbaces the Egyptian! He is the murderer of Apæcides!" "Art thou mad, O Sallust?" said the praetor, rising from his seat. "What means this raving? Remove the Athenian, quick, or his blood be on your head. Praetor, delay, and you answer with your own life to the Emperor. I bring with me the eyewitness to the death of the priest Apicides. Room there! Stand back! Give way! People of Pompeii, fix every eye upon Arbaces. There he sits. Room there for the priest Calenus." Pale, haggard, fresh from the jaws of famine and of death, his face fallen, his eyes dull as a vulture's, his broad frame gaunt as a skeleton, Calenus was supported into the very row in which Arbaces sat. His releasers had given him sparingly of food, but the chief sustenance that nerved his feeble limbs was revenge. "The priest Calenus! Calenus!" cried the mob. "It is he? No, it is a dead man." "It is the priest Calenus," said the praetor gravely. "What hast thou to say?" "Arbaces of Egypt is the murderer of Apicides, the priest of Isis. These eyes saw him deal the blow. It is from the dungeon into which he plunged me, it is from the darkness and horror of a death by famine, that the gods have raised me to proclaim his crime. Release the Athenian, he is innocent." "It is for this, then, that the lion spared him. A miracle, a miracle!" cried the Panza. "A miracle, a miracle!" shouted the people. "Remove the Athenian! Arbaces to the lion!" And that shout echoed from hill to vale, from coast to sea. "Arbaces to the lion!" "Officers, remove the accused Glaucus. Remove, but guard him yet," said the praetor. "The gods lavish their wonders upon this day." As the praetor gave the word of release, there was a cry of joy, a female voice, a child's voice, and it was of joy. It rang through the heart of the assembly with electric force. It was touching, it was holy, that child's voice, and the populace echoed it back with sympathizing congratulation. "Silence!" said the grave praetor. "Who is there?" "The blind girl, Nydia," answered Sallust. "It is her hand that has raised Calenus from the grave and delivered Glaucus from the lion." "Of this hereafter," said the praetor. "Calenus, priest of Isis, thou accusest Arbaces of the murder of Apicides?" "I do." "Thou didst behold the deed?" "Praetor, with these eyes." "Enough at present. The details must be reserved for more suiting time and place. Arbaces of Egypt, thou hearest the charge against thee. Thou hast not yet spoken. What hast thou to say?" The gaze of the crowd had been long riveted on Arbaces, but not until the confusion which he had betrayed at the first charge of Sallust and the entrance of Calenus had subsided. At the shout, "Arbaces to the lion," he had indeed trembled, and the dark bronze of his cheek had taken a paler hue, but he had soon recovered his haughtiness and self-control. Proudly he returned the angry glare of the countless eyes about him, and replying now to the question of the praetor, he said, in that accent so peculiarly tranquil and commanding which characterized his tones: "Praetor, this charge is so mad that it scarcely deserves reply. My first accuser is the noble Sallust, the most intimate friend of Glaucus. My second is a priest. I revere his garb and calling. But, people of Pompeii, ye know somewhat of the character of Calenus. He is gripping and gold thirsty to a proverb. The witness of such men is to be bought. Praetor, I am innocent." "Sallust," said the magistrate, "where found you Calenus?" "In the dungeons of Arbaces." "Egyptian," said the praetor, frowning, "thou didst then dare to imprison a priest of the gods, and wherefore?" "Hear me," answered Arbaces, rising calmly, but with agitation visible in his face. "This man came to threaten that he would make against me the charge he has now made, unless I would purchase his silence with half my fortune. I remonstrated in vain. Peace there, let not the priest interrupt me. Noble praetor, and ye, O people, I was a stranger in the land. I knew myself innocent of crime, but the witness of a priest against me might yet destroy me. In my perplexity I decoyed him to the cell whence he has been released, on pretense that it was the coffer house of my gold. I resolved to detain him there until the fate of the true criminal was sealed, and his threats could avail no longer. But I meant no worse. I may have erred, but who among ye will not acknowledge the equity of self-preservation? Were I guilty, why was the witness of this priest silent at the trial? Then I had not detained or concealed him. Why did he not proclaim my guilt when I proclaimed that of Glaucus? Praetor, this needs an answer. For the rest, I throw myself on your laws. I demand their protection. Remove hence the accused and the accuser. I will willingly meet and cheerfully abide by the decision of the legitimate tribunal. This is no place for further parley." "He says right," said the praetor. "Ho, guards, remove Arbaces. Guard Calenus. Sallust, we hold you responsible for your accusation. Let the sports be resumed." "What!" cried Calenus, turning round to the people. "Shall Isis be thus condemned? Shall the blood of Apæcides yet cry for vengeance? Shall justice be delayed now, that it may be frustrated hereafter? Shall the lion be cheated of the lawful prey? A god! A god! I feel the god rush to my lips. To the lion! To the lion with Arbaces!" His exhausted frame could support no longer the ferocious malice of the priest. He sank on the ground in strong convulsions. The foam gathered to his mouth. He was as a man indeed, whom a supernatural power had entered. The people saw and shuddered. "It is a god that inspires the holy man. To the lion with the Egyptian!" With that cry up sprang, unmoved, thousands upon thousands. They rushed from the heights. They poured down in the direction of the Egyptian. In vain did the aedile command. In vain did the praetor lift his voice and proclaim the law. The people had been already rendered savage by the exhibition of blood. They thirsted for more. Their superstition was aided by their ferocity. Aroused, inflamed by the spectacle of their victims, they forgot the authority of their rulers. It was one of those dread popular convulsions common to crowds wholly ignorant, half free and half servile, and which the peculiar constitution of the Roman provinces so frequently exhibited. The power of the praetor was a reed beneath the whirlwind. Still, at his word, the guards had drawn themselves along the lower benches, on which the upper classes sat separate from the vulgar. They made but a feeble barrier. The waves of the human sea halted for a moment to enable Arbaces to count the exact moment of his doom. In despair, and in a terror which beat down even pride, he glanced his eye over the rolling and rushing crowd, when right above them, through the wide chasm which had been left in the Valeria, he beheld a strange and awful apparition. He beheld, and his craft restored his courage. He stretched his hand on high. Over his lofty brow and royal features there came an expression of unutterable solemnity and command. "Behold!" he shouted with a voice of thunder, which stilled the roar of the crowd. "Behold how the gods protect the guiltless! The fires of the avenging Orcus burst forth against the false witness of my accusers." The eyes of the crowd followed the gesture of the Egyptian, and beheld with dismay a vast vapor shooting from the summit of Vesuvius in the form of a gigantic pine tree. The trunk, blackness; the branches, fire; a fire that shifted and wavered in its hues with every moment, now fiercely luminous, now of a dull and dying red, that again blazed terrifically forth with intolerable glare. There was a dead, heart-sunken silence, through which there suddenly broke the roar of the lion, which was echoed back from within the building by the sharper and fiercer yells of its fellow beast. Dread seers were they of the burden of the atmosphere, and wild prophets of the wrath to come. Then there arose on high the universal shrieks of women. The men stared at each other, but were dumb. At that moment they felt the earth shake under their feet. The walls of the theater trembled, and beyond in the distance they heard the crash of falling roofs. An instant more, and the mountain cloud seemed to roll toward them, dark and rapid like a torrent. At the same time it cast forth from its bosom a shower of ashes mixed with vast fragments of burning stone. Over the crushing vines, over the desolate streets, over the amphitheatre itself. Far and wide, with many a mighty splash in the agitated sea, felt that awful shower. No longer thought the crowd of justice or of Arbaces. Safety for themselves were their sole thought. Each turned to fly, each dashing, pressing, crushing against the other, trampling recklessly over the fallen. Amid groans and oaths and prayers and sudden shrieks, the enormous crowd vomited itself forth through the numerous passages. Whither should they fly? Some, anticipating a second earthquake, hastened to their homes, to load themselves with their more costly goods, and escape while it was yet time. Others, dreading the showers of ashes that now fell fast, torrent upon torrent, over the streets, rushed under the roofs of the nearest houses, or temples, or sheds, shelter of any kind, for protection from the terrors of the open air. But darker and larger and mightier spread the cloud above them. It was a sudden and more ghastly night rushing upon the realm of noon. Section 46
of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jyoti Taravanat. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6, by various authors. Section 46. Kenelm and Lily from Kenelm Chillingly. The children have come, some 30 of them, pretty as English children generally are, happy in the joy of the summer sunshine, on the flower lawns, on the feast under cover of an awning suspended between chestnut trees and carpeted with sward. No doubt Kenelm held his own at the banquet, and did his best to increase the general gaiety, for whenever he spoke the children listened eagerly, and when he had done they laughed mirthfully. "The fair face I promised you," whispered Mrs. Brayfield, "is not here yet. I have a little note from the young lady to say that Mrs. Cameron does not feel very well this morning, but hopes to recover sufficiently to come later in the afternoon." "And pray who is Mrs. Cameron?" "Ah, I forgot that you are a stranger to the place. Mrs. Cameron is the aunt with whom Lily resides. Is it not a pretty name, Lily?" "Very. Emblematic of the spinster that does not spin, with a white head and a thin stalk." "Then the name belies my Lily, as you will see." The children now finished their feast and betook themselves to dancing in an alley smoothened for a croquet ground, and to the sound of a violin played by the old grandfather of one of the party. While Mrs. Brayfield was busying herself with forming the dance, Kenelm seized the occasion to escape from a young nymph of the age of 12, who had sat next to him at the banquet, and taken so great a fancy to him that he began to fear she would vow never to forsake his side, and stole away undetected. There are times when the mirth of others only saddens us, especially the mirth of children with high spirits that jar on our own quiet mood, gliding through a dense shrubbery in which, though the lilacs were faded, the laburnum still retained here and there the waning gold of its clusters. Kenelm came into the recess which bounded his steps and invited him to repose. It was a circle, so formed artificially by slight trellises, to which clung parasite roses heavy with leaves and flowers. In the midst played a tiny fountain with a silvery murmuring sound at the background, dominating the place. Rose the crests of stately trees, on which the sunlight shimmered, but which rampired out all horizon beyond. Even as in life do the great dominant passions, love, ambition, desire of power, or gold, or fame, or knowledge, form the proud background to the brief-lived flowerets of our youth, lift our eyes beyond the smile of their bloom, catch the glint of a loftier sunbeam, and yet exclude our sight from the lengths and widths of the space which extends behind and beyond them. Kenelm threw himself on the turf beside the fountain. From afar came the whoop and the laugh of the children in their sports or their dance. At the distance their joy did not sadden him. He marvelled why, and thus in musing reverie thought to explain the why to himself. The poet, so ran his lazy thinking, has told us that distance lends enchantment to the view, and thus compares to the charm of distance the illusion of hope. But the poet narrows the scope of his own illustration. Distance lends enchantment to the ear as well as to the sight, nor to these bodily senses alone. Memory, no less than hope, owes its charm to the far away. I cannot imagine myself again a child when I am in the midst of yon noisy children. But as the noise reaches me here, subdued and mellowed, and knowing, thank heaven, that the urchins are not within reach of me, I could readily dream myself back into childhood and into sympathy with the lost playfields of school. So surely it must be with grief. How different the terrible agony for a beloved one just gone from earth, to the soft regret for one who disappeared into heaven years ago. So with the art of poetry, how imperatively, when it deals with the great emotions of tragedy, it must remove the actors from us, in proportion as the emotions are to elevate, and the tragedy is to please us by the tears it draws. Imagine our shock if a poet were to place on the stage some wise gentleman with whom we dined yesterday, and who was discovered to have killed his father and married his mother. But when Oedipus commits those unhappy mistakes, nobody is shocked. Oxford in the 19th century is a long way off from Thebes 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. And, continued Kenelm, plunging deeper into the maze of metaphysical criticism, even where the poet deals with persons and things close upon our daily sight, if he would give them poetic charm, he must resort to a sort of moral or psychological distance. The nearer they are to us in external circumstance, the farther they must be in some internal peculiarities. Werter and Clarissa Harlowe are described as contemporaries of their artistic creation, and with the minutest details of an apparent realism. Yet they are at once removed from our daily lives by their idiosyncrasies and their fates. We know that while Werter and Clarissa are so near to us, in much that we sympathize with them as friends and kinsfolk, they are yet as much remote from us in the poetic and idealized side of their natures as if they belong to the age of Homer. And this it is that invests with charm the very pain which their fate inflicts on us. Thus, I suppose, it must be in love. If the love we feel is to have the glamour of poetry, it must be love for someone morally at a distance from our ordinary, habitual selves. In short, differing from us in attributes which, however near we draw to the possessor, we can never approach, never blend, in attributes of our own. So that there is something in the loved one that always remains an ideal, a mystery, a sun-bright summit mingling with the sky. From this state, half comatose, half unconscious, Kenelm was roused slowly, reluctantly. something struck softly on his cheek, again a little less softly. He opened his eyes. They fell first upon two tiny rosebuds, which on striking his face had fallen on his breast, and then looking up, he saw before him, in an opening of the trellised circle, a female child's laughing face. Her hand was still uplifted, charged with another rosebud, but behind the child's figure, looking over her shoulder and holding back the menacing arm, was a face as innocent but lovelier far, the face of a girl in her first youth, framed round with the blossoms that festooned the trellis. How the face became the flowers! It seemed the fairy spirit of them. Kenelm started and rose to his feet. The child, the one whom he had so ungallantly escaped from, ran towards him through a wicket in the circle. Her companion disappeared. "Is it you," said Kenelm to the child, "you who pelted me so cruelly? Ungrateful creature! Did I not give you the best strawberries in the dish and all my own cream? But why did you run away and hide yourself when you ought to be dancing with me?" replied the young lady, evading with the instinct of her sex all answers to the reproach she had deserved. "I did not run away, and it is clear that I did not mean to hide myself, since you so easily found me out. But who was the young lady with you? I suspect she pelted me too, for she seems to have run away to hide herself." "No, she did not pelt you. She wanted to stop me, and you would have had another rosebud, oh, so much bigger, if she had not held back my arm. Don't you know her? Don't you know Lily?" "No, so that is Lily. You shall introduce me to her." By this time they had passed out of the circle through the little wicket opposite the path by which Kenelm had entered, and opening at once on the lawn. Here at some distance the children were grouped, some reclined on the grass, some walking to and fro in the interval of the dance. Before he had reached the place, Mrs. Brayfield met him. "Lily is come." "I know it. I have seen her. Is not she beautiful?" "I must see more of her if I am to answer critically. But before you introduce me, may I be permitted to ask who and what is Lily?" Mrs. Brayfield paused a moment before she answered, and yet the answer was brief enough not to need much consideration. "She is a Miss Mordaunt, an orphan, and, as I before told you, resides with her aunt, Mrs. Cameron, a widow. They have the prettiest cottage you ever saw on the banks of the river, or rather rivulet, about a mile from this place. Mrs. Cameron is a very good, simple-hearted woman. As to Lily, I can praise her beauty only with safe conscience, for as yet she is a mere child, her mind quite unformed." "Did you ever meet any man, much less any woman, whose mind was formed?" muttered Kenelm. "I am sure mine is not, and never will be on this earth." Mrs. Brayfield did not hear this low-voiced observation. She was looking about for Lily, and perceiving her at last as the children who surrounded her were dispersing to renew the dance, she took Kenelm's arm, led him to the young lady, and a formal introduction took place. Formal as it could be in those sunlit wards, amidst the joy of summer and the laugh of children. In such scene and such circumstance, formality does not last long. I know not how it was, but in a very few minutes Kenelm and Lily had ceased to be strangers to each other. They found themselves seated apart from the rest of the merry makers, on the bank shadowed by lime trees, the man listening with downcast eyes, the girl with mobile shifting glances, now on earth, now on heaven, and talking freely, gaily, like the babble of a happy stream, with a silvery dulcet voice, and a sparkle of rippling smiles. No doubt this is a reversal of the formalities of well-bred life and conventional narrating thereof. According to them, no doubt it is for the man to talk and the maid to listen, but I state the facts as they were honestly. And Lily knew no more of the formalities of drawing-room life than a skylark fresh from its nest knows of the song-teacher in the cage. She was still so much of a child. Mrs. Brayfield was right. Her mind was still so unformed. What she did talk about in that first talk between them that could make the meditative Kenelm listen so mutely, so intently, I know not. At least I could not jot it down on paper. I fear it was very egotistical, as the talk of children generally is, about herself and her aunt and her home and her friends. All her friends seemed children like herself, though younger, Clemmy the chief of them. Clemmy was the one who had taken a fancy to Kenelm, and amidst all the ingenious prattle there came flashes of a quick intellect, a lively fancy, nay, even a poetry of expression of sentiment. It might be the talk of a child, but certainly not of a silly child. But as soon as the dance was over, the little ones again gathered around Lily. Evidently she was the prime favourite of them all, and as her companions had now become tired of dancing, new sports were proposed, and Lily was carried off to prisoners' bays. "I am very happy to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Chillingly," said a frank, pleasant voice, and a well-dressed, good-looking man held out his hand to Kenelm. "My husband," said Mrs. Brayfield, with a certain pride in her look. Kenelm responded cordially to the civilities of the master of the house, who had just returned from his city office and left all his cares behind him. You had only to look at him to see that he was prosperous and deserved to be so. There were in his countenance the signs of strong sense, of good humour, above all, of an active, energetic temperament. A man of broad, smooth forehead, keen hazel eyes, firm lips and jaw, with a happy contentment in himself, his house, the world in general, mantling over his genial smile, and outspoken in the metallic ring of his voice. "You will stay and dine with us, of course," said Mr. Brayfield, "and unless you want very much to be in town to-night, I hope you will take a bed here." Kenelm hesitated. "Do stay at least till to-morrow," said Mrs. Brayfield. Kenelm hesitated still, and while hesitating his eyes rested on Lily, leaning on the arm of a middle-aged lady, and approaching the hostess, evidently to take leave. "I cannot resist so tempting an invitation," said Kenelm, and he fell back a little behind Lily and her companion. "Thank you very much for so pleasant a day," said Mrs. Cameron to the hostess. "Lily has enjoyed herself extremely. I only regret we could not come earlier." "If you are walking home," said Mrs. Brayfield, "let me accompany you. I want to speak to your gardener about his heart's ease. It is much finer than mine." "If so," said Kenelm to Lily, "may I come too? Of all flowers that grow, heart's ease is the one I most prize." A few minutes afterward, Kenelm was walking by the side of Lily along the banks of a little stream tributary to the Thames, Mrs. Cameron and Mr. Brayfield in advance, for the path only held two abreast. Suddenly Lily left his side, allured by a rare butterfly, I think it is called the Emperor of Morocco, that was sunning its yellow wings upon a group of wild reeds. She succeeded in capturing this wanderer in her straw hat, over which she drew her sun veil. After this notable capture, she returned demurely to Kenelm's side. "Do you collect insects?" said that philosopher, as much surprised as it was his nature to be at anything. "Only butterflies," answered Lily. "They are not insects, they are souls." "Emblems of souls, you mean? At least so the Greek prettily represented them to be." "No, real souls. The souls of infants that die in their cradles unbaptized, and if they are taken care of and not eaten by birds and live a year, then they pass on into fairies." "It is a very poetical idea, Miss Mordaunt, and founded on evidence quite as rational as other assertions of the metamorphosis of one creature into another. Perhaps you can do what the philosophers cannot. Tell me how you learned a new idea to be an incontestable fact." "I don't know," replied Lily, looking very much puzzled. "Perhaps I learned it in a book, or perhaps I dreamed it." "You could not make a wiser answer if you were a philosopher. But you talk of taking care of butterflies. How do you do that? Do you impale them on pins stuck into a glass case?" "Impale them? How can you talk so cruelly? You deserve to be pinched by the fairies." "I am afraid," thought Kenelm compassionately, "that my companion has no mind to be formed. What is euphoniously called an innocent." He shook his head and remained silent. Lily resumed, "I will show you my collection when we get home. They seem so happy. I am sure there are some of them who know me. They will feed from my hand. I have only had one die since I began to collect them last summer." "Then you must have kept them a year. They ought to have turned into fairies." "I suppose many of them have. Of course I let out all those that had been with me 12 months. They don't turn into fairies in the cage, Now I have only those I caught this year or last autumn. The prettiest don't appear till the autumn." The girl here bent her uncovered head over the straw hat, her tresses shadowing it, and uttered loving words to the prisoner. Then again she looked up and around her, and abruptly stopped and exclaimed, "How can people live in towns? How can people say they are ever dull in the country? Look," she continued, gravely and earnestly, "look at that tall pine tree, with its long branch sweeping over the water. See how, as a breeze catches it, it changes its shadow, and how the shadow changes the play of the sunlight on the brook. Wave your tops, ye pines, with every plant in sign of worship wave. What an interchange of music there must be between nature and a poet!" Kenelm was startled. This an innocent? This a girl who had no mind to be formed? In that presence he could not be cynical, could not speak of nature as a mechanism, a lying humbug, as he had done to the man poet. He replied gravely, "The Creator has gifted the whole universe with language, but few are the hearts that can interpret it. Happy those to whom it is no foreign tongue, acquired imperfectly with care and pain, but rather a native language, learned unconsciously from the lips of the Great Mother. To them the butterfly's wing may well buoy into heaven a fairy soul." When he had thus said, Lily turned, and for the first time attentively looked into his dark, soft eyes. Then instinctively she laid her light hand on his arm, and said in a low voice, "Talk on, talk thus. I like to hear you." But Kenelm did not talk on. They had now arrived at the garden gate of Mrs. Cameron's cottage, and the elder persons in advance paused at the gate and walked with them to the house. End of Volume 6. End of Section 46. Recording by Jyoti Taravanat. End of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 6.